One day, numerous towers started appearing all over the world. No one knew what happened, but according to the people who experienced the tower, it was so similar to mythology. As if someone copied the story, and hence, some people were excited to meet the heroes from the mythology. But the situation was not in the favor of mankind. Dungeons and monsters began spawning around the tower, and in order to protect the world from those things, people started to analyze the tower and destroying the dungeons. And those people were popularly called dungeon adventurers. The dungeon adventurers that our boy used to watch were amazing. They saved people with their ability and were known throughout the world. As we see his innocent eyes shining brightly, thinking of them as cool. And that is when he decided to become an adventurer as well. And in order to achieve that dream he started to study like hell. And soon his understanding about mana, mutation were increased. And when he was about to read all the books related to them in the country, just then he finally sees his name on the board, Han Yungmin, first rank. As such he gets excited, as it is the academy where only the elites can enroll. And gets teary, thinking that he can also become an adventurer. But soon enough it's turned into despair, as he soon found out that no matter how hard he tried, there were walls he can never climb, and no matter how hard he trained himself, his body would not move the way he wants. And such he was devastated at the fact that he does not have a unique ability that adventurers have, and such decided to take a leave of absence and stayed in his dorm, while throwing away his dream of becoming an adventurer. Though all of that happened 2 years ago, as it must be 3rd grade now. And instead of chasing an impossible dream, he started to create fake stories. A story about a swordsman who cut the horizon. About a hunter who lived his whole life in the forest of death. And about the one who created magic. All of these things that he cannot achieve in reality. And we see, one of his story is also almost done. Though he considers it a shame, but every story has an end. He then lays down on the bed, thinking to finish rest of it after taking a nap. He turns on the TV to watch some news, and it's about an adventurer, Rachel, who came back from the US, and is the only divine adventurer in their country. As she completed her mission, and most of the towers are being cleared, and the world is also close to peace. Watching her achieve all that at young age, makes Yumin says how cool she is. Though it quickly turns into frustration, as he did not got any ability despite working harder than everyone else. Forgetting all that, he goes on to take a nap. But suddenly some notifications pops up, that the world is searching for a new record to build a tower, and founds a perfect setting that can be applied to the tower, and generates a tower based on the same settings. And such a new tower gets created in the world. Fast forward, and it's morning, as our boy wake up hearing loud noises from the TV. The news anchor is in shock, as something unprecedented happened. 5 new towers were created in their country. And their names being, Sword That Cuts the Horizon, Executor of Evil, the Divine Black Spear. Hearing which, our MC gets shocked and quickly gets up. And suddenly another anchor pops up, saying that they have found 2 more towers, as such a total of 7 new towers were found, with association expecting them to be of the highest rank. With Yungmin noting that, all the names he mentioned were characters from his novel. He checks his laptop, and sees that it's gone. All the original novels that he saved in the root directory. As he falls to his knees, and the government is also going to announce about these newly found towers. And Yungmin wonders if he is still sleeping, and suddenly something starts to appear. And it's a notification saying that the novel he created has been chosen by the world. And a tower of his great story is being created, with him still being in disbelief. And just as he tries to sort it out calmly, another notification pops up, informing him that the world has built a tower using his novel. And he thinks that his novel has been plagiarized. His novel files disappeared, and the news announced new towers with the same name. And a unique ability of the soul class for him. And he is surprised due to him receiving a soul class ability despite having no talent, and thinks that with this, he could even become an attacker. Fast forward, he starts to call it all a delusion with a frustrated look on his face. As for the past few days, he tried a lot of times, but was unable to activate this ability. He again says the word, immersion, to try and activate his ability, but instead a bunch of notification pops up, as a lot of conditions have not met to activate it. He gets really frustrated as he grabs his hair, noting that the requirement to activate it is too strict. He gets disappointed, as he thought getting a soul class ability was a good thing, hence, he simply forgets all that, and decides to go and buy some beer instead. Now at the market, he starts to think about his ability, the target to be immersed, emotion values, thoughts, etc., and decides to try and find out about all the conditions in order to use the ability. And as he is picking out his beer, someone suddenly calls out his name as Boss Jung Min. And it's a girl, who recognizes Jung Min. But Jung Min gets nervous, as he chuckles and calls out her name, Sarin. And her full name is Lee Sarin, and she is the next-door neighbor of Jung Min, and a student possessing a unique ability called Ice World. They both got close when he tutored her at her mother's request, and she is also his junior at the academy, but he never encountered her at the academy, as she took a leave of absence shortly after admission, but he also avoided her, as he thought that she also might find out about that incident. Sarin gets excited as it's been a long time since they met, and asks Jung Min on what is he been up to. Though she smells alcohol on him, and asks if he has been drinking in broad daylight, and if he has eaten anything yet, to which he replies, he was just picking out something to eat. She advises him to eat properly and not just instant food, but he changes the topic and asks if she is adjusting well in the academy, which Sarin realizes. Though she informs him that he is quite famous in the academy, as she heard that he got an offer from the Heavenly Mansion Guild as a difficult job of analyst. As that guild is one of the top 3 guild in the country, and they never sign up to those places simply with grades, and Jung Min is famous for dumping the guild that everyone coveted. Hearing that he is surprised that someone still remembers that incident, she replies, of course, and tries to ask him why, but he stops her by saying that he bought everything, and that it's time to go now, as it's a story he don't want to share with anyone, since it's a world which he has no longer anything to do with. But suddenly, a red miasma fills the store, and a notification pops up informing him that original author is detecting the energy of Everton. He suddenly turns his head, realizes that it's that Everton, the followers of Demon. And he wonders in shock on why would they appear at a place like this. Sarin notices his face and asks him if something is wrong. And suddenly the guy from whom red miasma is coming from falls down. She tries to run towards him to help, but Jung Min stops her. As his body starts to get enveloped in a dark purple aura, with a notification popping up that Everton devotee has summoned Bloody Wolf. As something akin to a purple portal appear right in front of both Sarin and Jung Min. And from that, we see 2 demonic-looking wolf coming out. They bark and goes on to attack civilians as they try to run away from them. In shock, Jung Min realizes that it's that group that hate the 7 heroes extremely, and will not hesitate to sacrifice anything for the sake of their goal. The fanatics that appeared in his novel. Jung Min is overtaken by fear, while Sarin tells him that they need to save the civilians quickly. But she suddenly remembers that Jung Min might not have any unique ability yet. But Jung Min snaps back and tells Sarin to evacuate everyone, as he would hold the wolves here, which she complies with. Though for Jung Min, running away is the only ability he has. As the bloody wolf gets close to him and he starts to get scared. It jumps on him to attack, but Jung Min dodges, albeit barely. Wondering if there is anything here that he can use as weapon, he spots a signboard, and decides to use that. He tries to block the attack of the wolf using it, but it bends in a single strike. Looking at the condition, he wonders if he would be able to withstand the next attack. Looking back at Sarin, he wonders what he should do, since she is also protecting the civilians, and hopes that if he could at least use his immersion ability here. And suddenly, a notification pops up, informing the use of his ability, and that it's recalling his original work. Suddenly he realizes something, his novel, that he imagined every day for the past 2 years to write. The world and the characters, he knows everything about them. If it's like this then, the strongest swordsman in the novel, the sword that cuts through the horizon, he decides to borrow his power. And such he uses his ability, but a notification comes, informing him that the gap is too big, and he would die if he uses it. He is surprised about being unable to do it, realizing that he tried, but it's not working still. As he cannot immerse himself in the 7 heroes due to the limit of his physical ability. The notification tells him to choose again, and he realizes something again. And that he remembers, the character that he can think of right now. His demeanor changes, and a blue aura starts pouring out of him, as he uses his ability once more, with a notification popping up, that he has succeeded in using immersion. A tower is a combination of stories and records, for example if there is a tower made with Greek mythology as the base. And the owner of the tower is Hercules, all the things that happened in his life, will happen in real life. And right now, the heroes of Jung Min's novel has become the owner of the towers. Which also means that people who are related to them also exists in real life now. Even if they are just a side character in the story. As such he immerses himself in Soldier Malon, an ordinary gate guard, whose name was not even mentioned in the story. And such he rushes towards the wolf dog, as a soldier's job is to fight numerous enemies with little strength. With notification popping up that immersion is successful since he have enough information about the target. With a bright glow in his eyes, he realizes that now he can do it. And we see him striking and taking down multiple wolf dogs at once. And while in the midst of fighting, his understanding of the spear increases and he temporarily obtains maneuvering skills as well. As such he lands a strike right through one of the wolf dog. And as the last one looks at Jung Min defeat all of the other dogs, he gets scared. And he tries to run away in fear, but Jung Min gets ready to throw the signboard at him. While noting that he cannot miss it, and it heads straight for the wolf dog. Now to Sarin, we see her using Ice World to protect the civilians. She starts to lead them to safety, as she wants to join and help Jung Min quickly, since she heard that he does not have any ability yet, but she does believe he could handle it since he is an academy cadet. She looks back to check up on him, and is shocked. As we see, Jung Min has defeated all of the bloody wolves that were summoned by Everton. He starts to pant heavily and starts to fall down as his ability ends. Sarin shouts his name in worry, while Jung Min is excited since he was finally able to use his ability. Some notification comes up that he has successfully learned a level 1 fighting technique and it would activate his upper body muscles, and he has used more power than his body can handle. There will be backlash due to it. He starts to get severe pain, and Sarin comes asking if he is alright, as he replies that it's just muscle cramps, since it's been a while he moved like this. She asks if he is sure, to which he replies that he is fine. Sarin gets him up and asks that he said he did not have any ability in the academy, but he fought too well for someone without any ability. Seeing what he did, he gets happy and excited that he was able to do this with his own hands. He tells Sarin that his body just started to move itself when cornered, and claims that it's due to the academy training, which Sarin doubts. He gets happy knowing that he could also apply his ability onto the side characters, which means he can borrow any person's strength as long as he is strong enough. But the side effects of his immersion are quite bad. As Sarin asks him again if he is alright, to which he says that a little workout would help, which confuses her. And that he cannot keep using his ability in this way, he needs to start building up his stamina. Fast forward and he is back in his room, and sleeping, and his phone starts to ring. He picks it up while still being half in sleep, and sees a text from Sarin, who is apologizing for something. As then he suddenly realizes something, and gets up immediately to check. But as he is getting up, once again his muscle pain gets in the way. And he falls down, and notices the many missed calls on his phone, which gets him wondering on what is going on. He calls Sarin, she picks up and starts to immediately apologize. And that she did not want to talk about it, since Jung Min seemed like he did not want to be involved with the academy, while Jung Min is looking at the article and wonders how did it got uploaded within a day. And he did not expected it to become a big issue either. He wonders if it's due the monsters appearing in a place that is not dungeon. As he tells Sarin that it's alright, since it was an unintentional mistake. Though reading some of the comments on the article, he starts to get pissed. Though some of the nicer comments also made him feel happy. Suddenly he gets a message on his laptop, and it's from the academy group. We don't know who it is, but they keep texting Jung Min to meet again, and instructor as well, asking Jung Min if he has awakened his ability. Though Jung Min says that since when did they started to become so interested in him. But he is still on call, as Sarin asks him on why did he go all silent, to which he replies that he was just thinking about something. Sarin invites him to treat, as he asks if he could choose something expensive then, to which she replies he can, and even though he was a bit flustered, it was not Sarin's fault either. Now he hangs up the call, and since his body has gotten better, and he has gotten an ability, he decides to not sit ideally. He goes outside and gets on the train. And in the early days, when the towers were first created, countless rankers tried to challenge it. The rankers who succeed in attacking it were given regressing skills, or gained authority, and even the public attention. But as of now, the difficulty of towers has increased to the point that it's become almost impossible to attack. Though even then, attackers are trying to challenge the tower. Which makes Jung Min thinks if they are pervert for trying this much even after failing like that. But it's understandable, since there is a saying that you will succeed in life, even if you attack alone once. Though it's strange that no one has been able to enter the Sword Master's Tower, even the high rankers, as we see Jung Min is almost at his destination. But since it's the same tower he conceptualizes, he decides to have at least one close look at it. And after getting off, he runs towards the tower and gets tired, realizing that he should have exercised more. Though he still finally reaches the tower without getting lost. We see its base and a huge stone slab in front of it, seeing which Jungmin gets excited. He walks towards it and touches the stone. And gets a notification that he is feeling the energy of the 7 heroes. And seeing those words and messages that only he could see, it feels really unfamiliar to him. As he is caressing the stone, suddenly someone calls him out from behind. The guy, knowing that it's Jungmin's first time, advises him to not touch anything casually since it's dangerous. And he realizes it himself as well, since one can be invited to the tower just by touching an item of the tower, hence ability user, don't touch it recklessly. But he tells the guy that there is no need to worry, since he would not be invited, as he is really weak, and Jungmin wonders if he should be relieved at that realization, since even if he were to be invited, all he could do is run away. But suddenly the text on the stone starts to glow and a notification comes up that the true owner of the 7 towers is resonating with the tower. And as a response, the owner of the tower invites Jungmin. And just like that, we see him transported into the tower, and is left speechless. It freaks him out, as he shouts and wonders, why did he got invited here? We go back in time a bit, and see the owner of the tower looking at Jungmin and wondering who is he and why is he standing in front like that. And finds it quite strange as well. But when he touches the stone, the owner gets surprised as even though his mana is ordinary, he feels bothered by it. Knowing that he is hiding something, and he tries to think of a way to find out. And suddenly gets the idea to simply invite him to the tower. Hence he plans to call him here and have a little talk with him. Now Jungmin gets a tower's test, with incomprehensible difficulty, and catastrophe class monsters will also open their eyes in an hour, and he needs to get away from them. An ordinary person without any power entering the tower is something that has never happened before. And even though Jungmin made a lot of effort to climb the tower, in the end, he received a label of unqualified attacker, as he got the last place on the practical tests. And thinks that even if he has awakened a unique ability, he cannot attack the tower. Suddenly he gets a message that it's so funny how he is standing still like a scarecrow with a look of despair. And it shocks Jungmin, as the owner says, that he has lowered the difficulty as best he can and then invited him, but he still looks dazed. And mocks Jungmin by calling him a crippled class. And suddenly he is met with realization that the difficulty of the tower can be lowered. And the owner tells him that it's up to him to do so. Jungmin, knowing that the owner of this tower must be Eden, and Eden gets surprised on Jungmin knowing him as well. And Jungmin thinks, of course he does, since he is the one who made him, and wonders if he can tell him, and thinks if he is the same Eden he wrote or not, and decides to confirm it once. Eden gets smug and thinks that he got famous just few days since the tower was created and that it's too tiring if he gets too famous, hearing which, Jungmin realizes that he really is the same Eden. He is the main character of the 7 heroes, a character that reflects Jungmin himself, the talentless, a boy who knew how to wield a sword, but had no talent in mana. He awakened his mana with the help of a teacher. And he met colleagues and headed to the devil's castle. And after defeating the demon, he became a hero that everyone respected, and he is the one who Jungmin dreams of the most, and the character he favors the most. And he gets happy from getting to talk the main character of his novel, while Eden is pissed at him for not listening to him. Eden simply tells him that he called him here and lowered the difficulty and tells him to try and get out himself and leaves. And just like that, Jungmin is left alone. He wonders if he has no choice, but thinks that Eden wouldn't have called him if he did not have the ability to clear it in the first place. The timer comes up with 50 minutes left in it. As he is thinking of way out, he suddenly gets shocked. And he notices a dragon flying right from over him. And that in 50 minutes monsters like it will come flocking to him, though luckily it did not catch him, and he realizes that he need to hurry up. As he is walking around, he observes the area and such gets the information about the current place through investigation. As he is looking around, he suddenly steps on something. As he wonders, what are these wooden pieces? He picks it up, wondering if they are wooden swords, but he cannot even use it since the cut looks very obscure and sees the name of Eden on it. And just like that, he remembers, and a message tells him that he has obtained Eden's destroyed wooden sword. And with this all, Jungmin remembers it to be the first episode of his novel. And the place where the talentless young boy was awakened as a genius. Which is Eden's training ground. So starting from the novel's introduction, Eden's awakening was also embodied in the tower. But he wonders why does it have to be this episode, since he said he lowered the difficulty, though he does know how to attack it. But Jung Min wonders if someone like him can do that thing as well, even if he is prepared. Though he gets frustrated, he decides to do it anyways. And the more he dwells on his misfortunes, the more time is being wasted. As such, he suddenly starts to dig with the piece of wooden sword, and is able to find what he was looking for. And he pulls out some kind of root, calling it a jackpot. Though it looks quite ugly, but it's an incredible plant with a great probability of permanently increasing magic power by 1, called Scourge leathercoya. And he notes that there are a lot of them here, at least 50, and he could perhaps find even more. He starts to take a bit out of it, since it looks like simply fiber. No one tries to eat it. But it tastes really bad, as he immediately spits it out, as it tastes quite bitter. Jung Min did knew but forgot. And his body is refusing to take another bit out of it, but the notification pops up, informing that there is only 45 minutes left. As such, he hurries up as he might die, and forces himself to eat it. He tries to eat as many as he can. Fast forward, and there is only 15 minutes left, as he does not even remember how many he has eaten, and he feels like he is going to throw up. We see him trembling a bit, and message comes up that his perception of mana has increased, and mana has also increased, but due to the limit of mana that his body can handle got exceeded, his body becomes unstable. But he wipes out his mouth from blood, and tries to hold it together. Now that he has accumulated enough mana, he plans to pour it all into the wooden sword, just like Eden did. Eden is surprised seeing how he knows about the Scourge leathercoya, and even more, that he suddenly dug the ground and ate them to increase his mana. He wonders if he knew about Tower's information in advance, since this item does not exist on Earth. But later deems it impossible and wonders, just who the hell is Jung Min? Now Jung Min has reached the last step. She was one of the royal magicians of a small country. After she lost her comrades in a demon subjugation, she started living in the countryside, which was the place where she met Eden, and at that time Eden often injured himself due to his unstable mana application. So she felt sorry for him and taught him mana control. And his mana was stabilized not long after that, and with that joy, she became a magic teacher at that rural village, Eden's first teacher. And that if it's her, the conditions of his immersion can be fulfilled. And such he pour the mana into the wooden sword and plants it right into the ground. And shouts to use his ability, immersion. And he uses it on Dari Marsha, whom he meets all the conditions for as well, as the blessing of magic starts to cover Jung Min. Seeing and noticing that mana, Eden realizes that it's his teacher's, and wonders how did he do that. Jung Min starts to refine the poured out mana, and collects it in his heart, and then starts to bring the collected mana from his heart to his fingertips. And lastly he starts to pour out all of his mana, and gets a warning that his mana is being severely depleted and the erupted mana is running rampant inside his body. Suddenly an anomaly occurs in his heart, and the excessive use of mana causes many of them all over his body. And due to all that, Jung Min starts to spit blood. Witnessing all that, Eden is surprised, and wonders just who the hell is he, that he even knows how to use mana control. Eden warns Jung Min that if he continues, he would die, but Jung Min already knows that, and it's not like he is not scared of dying. But rather than dying helplessly without being able to do anything, dying after putting his absolute best into surviving is 1,000 times better for him. As the mana disappears, we see him trembling and shaking, with a message popping up that first floor has been cleared, as he sacrificed his life for his weapon. And Jung Min smiles, while falling on the ground, with a notification of dying, and the sword that cuts the horizon starts paying tribute to his death, and the Seven Towers' true owner has unlocked a hidden strategy. Switching scenes to the outside of the tower, we see a news anchor is reporting on it. She reports that despite there being numerous attackers in front of the tower, it's been 2 weeks since it has been built, yet no one has been invited. And wonders if there will be a hero who will conquer it, and goes on to a random attacker, praising them that they look like a celebrity. She asks if they can interview him, and she questions if he thinks an attacker will appear today. He replies, it's not possible, and this tower is somehow related to a sword, though it's also true that the myth has not been revealed yet. As just as he starts to claim his ability to clear this tower, a message appears, informing them that the first floor has been cleared, which puts both him and everyone around him in shock. And another message that they will no longer have the qualification to enter the tower. They all get completely shocked as their broadcast also gets cut short. They all wonder on how is it possible, since even 2 weeks have not passed, even if it's just the first floor. The other guy wonders that perhaps the person had the right attribute and got a free pass, but since it's not the first tower, it cannot be a ranker. Making the only other possibility that perhaps it's the appearance of a monstrous rookie, and perhaps they can get an exclusive interview with him if they hurry up and get to the entrance. The anchor gets ready to go as well. As she is running towards the entrance, she ends up stepping on Jung Min. She's surprised and even more that he is sleeping. She gets scared since there was no one lying around a while ago, and wonders if she should try to wake him up, but she gets called out by her directors. As such, she ignores and runs off, while Jung Min is holding up in pain. Time passes and it gets evening, and Jung Min finally wakes up, realizing that he is outside of the tower. He quickly gets up, wondering if he cleared it. And suddenly he hears a voice, saying that he finally woke up and calls him a slowpoke since everyone left except for him, as he realizes that this voice, it's Eden. In surprise, Jung Min asks Eden if he could talk outside the tower, which he replies that it is possible. Confused by his answer, Eden clarifies that, precisely, there is only one person who can talk to him both outside and inside the tower. And that person being Jung Min. He is also shocked and asks for the reason. But Eden replies that he does not know, and even he would like to know as well, though Jung Min thought that Eden would knew everything since he is a part of the tower. That aside, Eden calls Jung Min's performance in the tower interesting. And Jung Min starts to think that just as inside the tower, he is going to be a nuisance around him here as well. Eden also tells him that as long as he is with Jung Min, he does not think he would be bored, hearing which Jung Min simply gets up, greets him and says his goodbye to him. Though Eden tells him that it is why he has decided to follow him, which shocks Jung Min, and Eden leaves telling him to keep up the good work. But Jung Min notices his body and that it's overflowing with mana. He quickly opens the stat window to check his stats, and his mana has increased 6 times, which gets him wondering if such quick growth is even possible. And upon checking his skills tab, he got a bunch of new skills as well, which gets him excited. Suddenly Eden speaks again and calls him a simpleton, though it scares Jung Min a little, and he asks Eden to give him a warning first, prompting Eden to call him a coward, though Jung Min hits back that anyone would be surprised if they suddenly hear air talk. Eden tells him that he did not just give him skills and to check his stat window, but he replies that he just did, and Eden lashes at him to do it again. As he opens his stat window, he gets shocked upon looking at it. It's the hero's mana skill, and looking at it, Jung Min gets excited, and Eden says that is the reaction he was hoping for. And Jung Min notes that limit on mana using actions have disappeared, and calls it a cheat talent. Excited, he says that it is not a time to be doing this, which confuses Eden. He tells Eden to simply follow him, as Eden asks on where is he going. We see him scanning his ID and arriving at some place, with Eden asking if he is going to train right after clearing the first floor. But he replies, no, he is here to check his combat level and also to test his new skills. Suddenly we see a pissed-looking guy, cursing. And Jung Min's hero's mana detects the use of mana, as he gets nervous as well. Suddenly an attack comes for him, which he dodges, though it turns out to be a soda can. The guy comes along, telling Jung Min that it's been a while, and asks Jung Min on what was he doing all this time, only to crawl out now. And Jung Min gets scared upon encountering him, Han Yugil. Yugil asks Jung Min to go for a round, and Jung Min starts to remember his previous beating from him, where Yugil mocked Jung Min for being nothing special even though he was scared before since Jung Min was a bit smart. With Yugil smirking and telling Jung Min to not snitch on him. Back to the present, Jung Min starts to get pissed, saying that he had no idea that they would meet here again. Yugil gets close to him, saying that he just want to beat him once, as Jung Min gets scared and words start to stutter in his mouth. He grabs Jung Min by the collar to punch him. But suddenly someone comes along asking who is the one fighting, and upon noticing their uniform, says that academy kids these days are quite wild. Yugil suddenly gets nervous, as he cannot let Choi Byung-jun notice him. As such he pushes away Jung Min, calling him lucky and telling him to be prepared for the next time. And goes on his way, while shouldering him. Jung Min starts to tremble a bit but holds back, as right now he wants to focus only on evaluation. Fast forward, Eden mocks him for being an outcast, and that he should have hit him in the head, and asking if he is letting him go just like it, and Jung Min replies that it's easy for him to say. The gate starts to open, and Jung Min decides to simply forget about people like him. As right now, evaluating his ability is his top priority. The system starts scanning Jung Min, and loads all of his information and welcomes him to the practical combat test room. The system asks him to choose the difficulty, and with a confident smirk on his face, he sets the difficulty to the lowest setting. which causes Eden to burst out laughing, and Jungmin gets embarrassed and says that they would adjust the difficulty based on his ability and magic anyways. It's important to go slowly. The system then analyzes his ability data and summons the lowest rank monster, Golbat, and gives Jungmin some weapons to choose from. Now to confirm his stats, he thinks the requirement should be the same as it was back then. And as for his weapon, he ends up choosing a sword. And after having it in his hand, he starts to feel his body being really light and wonders if it's due to his skill. Due to this, he gets confident and decides to check on how much has he changed since then. We see him easily slashing the Golbat, and the notification comes up that, since the record shortened, difficulty will be raised from lowest to low. He gets excited since the time was reduced to 29 seconds. But Eden sighs at him for getting excited over defeating a monster of that caliber and tells him to not let his guard down, which Jungmin agrees with. And just then, a huge beast comes right behind Jungmin. But he is not scared and faces the beast while saying that he should focus and go all the way this time. Outside, we see everyone is watching him, while Yugil wonders what is going on. Suddenly he notices Choi Bong-jun, the zero-generation attacker, the one who attacked and finished the Tower of God of Thunder, Zeus, and possessed 7 unique skills. Realizing that it's finally his chance to talk to him, he walks up, introduces himself and asks to learn from him while asking him to take a look at his sparring clips as well. But Bong-jun simply declines, calling it difficult, as he just discovered someone quite interesting. Yugil looks around, wondering who that person is that can catch Choi Bong-jun's attention, and gets surprised upon knowing that it's Jungmin. Outside, Bong-jun tries to contact Jungmin, asking if he can hear his voice. Though Jungmin in confusing simply replies, "Pardon," and Bong-jun takes it as the sign that he can hear him. Outside, Yugil is frustrated as he tries to get Bong-jun's attention away from Jungmin. And Jungmin asks, "Who are you?" to Bong-jun. Bong-jun calls him pretty interesting. And in the test room, we see him doing a survival test now for extreme cold, as this virtual room can control all 5 human senses, along with that you can even feel the pressure of death vividly. As such, most of the evaluates falls into extreme fear, but looking at Jungmin, Bong-jun is surprised, as he is not scared one bit. And that they usually try to evade and go for it, and wonders if Jungmin is fearless or just ignorant. And he decides to see for himself. He tells Jungmin to go further in, as he would be able to see his weakness then. Jungmin is confused, and wonders how would he go in further here. But he decides to follow it and rushes right into the attacking beast. He attacks with him with his sword, but notices that it's too shallow. But suddenly he notices some kind of glowing crystal on the beast, and that it's right on his nape, and wonders could it be the weakness. The beast attacks him, but he jumps away to dodge, and confirms that it is indeed his weakness. And he goes in once again to do a clean strike on his weakness, and finally defeats it, with his hunting time being for minutes and 50 seconds. Bong-jun also gets a bit excited after seeing it, and Yugil is in shock, wondering if it's really Jungmin. Hearing which, Bong-jun asks if he knows him. He hesitantly replies that he does. As Jungmin is coming out, Eden makes fun of him for being tired already, and tells him he did a good job for being a weakling, to which Jungmin wonders if it's a compliment or an insult. He wonders if it's due to the 2-year break that his growth seems slow. If he had prepared his body, he could have used immerse more freely, and would be able to use immersion with Eden as well. Though he smiles, and hopes that doing that, his arrogant personality also does not immerse with him. Suddenly Bong-jun calls him out, that he was watching him since earlier and compliments him for being pretty good, and upon seeing Jungmin use academy-style swordsmanship, he asks if he is an enrolled student there. Jungmin asks him, who is he, to which he replies, he is simply an academy official, and notices Yugil standing behind him as well. He replies that he did attend the academy, but he is on a leave of absence right now, and that the instructors did not teach him properly, which makes Bong-jun question if they are discriminating against student this openly. Hearing which, Yugil gets nervous, as Bong-jun realizes that the academy instructors are that kind of people, but says that it's good, and asks Jungmin if he could teach him then. Which shocks Yugil, and he wonders just why would he pick him. Bong-jun says, other than swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, or even spear techniques, he would teach him everything that he wants to learn. Which shocks Jungmin, as he asks if he would really do that. To which Jungmin wonders if this person is an all-master class. But he rejects the thought of him being one and declines his offer. Bong-jun replies that he does not seem to believe in him, but he would make him believe then. and that he would personally examine and determine what suits him best. And such starts to use one of his ability. As a notification pops to Jung-min that adventurer's eye is trying to look into his information, and that an outsider is trying to infiltrate the original author of the story. Bong Jun, after looking inside, arrives at some blank location as he starts to wonder what Jung-min got. And he gets surprised upon looking at something, and notes that there is nothing special about his magic and calls it rather impossible. And that it's his first time seeing someone like him, but it does not matter, since he will just dig in and throw him away. Once again, we see a message pop up that the adventurer's eye is trying to look into information. As for Jung-min, it starts to get hard to breathe, as he wonders on just what is he trying to do with him and calls it annoying, and that he needs to get him out of his body quickly. And then Jung-min's hero magic starts to protect him and retaliates against Bong Jun, which surprises Bong Jun, as he notices that his adventurer's eye is going back at him. And we see him getting pushed back while he smirks and calls Jung-min a very interesting kid. Jung-min also realizes that the person is actually someone known as the father of the adventures, Choi Bong Jun, while noting that his magic is much more powerful than he thought and calls him a monster. Bong Jun comes around and says, "Did you say your name was Han Jung-min?" And he replies, "Pardon." And Bong Jun gets down and suggests Jung-min to become his disciple, which surprises him, as it's very sudden for him. Behind them, Yu-gil is getting pissed, as it has always been like this. As for Yu-gil, he thinks that he works harder and is more skilled than Jung-min, yet he is the one who always gets the attention. And we see them both leaving, completely leaving Yu-gil alone and ignoring him. And now on to the next day, Jung-min is on his computer and wonders if he should be resting like this. We go back in time a bit and Bong Jun tells him that he is going to prepare something and he can rest in the meantime, since when the training starts, he would be begging for mercy. And even if he dies, the training won't stop, and he hopes what Jung-min gets what he means by that. Remembering that, Jung-min decides to rest and collect some more information. Suddenly, he sees a news that all the professors from the academy are fired, and wonders if it's because of Choi Bong Jun. Suddenly a notification pops up, informing him that original author has detected a piece of information inside the story. It surprises him as he wonders how does it connect to the original story. We see him looking at some sort of competition reward and Eden is surprised upon looking at that reward. In shock, Eden calls that it's bestium, which Jung-min remembers as well. It's a rare ore that appears in the Age of Destruction, and notices that it's also have been reproduced in reality. And it's supposed to be an ancient fragment, and also a proof of the existence of God itself. And even though the royal family values it highly and buys it every year, they have been able to gather only 30 kilograms of it. That's how precious this ore is supposed to be in the novel, though it does look like a rock. Eden lashes out upon hearing that, and wonders just what kind of person put it as a prize for a competition, and asks Jung-min if he does not know how precious it is, to which he thinks that of course he does, since he is the original author. Eden asks him if he knows how to make a potion, and he replies he does not, he has never been skilled in the potion stuff. Then Eden tells him that they will start the hell training today, and no matter what it takes, they will get the bestium. Which surprises Jung-min, as the competition starts only after a week, and Eden tells him that it is why he would be the one to die, not him. Which prompts Jung-min to call Eden a vicious person. Medicine, or in other words, potion, is an item for healing an injured person. They have good effect and easy to bring around as well. But enrolling in a potion mixing school is extremely difficult. It obviously would be hard, since even if you simply know how to make a low-class potion, all kinds of guilds will want to take you. At least that's what Jung-min knows of, but with a surprising twist, we see him creating his first potion already. He freaks out, as it worked on his first try already, and he ends up creating a substandard health-recovering potion. And after that day, Jung-min immersed himself as a low-class alchemist for 2 hours. And he thought that his head was going to explode from all the knowledge, and then he overhear people talking about there being a crazy lineup for this exam. Jung-min looks over and notices as well, son of Master, Reynold. He get depressed, as he thought all the craftsmen and above were prohibited from participating, yet all the heavyweights are here, since he thought they would not be interested in an unidentified mineral. Producers, when the adventurer brings different materials from the tower and dungeon, they are the one who make items using those materials. And the association has given the title of craftsman to only 30 of them, and even among them, they picked the 8 best craftsmen, and gave the title of master craftsman to them. All this makes him worried, as he hopes that he don't just get to go back home after coming all the way here. Eden starts to nag at him to read some book if he has time to worry about other people and to remember their goal, and getting tired from that, Jungmin decides to drink another potion. But Reynold calls him out and walks up to him, saying that he has never seen him before, and asks him about the potion he was drinking, and he replies, it's just something for treating fatigue. Reynold asks if it's effective, while being annoyed by the fact that he did not greet him even after seeing him. And judging by his looks, he observes that Jungmin does not belong to any group. He mocks Jungmin by saying that he thought they restricted craftsmen and above, but he did not know street dogs were allowed, which pisses Jungmin off. He gets called out and such walks away, while Jungmin is pissed and declares to Eden that he is going to win this, no matter what. And Eden is also pissed, telling him to kick his ass. Now at the start of the competition, the time is allocated is 2 hours, and they just have to pick a herb and make a potion. As soon as it starts, people rushes off to pick their ingredients, and as Reynold watches over them and calls them quite good despite being amateur, and also notices the expensive equipment they have installed, not that they don't have it in his home. He then notices Jungmin simply standing with his eyes closed. He looks at him and assumes that he is doing image training during contest, and mocks him for not getting herbs as soon as the contest starts, and while leaving he calls him loser, with whom he won't have to bother. Switching scenes, we see some gadgets and equipment being installed at some place. Gravity-controlling magic circle and mana-concentrating magic circle, as a lady tells someone that their apprentice is quite talented. As this design has more spells than most gyms, and she asks Bong Jun on who is this kid, and he replies that he is just someone who took a leave of absence from the academy. While thinking that someone like him was able to block his soul class skill, Adventurer's Eye, that means his ability is at least soul class or even above. Though he tells her that he is just trying to take care of someone who works hard, as this is why he is called the father of adventurers, which she sarcastically calls out as a speech. Suddenly he looks at the time, remembering that he had a business to attend to, and runs off while telling the girl to handle the rest of the stuff, which annoys her. Back to the contest, we see Jungmin using immersion. And this time he immerses himself in Arian Pepper, who was the direct apprentice of the greatest alchemist in the original story. She was not the brightest, but she was the best when it came to mana control. She knew exactly what she lacked, and read 100 books every day and filled her weakness. And finally, she was chosen to be a direct apprentice of the greatest alchemist. And she was able to inherit the knowledge of the ascendant from him. And now as he drinks the potion, which he claims will give him vast amount of knowledge. And afterwards, we see him falling into sort of library of books. As he wonders if he could absorb all of the information here. Suddenly a notification comes up that the level gap is too big. And his head starts to hurt, but his hero's mana comes in clutch and helps fill the mana deficiency. And we see him temporarily acquiring mastery over alchemy. Eden notices it and smiles, as he feels someone else's energy from him, which is way different from when the time he was learning alchemy, and that he cannot get used to his ability. And finally Jungmin succeeds, and he would have failed if he did not train last week. He now quickly goes over to get the herbs. But as he was busy in immersion, everyone else already took it away, as Eden wonders if he is too late, but suddenly he gets something and Eden asks if he got something good. But he replies, all he got is poisonous herbs, which annoys Eden, and he suggests to just make a strong poison then, since perhaps he could at least get a decent score if he could create a strong poison. But just then, he finds 2 ingredients that he could use. Seeing which he tells Eden that they would be fine, though Eden is not fully convinced. He quickly gathers them and goes on to his station to start making the potion. And that he needed ingredients with a strong effect anyways. And these poisonous herbs, each drop of their extract is a poison that can kill thousands of people. Though it's dangerous, he does not have a choice, just 1 drop of this, it's a deadly poison that can kill thousands of people. And such, he starts to use his skill to create the potion. Now the potion maker, master craftsman, Reynold is sitting up there observing the students. He notes that everyone is making ordinary health potion, made up of ready-made drugs, and for now, there is no one who can match his son. But he notices Jungmin, and calls him an idiot for not even knowing on how to use a machine, and mocks him for not knowing that he has to use machine since he only has limited time. But suddenly he notices something, and Jungmin is removing the mana surrounding the poison and is putting it in the purified water. Reynold notes that Jungmin is trying to refine the potion using mana, without using machine, and is even neutralizing the poison and increasing the beneficial effects. He wonders if it's even possible, though it is theoretically, but no one has ever succeeded and he wonders just who taught him that. But if his method fails, the poisonous effect will hugely increase, and not only this place, but a few miles of radius from this place will explode. And he is unable to believe that there is someone crazy like him, and decides to stop the contest and call the manager for it to stop it. But suddenly the crowd starts to clap and cheer, as the announcer says the soul class potion has appeared, and it was made by Jung Min. And Reynolds is shocked to see that Jung Min succeeded. His son, Reynald, is also in shock, as Jung Min has created a potion of fire. And due to all this his unique skills also improves, and the limit to its usage as well, while Jung Min says that it did not took him as much time as he thought. Suddenly, Reynald comes to him and grabs his collar in anger, claiming that there is no way that a newbie like him could create a soul class potion, and accuses Jung Min of hiding something. But his father comes and lashes out at him, asking him on what is he doing. He gets scared and his father angrily tells him that he is putting his face in shame and being embarrassing. He accuses Jung Min that he is committing a fraud to his father, and he replies that if he is saying that his eyes are knotted, and Reynald replies that it's not like that. Reynald looks at him with anger and he gets speechless and apologizes to his father, but his father tells him to apologize to Jung Min instead of him, which he does, and Jung Min forgives him. Reynald also apologizes for his son's behavior and says that he has been watching over Jung Min and that his mana production is amazing, and asks who is his teacher. But Jung Min replies that he is a self-taught person, which surprises them both. The announcer comes and asks Jung Min to get ready to stand on the podium now, and he leaves. And Reynald is surprised knowing that there was such a talent in this small country and a great young man to look forward to. He taps on his son's shoulder and tells him that he did well. And Reynald lifts his head up and declares that he would work even harder after returning to their country. Now the award ceremony is starting, with them preparing to hand out the award to the winner. And the award would be given to him by Choi Byung-jun, which surprises him as he could not believe at first. But Byung-jun comes holding his reward and asks him on why is here. Fast forward, and Jung Min has explained that he participated in the competition because of this rock, and Byung-jun is surprised by the fact that he can create potions as well, and asks if Jung Min has learned alchemy, to which he replies that he studied himself since he really need this rock, and Byung-jun praises him for not failing to surprise him, and that he had no idea that he could even make potions. He asks Jung Min if he joined a guild or something before becoming his disciple, and he replies that of course he did not, and while pointing at the rock, asks if this is what tempted him to join the competition. Jung Min tells him that it may look normal, but it's a precious ore, and he would be surprised as well, and asks Byung-jun that if he knows any forger, someone who is ranked higher than craftsman, but Byung-jun tells him that there is no way any craftsman will smelt this lump of rock to forge something, and Jung Min argues that it is not a rock and he can confirm it with his adventurer's eye. And Byung-jun asks if he is really telling him to use his unique skill for such a trivial thing, but Jung Min requests him to do so once. Though he still thinks it's a rock, he decides to check it anyways. As he is looking at it, the notification comes up saying that it's altering the information of the rock, and the amount of mana required for appraisal increases, and the rock's information is revealed. He is surprised to know that it's a soul-grade mineral and hide its owner as well, and thinks that even the competition organization only speculated that it's an unidentified mineral. And he starts to wonder on how did Jung Min knew about it, and that he would like to pry him. While Jung Min wonders on why he is not saying anything, though Byung-jun decides to simply watch over Jung Min for now and wonders how much will Jung Min grow. Byung-jun confirms if he needs a craftsman, and if so tells him to wait a month as he would leave it to a master craftsman, and Jung Min thanks him for it. And Byung-jun says that he thought he told him to take a break, and if he is bored, he should meet his friends or something, hearing which he gets speechless. Byung-jun gets up and takes his leave, telling him to have a good time since he would give him hell of a training, while for his friends, it has been a long time since Jung Min has contacted them apparently. And he wonders if he even has the right to contact them, and he has not even contacted them for the past 2 years. As he takes out his phone to contact, suddenly a call comes for him. And it's his friends, which freaks Jung Min out. While he wonders why is he contacting HM suddenly, he isn't ready, he ponders on what to do, since he cannot hang up either. But suddenly they both hear their phones ringing close by each other, and is surprised upon seeing each other at the same place. Fast forward, and they both get into a restaurant, and that they both did not expected each other to be in the same cafe. His friend is introduced as Kang Taemin, who is the best or second best in the academy. And ever since he enrolled in the academy, he has shown talents in all kind of things, especially in swordsmanship. Which is good enough to attack a class dungeon. Taemin asks Jung Min that the group chat went on fire when he told them that he was with him, though he replies that it's not something to be jealous of. Taemin informs him that Yuna will be here as well. As soon as she read the message, she rushed here, and Jung Min gets surprised that she is coming as well. Jung Min gets worried, thinking that she would be mad at him, as the reason he could endure the hard life in the academy was due to Yuna. Taemin informs him that she had a hard time after losing contact with Jung Min and asks Jung Min to tell Yuna how he has been doing. Suddenly Jung Min gets a notification, a quest, break the curse. He gets surprised that it's an Everton's curse and calls it bad omen, though he does not feel any murderous intention. Taemin calls him out, and Jung Min replies that he can feel it as well. As she is close by, Jung Min says that he feels familiar with the mana and it's coming their way. And we see it's Yuna, who says, it's been a while to Jung Min. It surprises them both, as Jung Min realizes that she is cursed. We go back to the past, as Jung Min overhears some students mocking him for securing first rank despite having no ability. And despite that he gave post-admission introductory speech, calling it shameful. As he walked by past them, the guy accuses Jung Min of hitting him while doing so. As such, the guy trips Jung Min and he falls down the stairs. As Jung Min is lying down silently, taking their insults, Yuna comes along, calling them out. And she tells them to apologize to him. As Jung Min looks at her from behind, while she defends him, telling them to shut their mouth if all they can do is talk behind back, and unlike trash like them, Jung Min is studying hard. The student lashes out at Yuna for calling them trash, but the other two tries to stop him since Yuna is the daughter of the Heavenly Mansion Guild's director. While she flips them and pisses them off more. She gives Jung Min her hand and asks him if he has eaten yet. She tells him that she won a bet against Taemin and asks Jung Min to come along with her to ask Taemin for a meal. And during Jung Min's hard time in the academy, she was his first friend. Both Kang Taemin and Chai Yuna were famous in the academy, but Jung Min was harassed due the second and first ranker of the practical exam hung out with a failure like him. And in the sparring, we see Yuna beating the crap out of a guy. Fighting was prohibited in class, hence they used to use regular exam and sparring sessions to stop others from harassing Jung Min. Back to the present, as they both stare at him, she asks if something is wrong. Taemin tells her that she does not look good, and she was not like that last time they met, but she replies, the doctor said that she is fine. Jung Min asks if she went somewhere or if anything happened recently. She answers that the academy was preparing for a dungeon tour and she went for preliminary inspection. It was only till the dungeon's entrance, so the professors went with them. Arriving in there, she notices it looks like any ordinary dungeon. Suddenly she notices some red liquid splattered over a rock and goes on to inspect. And as she touches, it reacts and starts swelling up. It starts to engulf her completely, though she quickly takes her hand off, and it completely disappears, while she wonders if it was an illusion, and that blood stain also disappeared. And she then gets called by the instructors and she leaves. They both it and she further explained that she thought it was some kind of illusion trap that they see in dungeon. And Taemin tells her that for just being an illusion and letting it pass, her mana is too twisted. She replies to not say such scary things and that she is really alright. But Jung Min also tells her that they cannot leave it like that, and he would check it himself. She still tries to decline her help since they just met again, but Jung Min replies that it would only take few seconds. Jung Min starts releasing his ability and it surprises both Taemin and Yuna. Taemin is surprised by his mana and wonders if it's healing light. Since the Everton organization is a demon-worshipping organization, they can also curse by borrowing the power of the demon. And in that case, Jung Min starts to fight back using divine powers by immersing himself into the lesser priestess, Esther. And luckily, since the curse isn't that strong, a lesser priestess would be enough for it. And like that, Jung Min starts with the cure. As he tells Yuna to hang on for a bit, while he pushes away the curse using his divine power. Yuna feels it as well, the energy that was suppressing her going away. They both in shock ask, on how did he do it, and he tells them to ask one at a time, and he apologizes for being able to do only something like this, despite them both helping him so much. They both get excited about his healing power, as they only heard rumors that it existed, and Jung Min replies that it's different each time, but Taemin shakes him violently in happiness, congratulating him for awakening, which he waited for so long. Yuna also gets teary, saying that she knew he could do it. She tries to get his autograph as she thinks he would be famous now, with Taemin tells him to have a party after graduation and asks him on when he is coming back to school, but Jungmin replies that he is going to drop out since he have a master now for special training. Shocked, they asks who is he, and he replies that there is a situation so he would tell them later while thinking that he cannot mention just who his master is. He once again apologizes for not keeping in contact with them, despite them both being his most precious friends. Yuna happily tells him that it's alright, and she is glad to know that he is doing fine, and Taemin is surprised about him dropping bombshells like this on them suddenly, and tells him to contact them every now and then. Jungmin gets happy as well, as he says he will, and that he is glad that they are both here with him. Fast forward, it gets night, as he crashes on his bed, all tired. As it's been a long time since he played this hard with his friends. A notification pops about his reward from completing the quest from before, and it's information about Everton. He opens the reward to check, and it tells him about a raid on the Academy dungeon field trip. And it's 15 days to go till the Everton launches their raid onto the Academy. Realizing the danger it would have on both of his friends, he thinks to call the professor, but he gets worried, since if he does so, Everton might find out about it. Though he calms himself down, as he simply needs to stop them, since it's an organization he created after all, and he have to take care of it, no matter what. Since he cannot let anyone get hurt because of him, especially Yuna and Taemin. And he cannot keep receiving help from them, as he declares that he is going to win in 15 days. Fast forward, and we see him arriving in the training faculty that Bong Jun created. He is completely shocked by it and calls it awesome. Though Bong Jun tells him to not shout or his ears are going to burst, while telling him to not be surprised since this is his training room. In shock, he wonders if it's possible to put such a state-of-the-art training room in a house's basement. It's even better than the academy. He also notices the 5th-generation virtual combat system and wonders in shock on how did it got here. As there is only one in the whole of Korea, and it's incredibly expensive, but Bong Jun tells him to not make a fuss as it was only 50 billion won. And though he is not a businessman, he does need to get his investment back, which confuses Jungmin, and Bong Jun asks if he has made up his mind, and pats him on the back to not feel too burdensome with it and just work hard like he always have. And he hands over something to Jungmin that they talked about last time, which shocks him. He checks it and it's refined bastium, which amplifies mana and can store extra mana as well. Looking at the necklace, he admires its craftsmanship, and Bong Jun tells him that all the forgers made a lot of fuss about where he got it from, and they begged him so much to sell it to them. With Jungmin replying that it's too precious and he was the owner of the mineral anyway. Now with all that aside, they get started with their lesson and Bong Jun instructs him to warm up his body in the training room first. Jungmin wonders on what he would be teaching him first, since he is the founder of academies teaching swordsmanship, spearmanship or magic. He gets a bunch of ideas. Suddenly the door behind him closes and the air circulation inside the room also stops. And the whole floor also starts to light up, with Jungmin wondering what is this. Bong Jun tells him that he was thinking a lot on what to teach him, and he probably learned all the theories in the academy already. But an adventurer needs real-life experience, as for this reason, he has contaminated the room. And due to which, Jungmin's hero's mana becomes very sensitive as the air starts to get forcefully contaminated. We see some kind of sticky things grabs onto Jungmin's legs. As such, he falls down on the floor and is unable to control his body, feeling like he is in a swamp. Suddenly he hears Bong Jun asking about the air condition, and saying that even with it being virtual reality, it will be hard to stand up in it, and tells him to get used to the pollution before going to a dungeon, so he should try holding on. While Bong Jun plans to reveal on what Jungmin is hiding. Inside the room, Jungmin is unable to breathe. He tries to get himself together and catch his breath slowly. He stands up a little, though he can barely breathe, and Bong Jun praises him as he stabilized quicker than he thought, but he tells him that it's only beginning as the dungeon ecosystem is completely different from real world. And that he must know that it's an environment which is very favorable to monsters. The air inside there isn't made just like that. And if someone were to die inside the dungeon, their corpse melts away, leaving only grudges, and that energy will contaminate the dungeon. Such a dungeon can stab someone's organs and even kill them. Bong Jun thinks that due to all this, Jungmin won't have the leisure to hide his ability. Jungmin starts to grasp for air. As the contamination grows, his body gets subjected to locomotory restrictions. Since the tower has auto-purification, he never faced contamination before, and the difficulty is not something he can withstand simply with persistence. though his hero's mana is protecting his organs from the energy, he would have been in a lot of trouble without it. His hero's mana also starts to grow due to continuous purification, and Jung-min starts to reach his limit. He reaches out to Bong Jun, and Bong Jun asks if he is having a hard time holding on, since 57 minutes is a lot, and tells him to come out now, while thinking that in the end he could not uncover his ability and compliments that staying inside without using it is pretty good. Jung-min replies, it's not that he is having a hard time, but asks if he could use his unique ability now, since he cannot hold on any longer. It shocks Bong Jun, as he lashes at him for being insane, which Jung-min takes the wrong way, as to not use his ability. But Bong Jun corrects him, that he purposely did not use them for an hour, and Jung-min realizes that he could use his abilities, and Bong Jun lashes at him to do so at once, and Jung-min laughs while saying that he should have told this at the start. He starts cursing Jung-min, the dungeon is not a joke. Eden laughs, and tells him that he held on pretty well, though it would not have been possible without his hero's mana. And says, isn't hero's mana on a different level? Which Jung-min agrees with. Divine energy is not the only thing that can oppose the devil. The high purity energy that the 7 heroes have, that is the hero's mana. We see a golden aura starts to surround Jung-min, and Bong Jun wonders if he is finally using his unique ability. Jung-min realizes that he can solve the contamination, and wonders which character he should use. Though he suddenly smiles, as he gets his answer. As such he immerses himself into the lesser priest, Esther. Jung-min's mana changes into divine energy, and a low-grade immersion no longer takes a toll on his body. The divine energy starts to heal his body, and the corrosion caused to his mana organs also starts to disappear. Bong Jun assumes that it's a spirit descent, if so he would lose consciousness while using this ability, but he hears him speaks and gets surprised. As he is still fully conscious, while wondering if he is not a spirit user, seeing his expression, Jung-min asks if something is wrong, but Bong Jun replies to go on with what he was doing. With a shocked face, he observes Jung-min, as he has never heard or seen something like this before, as he starts to wonder if Jung-min's potential surpasses even that of a soul class. Jung-min falls on the ground, 3 hours and 28 minutes, with Bong Jun saying that he brought him in as his student. However, he turned out to be a complete monster. Jung-min asks if it's a compliment, to which he replies, of course, though rather than that, admiration would be more suitable. He tells him to stop pretending and come out, or does he want a standing ovation for holding back to poop, which pisses Jung-min off. Bong Jun tells him that they will start swordsmanship training right away as well, which confuses Jung-min. With an annoyed expression, Bong Jun replies that he had to clock off work late due to him, as such he should train as much as he kept him late, starting with Jung-min getting beaten, though he replies that he only told him to hold off as long as he could. Not only that, but getting beating on top is unfair. But Bong Jun tells him that he has his reason, and we see Jung-min gets a thorough beating by him. Fast forward, Jung-min calls the training to be really effective, as his stats got improved quite much as well, and within that training room, he was also able to obtain the information on the dungeon the Academy is planning to visit. The field trip is said to be near the surroundings of the Shepherd of Light Tower. Fortunately the dungeon is classified with the lowest difficulty. And there will be personnel to guard the students. He starts to wonder if something will happen since the professor would be there as well. And in the last week, Jung-min has apparently prepared a lot to face the Everton. And thanks to Bong Jun, his physique also improved, and so did the speed of operating mana, due to which low-level immersion has no side effects anymore, and now he could even try intermediate level of immersion. Though it was a little, there was also slight improvement to alchemy, hence he created some intermediate potions and put them up for auction. From which, we see him earn quite a bit of money. He then goes on to an artifact department store, and is amazed upon looking at extremely rare class swords, which costs upwards of 3 billion won. From there he bought some high-quality equipment with the money he made selling potions. His swordsmanship skills also increases, as he is now able to practice it subconsciously, and the sword also starts to feel lighter to him, and with his bracelet, he could also hold his items, though he cannot use it right away. Having his ability improve is a good thing anyways. He acts all smug about his ability now, calling it quite difficult and lonely to have, and Eden gets annoyed, to the point wanting to steal all his skills. Suddenly he calls from Bong Jun, and he has called him to inform him something about the field trip. He tells Jung-min that the association has asked him a favor for the student's safety, so he has decided to go there as chief manager, which gets Jung-min thinking on why is Bong Jun going there as well. Despite there being multiple high-ranking professor, he asks Bong Jun that he would like to go as well, as he came to the realization that it would be extremely easy. Bong Jun asks why, and he replies that since he quit the academy believing him, he cannot hope to go to a dungeon until he get his attacker license, so he at least wanted to have a taste. Bong Jun lashes out that if he is blaming him for all that, he replies, it's not that, but his disciple should experience the dungeon at least once. It gets Bong Jun thinking that it's not bad to try to experience it. He has also reached a level where he can clear the lowest level dungeon alone. As such he agrees though tell him to stick by his side, which gets Jung-min excited, prompting Bong Jun to scold him that the dungeon is also an extension of his training. Now a week later, at night, Jung-min is texting someone. It's his friends, as he tells them that he will be seeing them tomorrow, which surprises them, as they ask if he is going to the dungeon too, and he does not reply. Now we switch scene to a hooded person, recalling about Yuna and that she definitely fell into his trap. As the reaction disappeared, he wonders what happened. Inside the room, we see bunch of same-looking guys sitting in a meeting, and they ask the person who is named number 10 if the preparations are ready. He replies that he has prepared the seeds again, and when they let their guards down during the lowest level dungeon, he would plant the seeds again. His boss tells him that he would have to pay for his failure with his death this time, which he keeps in his mind. They all raise their hands and tell number 10 to go. Seal in the face of failure, annihilation in the face of impossibility. Curse in the face of death, plant the seeds. All of it for Everton. Now onto to the next morning, we see Jung-min is waiting for his friends. Suddenly someone comes and taps on his shoulder from behind. And it's Sarin who greets Jung-min and asks him on what brings him here. Though he flips the questions and asks her if she is here for the field trip, and she replies she was selected due to receiving scholarship since she is his student after all. He chuckles and thinks, setting aside Yuna and Taemin, if something goes wrong, Sarin would be in danger as well. And just like that, his friends arrive as well. Taemin asks that he did said he was coming yesterday, but he thought he was joking and asks if Dropout can come as well, and Sarin questions Jung-min as she thought he was on leave. Taemin adds that he dropped out due to getting a teacher, and Sarin asks him, who is it? Suddenly they all notice in shock and amazement, Choi Bong Jun arriving. They all get excited, wondering if he would be going to dungeon with them, but Jung-min thinks that he has not told them yet. They all notice that he is walking towards them, and Jung-min gets embarrassed, due to not wanting attention, wondering if he should just go home. Bong Jun arrives, and tells Jung-min that he should greet him when he sees him, and asks him if he is pretending to not know his own master. As such, Jung-min tells everyone to greet him and introduces him as his master, leaving all of them speechless for a second. And shortly after they are shocked upon realization on knowing that Choi Bong Jun is his master. Sarin is completely star-struck by Bong Jun being Jung-min's master, and so is Taemin and Yuna, who both ask how did they meet and why did he kept a secret, respectively. Now fast forward and they are inside the dungeon, as the air is contaminated, Jung-min's hero's mana starts to purify it. Taemin tells Yuna that it's different from what she told them, and Sarin wonders if they lost the way. She replies that this place feels weird to her, and thinks to tell the professor about it as she thought they were going to the lowest level. They assume the dungeon level got changed, with Sarin saying that she wants to return as soon as possible. Behind them Yu-gil is pissed upon seeing Jung-min and wondering how he became Bong Jun's disciple. And why is he here despite being a dropout while expressing his hatred towards him? Few notification comes up, searching keyword, Night of the Scream in original work, and the original author of story activated, as Jung-min wonders if there was anything like that in the story. Suddenly he hears some sound and gets shocked. We see it's some ghosts, mumbling some words, as one of the professor gets scared and wonders what are those as they were in their examination they conducted, and Bong Jun tells everyone to calm down and split up. The ghosts completely surrounds them all. Seeing them, Jung-min remembers it. As everyone gets ready to fight, Jung-min shouts no, as he remembers how this episode goes. As such he tells Bong Jun to not attack them, no matter what. And he is confused by it, and questions him that this is a dungeon and those are evil spirits. Jung-min replies that he does realize their appearance is frightening, but they have not attacked them, they could have done so already if they wanted to. Bong Jun's adventurer's eye looks for truth, while he asks him, how can he be so sure? As Jung-min thinks, Obviously he does, since this is an episode that he wrote. But he makes an excuse to them, that he read a book before. They are not evil spirits for now. If they attack first, something bad will happen. One of the professor tells Bong Jun to not get swayed by a kid's words. But his adventurer's eye says that Jungmin is saying the truth. As such, he orders everyone to not attack them for now, and to stay alert until they attack themselves. Hearing which, everyone gets shocked. Yu-gil lashes out that everyone is uneasy about it, and if he took them in as his disciples as well. Bong Jun looks at him with an intimidating look and tells him that he would take complaints later. Yu-gil gets scared, but the head of swordsmanship department comes out, supporting Yu-gil, and tells Bong Jun that even if he supports his disciple, the safety of the students comes first. He also mocks Jungmin that he thought he was something extraordinary since he is his disciple, but turns out he is simply scared, though Jungmin replies that it's not due to that. Though it's hard for him to tell the reason, as long as they can appease their resentment, they can conquer this dungeon without hurting anyone. The professor asks, does that mean sending them to heaven? Which Jungmin replies, yes. The professor gets annoyed, calling him a funny brat, and asking does he really think he would believe him. Bong Jun steps in, telling them to calm down, and that there is more to dungeon than fighting. And that as they can see, the evil spirits are not attacking them. For now, they should find a way to conquer this dungeon, and tells the department head to calm down. Jungmin breathes a sigh of relief, as he finally got them to stop attacking. Department head puts his hand on his blade while saying he understands him. But his body is feeling very excited right now. As such, he heads right towards the ghosts. Jungmin tries to stop him, but to no avail. Jungmin realizes that it's messed up now, while the department head says that it ended so soon, and that he stopped him from doing something so simple, and would he had taken responsibility if the students got hurt. Jungmin is left terrified, lamenting that he should have stopped him by any means necessary. Bong Jun calls out the department head, asking him if he has forgotten on who is responsible for this dungeon, but he argues that if he really believes what this kid says. Yu-gil steps in with a quote, inside the dungeon, you must suspect everything and treat them as your enemy, which is something Bong Jun wrote in his book himself. Though Bong Jun scares him, asking him if he knows how leaders treat their members who does not follow orders. Suddenly notification pops up that there is a twist in the episode, hence the difficulty will be readjusted, while Jungmin thinks that it's not the time for this. As he realizes that it is about to start, while the difficulty gets raised to intermediate from low. Now the ghost starts to mumble about the death of their friends, while the students wonder on why Bong Jun is hesitant to attack, and he thinks that those ghosts don't know how to attack either. The fog also starts to get thicker, and Bong Jun asks Jungmin if they don't have to step in. And Jungmin replies that it's already too late. Now due to the wrong approach, the Night of Scream upgrades to the Night of Nightmare, as all the ghosts gets agitated and the resentments transforms into murderous intent. And all the ghosts also turns into evil spirits. Everyone starts to get scared. Yu-gil gets scared and falls down, wondering just what are those things. Suddenly the department head also gets on his knees, he seems to be choking. Bong Jun asks Sarin to move the department head into a corner, as it would be a problem if he dies. And he asks Jungmin if he can step in since they all have turned into evil spirits, but he replies that it won't work, and to let him do this. And that he knows about this dungeon. Bong Jun lashes out at him, asking if he is still not going to do anything, as they are even attacking people. Jungmin replies that if he attacks them here, all of them will enter significantly more malevolent beings and that he wants to protect his friends with his own strength, as he only ever received help from them, while he tells Bong Jun to please believe in him. Bong Jun ponders for a second, and agrees with Jungmin. And he gives him a ring, and tells him to equip it, otherwise he would interfere if he does not do it properly. Jungmin asks why is he doing this, and Bong Jun answers that he knows Jungmin is strong one pretending to be weak or something and he has to hold on to this roleplay. Jungmin chuckles, asking him where did he learn such a thing. Now since he said he would take care of this, but there is a huge chance he fails, since they have all already transformed, but he has to be the one to do this. Because he made those childrens that way. As those childrens were either abandoned by their parents or used as human shield in war, or lost their parents and died alone. And they have suffered enough pain already. Hence, he should not end this with a fight, as what they need is rest. He starts immersing himself into the heretic of the temple, Michelle Condor. A figure who spent her childhood under the care of the priests of a small temple. A figure who spent her childhood under the care of the priests of a small temple. After receiving a revelation from the Lightbringer, Jungmin starts to doubt if he could immerse himself into a higher level, and is not sure if he would succeed. Suddenly he sees message, "The Lightbringer has found you," and is wondering who Jungmin is. Lightbringer, Pina, and Jungmin did not expect to see her like this. As such, the Lightbringer also starts praying for Jungmin. Eden is also shocked seeing Pina and wonders why is she here, as not just his master, but now Pina as well. And he starts to wonder, just who is Jungmin? And thanks to Lightbringer, his immersion becomes easier, as he gets a cross in his hands, radiating in divine energy. And with that, he is successful in immersing himself in an intermediate character for the first time. And the illusion rings creates the appearance of Michael. And Jungmin also gets in perfect sync with the target, while Bong Jun notes in shock that it's the same ability that he used in his first lesson. But it's much more powerful than before, as he wonders on how did he got so strong in just a week. And with his power on display, Bong Jun once again labeled Jungmin as a monster. We see the spirits start to retreat as they are showered with divine energy, and everyone starts to wonder, what is this rain? Yuna, looking at Jungmin, sees him as a saint, and Sarin wonders, where did he came from? And Taemin considers it incredibly pretty. The night of screaming, even though the children became evil spirits because of the wrong approach. Originally, it was simply an episode that would have ended with the mournful memorialization of the dead children. As such, Jungmin takes it upon himself as the author of the story to save these children's. Yuna notices that the evil spirits are crying, and they also start to feel good and disappears. With that, the notification pops up informing about the clearance of his mission, and due to using power much stronger than his body could handle, Jungmin receives Backlash. And he gets a bunch more rewards, and many of his stats also increases. And the Lightbringer also declares that she would be watching Jungmin. Suddenly everyone comes around, worrying about Jungmin, and Bong Jun notes that it's expected since he released such kind of power in a short period of time, though he has never seen such power with such side effects. Jungmin starts to spit blood, and such Bong Jun says that they need to hurry and take him to the hospital, and asks his friends to request for recovery potions from the hospital. As they are helping Jungmin, suddenly someone attacks them from behind. But Bong Jun notices it coming, and immediately blocks the attack, while wondering who are these people. But the guy tells Bong Jun to hand over the 8th hero, if he does not want to die. Bong Jun sends the kids away and tells them to take care of him, and send him to the hospital as soon as possible. But the guy lashes out in hurry that he would not let any one of them leave this place alive. Bong Jun gets pissed, while telling them to not get in his way, as he has to go to the hospital right now. He grabs the guy by his head and bashes him on the ground. He tells the remaining guys, since he does not have much time, so come at him all at once. Fast forward, and we see Jungmin awakening at the hospital. And Bong Jun asks on how does he feel after sleeping for 3 days, but Jungmin asks about the dungeon and if everyone is alright. Bong Jun replies that some saints showed up and took care of it. He also pats him on the head, complimenting him on doing great, though he is worried that he might die early if he keeps using his skill recklessly. And he also have a bad news. Jungmin gets worried, thinking if it's about his friends. But it's actually about his parents, since he never told them about quitting academy. Bong Jun accidentally revealed it to them himself. Jungmin freaks out, and Bong Jun says that he should have told him in advance, and Jungmin gets worried that they would kill him after hearing that. Now fast forward, and we see him arriving at his family home, and that he never came here after taking a leave, making it almost 2 years. And he once again remembers what Bong Jun did, and gets annoyed at him. He also remembers the time when he enrolled in the academy as the top-ranking applicant. His parents hung a banner outside the village for him. But knowing what is done, he opens the door. He has his eyes closed, while thinking to bang his head on the floor and apologize to them. But much to his surprise, he receives a warm welcome from his parents. Fast forward, and they just finished eating, with him praising his mom's food as the best, and his mom says it was not enough and asks him if he wants some desserts as well. But he replies that he is going to throw up if he eats any more. His father gets on the topic, saying that not only did he simply take a leave of absence, but even quit it, and Jungmin prepares himself for his anger. But to his surprise, his father is only mildly annoyed, as he worked hard to enroll, but says that it was a good idea to quit since dungeons are quite dangerous. His mom tells him to find a normal and safe career, and informs him that a dungeon has also appeared near their home about 2 months ago, hence they are quite scared, and his father advises him to stay at home, since things are dangerous outside, hearing which shocks him, as it was around the same time when his novels were plagiarized. Jung-min goes outside to find the dungeon and starts to search for it. He uses the Academy's skill, detection, and his search range also gets doubled. He gets surprised by his own range and the amount of information he is able to get. Eden explains that it was the reward from his last quest, Enhance Mana System. He replies that he did not expect it to be this strong, as it almost feels like 1 kilometer, though for Eden that range is pretty low, and he tells him that he should be able to see the whole mountain. Finally, he is able to find the dungeon and it's a huge red gate. The notification asking him if he wants to enter, knowing its low difficulty, Jung-min says, it looks quite scary for it to be low. Switching scenes to Adventurers Association, Forensic Department. The doctor explains that they spent a lot of time examining the body yesterday as well, and asks Bong Jun if he is looking for something specific. He replies that it's quite frustrating since there is no information except the mark. He cannot even guess where these guys come from. Bong Jun tries to remember on what he said before, and wonders who was he referring to from 8 Hero. Eden asked Jung-min on why is he hesitating on entering a low-level dungeon, and tell him to not be scared and get in already, but Jung-min wonders if he should inform the association, and Eden asks, what if dungeon break happens in the meantime? He still hesitates on what if the difficulty increases like last time, but he gets a disappointing message. Noting the gold message window, he realizes that it's the light bringer, but she tells him to call her Pina instead. Eden tells her to not interfere, and Pina replies that he is still rude as ever. While Jung-min is surprised to know that he can talk to other heroes besides Eden as well, and assumes that perhaps there was some connection between them during the last quest. Pina motivates him, and tells him that he is the one who helped the young souls to move on. She believes in him that he can do it, as such he finally decides to accept the invite to dungeon. The dungeon welcomes him, and starts to look through his past memories in order to create the trial, and that the place suited for Jung-min gets created. Suddenly we see Jung-min in his bed, and his phone ringing. He goes back to sleep, after shutting off the alarm, but wakes up suddenly, wondering why is he lying down. As he was sure that he entered the dungeon, he looks around and finds his stuff, wondering if he went back in time. Suddenly as the dungeon is going through his memories, the scene changes again. He notes that it is the Academy training ground, and is confused on what he should be doing. Suddenly he sees someone crashing towards him. Upon a closer look, he realizes that it's none other than him. He wonders if the dungeon is showing him scenes that happened during the month-end assignment. We see his past self is getting stepped on and beaten by someone. The person mocks him, asking if he is done already and calls him weak, which is not any fun for him. It makes Jung-min wonder on why is it showing him this situation. Now we see students walking by, again making fun of him, that the professors would praise him for taking out a trash of the academy, instead of scolding him. Once again as he turns his head, he sees the message from the academy that he would be expelled automatically if he exceeds his 4 days of permitted leave of absence. He starts to get scared, getting thoughts that he thought he was good to go. He clenches his fist, and the dungeon detects his fear, and brings the person he feared the most back. Suddenly he hears someone call him weakling from behind. And his trial initiates, and he realizes that the path of choices was something like this, while Yugil greets him sarcastically, that it's an honor for him to spar against the top ranker of the written exams. Jung-min starts to tremble, as the reason they projected his past was to have Yugil fight him again. He gets overtaken by fear, while saying, even if he has gotten stronger, this is still too much. He hears his taunts to him, and Jung-min tries to convince himself that he does not need to be scared, as he is simply an illusion. He tries to calm himself down, as Yugil is from 2 years ago, and he is strong enough that he can win against him now. As soon as it begins, Yugil goes for an overhead strike, which Jung-min blocks. Yugil is slightly surprised on Jung-min blocking his attack and seemingly growing a spine, while Jung-min observes that he still attacks head-on like always. Yugil mocks him, that learning that won't do anything, but Jung-min calls him an idiot for that. And that he is glad he is the same Yugil he knew, as such he can beat him without any hesitation, and with that Jung-min uses immersion. But it fails, and a notification comes up saying that immersion is restricted, which fills him with shock and fear. Yugil kicks him right in the gut, as he goes crashing onto the wall, mocking him for saying that he can beat him. He starts to chuckle with an evil grin on his face, that he is going to play a lot with him. We see him using various skill and beating the crap out of Jung-min. While Jung-min gets almost knocked out, and he again mocks him, calling him a pipsqueak and asking if he is already done. He starts beating an already down Jung-min, while berating him that things are only beginning, telling him to get up already since it's no fun like that. Eden gets frustrated while watching and notices that Jung-min is not like his usual self, and that he is letting a low life like Yu-gil beat him. He is not the same Jung-min that he is used to know. While Jung-min goes on self-loathing, that in the end everything is still the same things are happening again, and that he is nothing without his unique skill. Wondering would he ever be able to overcome him. Suddenly Eden speaks up and asks him, on what is he doing? Saying that he is quite ashamed of him, he did not knew that he was the type to give up so easily. He asks him, where did the guy went, who came back from death in his tower, or is it just his trauma? And that it's surprising that he is crawling like that after only taking a couple of hits, even though it's an illusion, yet he is crawling like that. But Jung-min tells him to shut up, since it's not easy for him, he doesn't know, but he does consider Eden to be right with his words. It's because he hated himself for conforming to reality, hence he created Eden, the hero, who never gives up, and it was because Jung-min wanted to be like him. Suddenly Jung-min shouts Eden's name and tries to stand up, while he tells him to shut up as he is going to end it soon. Yu-gil once again tries belittle him, asking if he has finally gone mad, and jumps on him immediately to attack. But Jung-min counters with a hit right on his chin, which sends him flying. Jung-min realizes that he has gotten better, but there is a problem, while Eden, who is watching him, says that he is finally woken up. And Jung-min replies, he is, and he is finally in his right mind as well. Yu-gil gets up as well, all pissed from that attack. He trash talks that if he really think he can handle him just because he was playing with him a little, and that he would make him crawl out of this ring. Yu-gil uses his stealth sprint and disappears, and Jung-min is not able to detect him and takes a few hits. He is pushed back a bit and starts panting as he could not detect his presence at all. Suddenly Yu-gil appears right beside him and tries to agitate him by saying that he should try to hit him again while disappearing again. But Jung-min closes his eyes and uses Academy's skill, detection, to detect his presence. As the effect of his skill increases due to his enhanced mana system passive, Jung-min is able to react and block his attack. Yu-gil gets shocked and backs off, while thinking on how his attack is ineffective against a weakling like him. He charges head-on again, while Jung-min notes that if he tried this thing against him 2 years back, it would have worked. But right now it's different, as Jung-min's eyes are able to completely observe Yu-gil's movements. As such, he is easily able to fend off his attacks, prompting Yu-gil to ask, just who is he? And in the middle of their swords clashing, Yu-gil notices something. And it's a strong energy he starts to feel from someone he called a weakling. As he gets agitated, Jung-min is able to overcome his defense and lands a heave strike on him. And with that attack, Yu-gil falls down on the ground, grunting in pain. As Jung-min stands over him, Yu-gil in shock asks him, what is he, and where did he got all this strength from? But Jung-min replies that it's quite simple, he is not afraid of him anymore, and a notification pops up, informing him that from now on, and Yu-gil will be afraid of him subconsciously, and the dungeon path of choices is also successfully cleared. Fast forward, and Jung-min is leaving with his parents telling him to come visit them often or they may forget his face. Though for Jung-min it was a great trip, since he got to beat the crap out of Yu-gil. Things indeed did go well for him, as he was able to stop the dungeon break as well. He checks upon the rewards he received from the Path of Choices, and it's actually his own novel book. It's the setting for Age of Destruction novel. But he is unable to access it since he does not have the qualification for it yet, which annoys him as he is the author, but with this he would be able to read his book again, which will help him in case he cannot remember content. Suddenly Yuna comes up behind him, asking on what is this and why is he staring at a black screen. He gets scared by her sudden appearance and says that she should have been in the academy right now. She replies that she has dropped out as well, which shocks Jung-min as he calls her crazy. She gets annoyed as to why is he mad if she is the one who dropped out, but Jung-min tries to reason with her that she could have gained many benefits and she was doing quite good as well. Taemin comes around and asks them on why are they fighting. Seeing him, Jung-min realizes that he has dropped out as well. He asks him for the reason as well, but Yuna tells them it's really cool since now they can study and prepare together for the adventurer test. And she also informs Jung-min that Mr. has said they can use training room as well, while Jung-min tells her to call him master instead or he will scold her, but she replies that he has said himself that anything is fine. Taemin also calls him a nice person and tells Jung-min that he is misunderstanding him, as he also allowed them to plan their own training, with Yuna chiming in that he also praised them for having a robust foundation, and it all anger pisses Jung-min off, but Taemin tells him to calm down, as they would be able to train together from now on. But he asks them, where is his master anyways? We switch to Adventurers Association, Forensic Department, and Bong Jun gets a call that they have found another person drawing a magic circle. Bong Jun notes that there are a lot of them, and he gets informed that they were also mumbling about the advent of devil, and there are too many of them to just ignore as a minor cult. Upon noting the magic circle, Bong Jun remembers that it's the same symbol that was engraved on the body of the person who attacked them in dungeon. And these symbols are all around the city. Along with that, the 8 hero and the devil. Right after the 7 new towers showed up, a group of people related to devil showed up, and he starts to wonder if it's all connected, and he tells his subordinate to continue investigating, and he himself starts to look into it as well. Back to Jung-min, who is roaming around in the artifact department store, looking to buy some new equipment from the money he got from selling potions. Suddenly someone calls out his name, and it's the person who offered him the position of analyst in the academy, and he congratulates him upon hearing about his recent awakening. Young-min greets him as well, knowing that Yuna must have informed him. Jiwan, being formal, tells him that he seems to be taking good care of Yuna, which he replies, that it's him who is being taken care of, thinking that he cannot get used to this. Jiwan offers Jung-min to join their guild after both him and Yuna get their license, but he declines and apologizes, as he would feel pressured joining a place related to his friend. Jiwan replies, if that is how it is, there is nothing he can do, and Jung-min quickly takes his leave, saying that he got stuff to do. Eden makes fun of Jung-min, asking what kind of potential did that guy see in him to scout him, and Jung-min replies, it's because he is a genius. Now back to Jiwan, we see him lying on the ground from shock, that his unique skill, Eye of Truth, could not even get close to him, as he was bounced off before he could even judge his skills. He remembers that it was not that hard back at the gym, and wonders if Bong Jun knew about this. The strong energy that emanates from Jung-min. Noting that things would start to change really quick, and he needs to get close to Jung-min, no matter what. Back to Jung-min, who is pretending to be on call, while talking with Pina, as she is telling him that he bought too many and won't be able to use it all, to which he replies he did not, and it would be useful when they get in a dungeon. He is simply getting ready. Suddenly he gets an alert that the original author has detected an object with Everton's energy. Noting it's them again, he wonders what are they up to now, and now he has to use detection in the alley now. He goes to some other place and start to use his skill. Again, he uses the detection skill, and this time his range gets doubled. Firstly, he searches the inside of the departmental store, and he finds an object with a mark of the follower inside basement 1. He zooms in, and finds it near the fire extinguisher. He quickly arrives at the spot, and wonders if this is the mark of Everton. Eden asks how does he know about Everton's mark, and Jung-min realizes his mess up and makes an excuse that he saw it in a book. Though Eden says he does not remember, but Pina barges in, as it's not the time for that, and tells Jung-min that she will teach him to make holy water since he knows how to use divine power. But Jung-min already know how to make it. Everton's magic circle are mostly for summoning a devil, and the magic circle can easily be erased by holy water. Unfortunately, there is emergency water in his dimensional bracelet. He finds it great that he is able to create holy water without using immersion, and as he rubs off the mark with it, it disappears. He gets relieved upon seeing it disappear. But to be careful, he checks if there are any more magic circles in this place. Suddenly, while checking, we see a lot of them popping up, shocking Jung-min. With a total number of 172, he is completely shocked as it's the amount of magic circles in just the radius of 1 kilometer. Which makes him wonder in fear on how many magic circles would there be in the entire city then. At the base of Everton, they get to know that someone is erasing their magic circle all on their own, and the one of them suggests to stop him. The guy wonders if whom he met was the 8 hero. The 8 hero will be a big hindrance to their plan, and they should remove him from the equation before it gets too late, which turned out to be completely true. And judging by how quickly he removed them, he must be using divine power. It's right to eradicate him before it's too late, though right now, they cannot even get close to him. The guy starts to get annoyed, and one of them asks to give him order and he will take care of him. But the person replies that there is no need for a useless sacrifice, as it's impossible to erase all the magic circles by himself, and if the seed is in of danger of getting removed, the Apostle of God will react to the magic circle and protect the seed. Back to Jung Min, whose back starts to hurt after erasing a lot of magic circles, and since there are magic circles, he assumes there must be seed as well, though he is unable to find nor he could erase all the magic circles. To summon a demon, magic circles and the seed are required. If the seed is planted on a human vessel with mana, the demon will be born in that seed. But the problem being it's not easy to find, the divine power should be able to find it, and such he asks his master for help and also find the person with the seed. Suddenly he hears someone call him out. And it's Sarin, who asks him on how is he doing. And when was he discharged, he replies not long ago, and asks how did she knew he was here. She replies, she saw from outside. She offers him to buy a drink to commemorate this, but Jung Min declines since he have to leave soon. Suddenly he hears 2 heartbeats, and gets shocked. He again feels abnormal flow of mana, making him remember the time with Yuna. He asks Sarin to borrow her hand to check something. But just as they touch a little, she gets shocked. She wonders if it was electric discharge, but Jung Min finds it as she reacted to the divine power. He wonders, when did it even happen, and think perhaps it was in the last dungeon visit, which means there was enough time for the seed to stabilize as well. But fortunately it's not complete, it has not stuck on her mana core yet, so it's possible to remove it. He smirks, thinking that it would be easier than he expected, and it would have been difficult if a demon was already summoned. He starts to chuckle, prompting Sarin to ask if it's funny she got hurt, but he calls out her name and she responds. He tells her to get hurt once more, he would buy her something delicious in return, and Sarin asks on what is he planning to do. And before the seed stabilizes further, Jung Min decides to end it right here, and immerses himself into Michael Condor. Suddenly a red-haired guy appears, saying it won't do. The window and the wall of where they were sitting gets completely destroyed. Eden wonders what is going on, and Pina asks if he is alright, to which he replies he is. He asks the guy for his identity, as the timing couldn't be worse. But the red-haired instead asks if he again interfering with their plan. He attacks him immediately, telling Jung Min to die. They are both in shock, as he is incredibly fast, but suddenly he gets struck by an attack. And it's Bong Jun, who sends him flying away. Jung Min is shocked to see him, and Bong Jun is pissed, as he angrily tells him on how dare he mess with his student. Jung Min asks on when did he arrive and he replies, his work finished earlier, and asks if he is hurt anywhere. He replies, he is fine, and Bong Jun orders him to go hide in someplace safe, he would take care of this guy. The red-haired guy laughs upon hearing that. He calls Bong Jun's hit quite hard as ordinary class would have died from it, and says it's quite annoying that he is helping him again. Bong Jun is surprised by the fact he is still alive, as his neck should have been broken. The guy introduces himself as the apostle, Amol, who serves Satan. Bong Jun asks if he is one of those demon fanatics. Amol replies, to not think of him as anyone ordinary, as he is an apostle who has received blessing from his great God, and unlike his God answers to prayers. He smirks saying that the time is up, and it's time to start the party, as the magic circle starts to glow. Jung Min notices as all the magic circles prepared in advance gets activated. Bong Jun wonders what is going on, and Jung Min is surprised that there were still so many magic circles left. Knowing that he is simply wasting time, he should at least remove the seed. But he suddenly notes that Sarin has disappeared from behind him. He wonders where is she, and is shocked upon seeing it. We see Sarin is captured by Amol, as he asks Jung Min if he knows what demons like the most. It is fear, a human's fear that is. Outside, civilians also notes the red sky and wonders what is happening. We see the red pillar forms together to create a sphere, and a hole starts to open. We see it some dark purple hole and suddenly some black miasma starts to rise from the civilians. They start to scream in pain as their soul starts to get sucked into that hole. Jung Min notes that it's taking souls from people without mana, and Sarin is going to become a demon if all the souls are absorbed into her. He realizes that he needs to get rid of the seed as soon as possible, but Amol tells him to not try anything stupid. As it's too late already, everything is already done and ready. There is nothing he can do anymore, soon a demon will descend into this world. As the soul gets absorbed into Sarin, we see a huge amount of power erupting behind Amol. But Bong Jun lashes out at him, asking what the hell is he saying, and how can he be so stupid even after aging that much? Asking if he has read some nerdy novel, which is actually Jung Min's. Amol smirks, saying that it seems Bong Jun is quite eager to meet his death and he immediately attacks him, telling him to fight back with all he got. But Bong Jun replies that he would not be needing that and blocks his attack. Jung Min gets pushed back from the shockwave and notes that his master was able to get him away from Sarin. He can use this moment to get rid of the seed inside of her. But suddenly he notices a scent, and a dark purple aura emerges right behind him. He is struck with fear as a shadowy figure appears behind him. A demon appeared before Eden and the heroes, and the air around them reeked of decaying corpses and blood. It's the same as the first time he described the demon's first appearance. He turns his head back to look, and is shocked, as Sarin has transformed into a demon. He blames himself due to his novel, and asks Sarin if she could recognize him. She looks at him with a blank stare, and asks him, who is he, making Jung Min despair. Demon's voice was otherworldly. It sounded like two metals scratching each other, as even her voice is same as Jung Min described in his novel, and he starts to wonder if this situation is really irreducible. But there is no way to save a human who has transformed into a demon. And if he doesn't stop her here, more people will die. Troubled by his choices, Jung Min gets frustrated. He then uses his immersion, which shocks the demon, as a huge hand appears and traps the demon inside a cage. And Jung Min uses his power and chants that he judges her in the name of God. As the demon starts to scream in pain and agony, and Jung Min's divine spell starts to destroy the demon that is encroaching Sarin's body, Jung Min starts to get a bloody nose and tears from hurting his friend, knowing that it's the only way to stop the demon. But suddenly he sees her coming out of it without any visible damage. And she gets back up, quite pissed at Jung Min. She immediately rushes to attack Jung Min, asking what the hell has he done to her. Jung Min is in shock as his divine spell did not work on her, while Bong Jun notices their battle as well. He gets worried about that explosion, but at the same time Amol attacks him while being quite annoyed at Bong Jun for looking away from him in the middle of their fight. But Bong Jun charges up a kick and aims right for Amol's face, while saying that he needs to go to his student. He smashes Amol right into the ground, while telling him to hurry up and die. Thinking that he finished him off, he looks away and tries to leave, but to his shock, Amol grabs onto his leg, asking where is he going. Back to Jung Min and that demon, we see him lying on the ground. He starts to tremble as he has used the best of his ability already. He gets frustrated at himself for being so weak, and that if he had power, he could have saved Sarin. And also would have been able to save the civilians. He falls into a spiral of despair, thinking to himself that he never should have written this novel in the first place. He starts to cry and begs Sarin to come back. Suddenly he hears Sarin calling him out as boss once again. He looks up, thinking that her soul should have been destroyed entirely when she became a demon, but we see there is still some of her left as she starts to cry from one part while calling out to Jung Min, and tells him that she is scared and asks him to save her. Inside the demon, we see Sarin's consciousness as she is not able to breathe and wonders where is she, remembering that she was at the cafe just a moment ago. She also remember when Amol attacked them, but nothing after that. Suddenly she hears some scared voices, asking to save them. She looks behind herself, and is terrified of the scene. We see many civilians trapped in cages, asking to be saved. Seeing the scene, Sarin thinks that perhaps she is in hell. She gets up to try and save them, but suddenly a demonic hand comes up behind her. She sees the hand picking up the civilians, and she wonders, what is that thing? The people starts to scream for help. Sarin then uses her unique ability to try and save them. The attack reaches the demonic hand and it lets go of everyone. Knowing that her attack works, she quickly tries to prepare for the next one, but she gets struck by an attack right on her back. She gets sent crashing down from it and gets quite a bit of damage at her back. She starts to cry from the pain and wonders what can she do now. The demonic hand again comes for her, and she accepts her fate and closes her eyes. But suddenly we hear the chants of Jung Min. And like that, a smite of divine energy comes down and strikes the demonic hand. We hear screams from the demonic hand as it retreats back, while Sarin wonders on how the attack stopped. She faintly starts to hear a voice, telling her to come back. And a figure of Jung Min appears, breaking the shell of darkness, as she remembers his voice. She reaches out her hand to him, saying that it's too cold and scary here, and there are many more people caged here, she cannot save them alone. And with a pleading cry, she asks him to save both her and all the people caged here. Jung Min wonders how does she still have consciousness. As the souls behind her screams to save them, Jung Min notes that his novel did not have anything like this, and wonders if he missed something. The demon gets pissed, saying how dare Jung Min interrupt her meal, but Sarin tries to resist, telling her to go away. Jung Min notes a golden mark on the demon's hand. And he realizes that it's divine power, and thinks back when he tried to touch Sarin, and that perhaps a part of the divine power stayed in her body and stopped Sarin from perishing completely. And the attack Jungmin did before woke up Sarin's consciousness. Noting that it's his chance, he once again tries to immerse into Michael Condor. But his immersion fails due to insufficient mana, and the demon notes it, while saying that he cannot stop her anymore. Sarin shouts Jungmin's name, and the mark also starts to fade away slowly, while Jungmin gets frustrated once again on his powerlessness. Suddenly the Shepherd of Light of the Seven Heroes lends Jungmin her powers and his mana starts to recover. Jungmin wonders why Pina is doing this, but regardless it's good enough for him. He once again uses immersion on Michael Condor. And once again he attacks the demon with chanting, "Evil spirit, I judge you by the name of God," and see a beam of divine light goes straight towards the demon. The demon gets hit by it directly and screams in pain and agony, and the soul starts to pour out of her body. And Jungmin notes that Sarin's memory is also pouring out and it starts to devour him as well. Suddenly Jungmin wakes up at another place, and notes that it's the soul prison inside Sarin's unconsciousness. He looks behind her, and finds Sarin hanging by some kind of hand. He runs towards her, shouting her name and telling her to wake up, and she starts to open her eyes, recognizing Jungmin. They both tries to reach to each other, and Jungmin jumps up. In the middle of the air, they finally reach and grab each other's hands, and Jungmin's divine power activates. The light from his divine power starts to shine brightly. And once again another smite of divine light strikes the demon, as Sarin starts to come out of its back. The demon screams in pain, shouting and asking Jungmin on what has he done to her. All the souls inside of her also pours out and Sarin completely gets free and falls on the ground, unconscious. Jungmin notes that it worked, and the people's soul will now return to their bodies as well. He runs towards Sarin to check how she's doing, and upon checking, he gets relieved that she is alive. And now the only thing left is that ugly red ball of mass, which looks more disgusting than Jungmin thought. The demon breaks down mentally, and screams at Jungmin to give back his body. It immediately tries to attack Jungmin and devour him. And as he closes his eyes for the impact, suddenly an attack comes through and hits right on the demon. Jungmin opens his eyes and sees that it's Yuna. As she looks back at Jungmin and asks if he is okay and hopes that she is not too late. In surprise, Jungmin asks her on how did she got here. She replies that she saw people gather here and ran after them, and then she asks about the situation. She then notes Sarin lying on the ground, and asks why is she fainted there. Suddenly the monster gets up again and attacks Yuna. Jungmin shouts at her to be careful and she reacts immediately. She then uses her ability, Dimension Interference, Singularity Transformation, Property Transformation, Wave Interference, Coordinate Set, and a magic circle appears on the demon. She then commands, Split in half, and the demon gets split in half from some sort of mana beam. As she thinks he is finally done for, but notes in shock. As she hears the demon laughing and regenerating, and Yuna wonders on how it is not dead yet. Jungmin notes that it's recovering using mana, as such they would need a power that can override its recovery rate, and wonders who can do such a thing. The demon says it's not enough and searches for a body to latch onto. He finds Amol and attacks him from behind, shouting at him to give his body. The demon devours him completely. Bong Jun, watching it, comments, "What a lunatic," as he killed his own kind, and asks him on what is he planning to do. As it stands in front of Bong Jun, he notes that he is at least 20 meters tall. But for him it doesn't matter, as he says the bigger he is, the more satisfying it would be for him. As such, Bong Jun prepares to destroy it in a single blow as he uses his lightning-type mana which he inherited from God of Thunder, Zeus. The demon gets elated upon seeing his lightning magic, and prepares to eat it, and Bong Jun prepares a huge lightning ball to attack while telling him to do it if he can. The demon tries to attack Bong Jun, while he tells him to bring it on. And he launches his lightning spear straight onto the demon. It creates a huge sphere of electricity, as both Yuna and Jungmin braces from incoming shockwave. Jungmin, it's as expected of his master, he is amazing, but if things go south, it would only become a nutritious snack for him, which is exactly what happens, as the demon asks if this is all he got. He attacks Bong Jun again, to eat the rest of his mana. But suddenly his attack starts to disappear by itself. Bong Jun notices that he is actually self-destructing. While Jungmin notes that his master's attack actually worked and notes that if he can just add explosive mana to that, as such he calls out to Yuna. and asks her if she can use her strongest fire-type spell. She replies, she can, but why? Jung-min tells her that he got an idea, and to launch a big attack on his signal. Hearing which she immediately gets ready and completes her computation for the spell. Jung-min is shocked with her calculation speed, but then again she is a top student at the academy after all. Jung-min gets ready as well, as he searches for the best skill from the Age of Destruction. The system searches for the skills among many others and finds a result, and sends it directly to Jung-min's mind. He feels a strange sensation, as the skill was transferred to his brain with concrete details. And it's a formula Michael dared to try, Harmony of Power. It's the best skill he can perform with 30% divine power left in his body. There is also a high chance of him dying, but he has done preparing. He signals Yuna to attack, and she immediately does so. She also warns Bong Jun to move out of the way. And we see her using explosion, going through multiple magic circles towards the demon. After getting hit by the spell, the demon screams in pain and gets enveloped in fire. Now Jung-min starts his chant, to purify the soul of greed, thou shalt be sanctified, and uses a spell called Sanctification, and a huge beam of divine light rains down on the demon from above. We see the demon burning away with both the fire and divine spell, and Yuna wonders what kind of skill is that, as she has never seen anything like that. As the demon starts to disappear, with his final words being that he doesn't want to die, the notification pops up about the seed of curse being purified and the demon's mind being destroyed, and Jung-min's immersion also getting shut down forcefully due to insufficient power. Bong Jun is in shock as well, as Jung-min was able to imbue his mana with divine power. He suddenly remembers the last time he used this much power and turns around quickly thinking that his condition would be critical. But we see he is standing completely fine. Bong Jun runs towards him and asks why is he okay and if he is hurt somewhere. Jung-min is surprised as well, as he used big move 3 times yet there is no penalty, and Yuna asks Bong Jun on what is this about and he replies that it's nothing. But suddenly in the midst of all this, he notices something. As we see Jung-min is starting to fade away, while he shouts about his master. Seeing which, both Yuna and Bong Jun get shocked, as they shout his name in worry. Upon seeing Jung-min's attack, Eden is shocked that he combined his mana with divine power as that is Pina's skill. And upon observing, Eden notes that he seems quite familiar with the skill for it to be a mere coincidence. He knew Jung-min was special in the beginning, but he did not expect him to successfully turn the demon back into a human. Though he would be dying soon, as he used power far beyond his limit, and calls Jung-min an idiot for doing so. Eden simply accepts Jung-min's fate and says it was fun while it lasted. But suddenly he notices Jung-min talking to Bong Jun and being completely fine, which once again shocks Eden as he wonders on how is he still alive. Eden calls out to Pina and asks if she saved him, and if she did, why so. She asks Eden if he was going to let him die. Since he used ultimate skill 3 times, he was on the verge of dying. Eden replies that he asked her on why did she help him. She simply gives reason that she thought Eden would like it as well, but he gets annoyed at that, asking what the hell is she saying. But Pina tells him that he would know once he send him to the 2nd floor. Eden gets pissed and tells Pina that she is crossing the line. She stays silent and does not say anything, but Eden tells her to leave it and never mention it again, but Pina again says that she knows that Eden is still concerned about it. Eden once again tells her to stop it. Pina tells him that he knows that it was them who made the difficulty of the 1st floor of tower insurmountable, to keep the 2nd floor off the limits. But Jung-min was able to clear such a floor, while Eden tells her to shut up. Though she continues on, that this very act makes Jung-min qualified enough according to her. And she asks Eden if he is not curious as well on what kind of outcome Jung-min would bring. Eden gets quiet for a second and agrees to bring him to the 2nd floor as Pina's suggestion. As such a notification pops up saying, the sword that cuts the horizon has invited you to the 2nd floor of Sword Master's Tower. We switch scenes to a pair of siblings, as the brother asks her sister if they can eat this bread. She looks at it and says it okay to do so, and her brother gets happy as it would be their lunch for today. They both share the bread, and suddenly the sister notices something. A bright light shines and they both get scared, and from that light, Jung-min arrives, all confused. Her brother gets excited upon seeing him, but the sister seems more freaked out by it. Jung-min gets confused and wonders what is this, and where is he? A notification pops up, informing him that the sword that cuts the horizon has invited him to the 2nd floor, Rotted Ghetto, which was very sudden for Jung-min. The sister asks him for his identity and refers to him as Mr., which upon hearing the word, stings Jung-min a little. The system starts to recall the character information, as they existed in the original setting. Both of the siblings' information pops up, as the brother, Jack, asks Jung-min if he is a magician, and how did he do that, while the sister, Lee, tells Jack to not talk to him. Jung-min, upon seeing their information, remembers that they are Edens. But suddenly he gets hungry, and Jack offers Jung-min some food, even though there isn't much. Jung-min thanks him for the food and thinks it is embarrassing for him. He notices something is odd about it and wonders if it's edible. It turns out to be mold moss tea, and Jung-min gets mild food poisoning from it as well. He spits it all out, as it's putrid, and throws it away, while Jack tells him not to. Lee tells him that it was their last reserve of water, and Jung-min apologizes for it, while Jack calls him mean. Fast forward, and Jung-min is sizzling some food for the siblings as they both get excited upon seeing it. He gives them the food as a token of his apology and tells them to eat it and relax, and they both happily thanks him for the meal. He is surprised upon seeing them eat such hot food with their bare hands. He tells them to eat it slowly as there is a lot more left. Lee asks if he is not eating it and again refers to him as Mr., which breaks Jung-min again as he tells them to eat it by themselves while crying. Jung-min also tells them to not eat stuff like this bread again or they would get sick, and asks if they live here alone, but Lee replies that there was one more guy here before. Jung-min wonders if they are referring to Eden, and Jack tells him that he is gone now, but Big Bro Pable does come here sometimes to play with them, and from that name, Jung-min realizes that he heard it somewhere. Leah gets a bit suspicious of Jung-min and asks him on why is he asking these questions. He replies that he is simply worried, and changes the topic and asks if they are more hungry. Jung-min tries to leave for a bit, and Jack asks him about it, and he replies that it's just a quick bathroom break, as Jung-min's stomach starts to ache. He contacts Eden and thanks him for inviting and asks if he can just leave, as he have to take Sarin to the hospital and check if everyone is okay as well. But Eden does not say anything, and Jung-min gets pissed, lashing at him to get him out as he knows that he is not supposed to be here right now. He denies his request and tells him to clear the second floor, which shocks Jung-min. Jung-min gets frustrated as everyone is going to worry because he suddenly disappeared, and wonders just what the hell is Eden thinking. Suddenly he gets surrounded by a bunch of people and they call him out. It's some old dude with a knife in his hands, as he asks Jung-min if he is close with those kids. The old guy notes that Jung-min is an outsider and asks him who is he. Looking at the weapons in their hands, Jung-min wonders who are these people who are trying to kill him. And that too simply because he is an outsider. Even the elderly are up in arms to kill Jung-min, which surprises him. But Jung-min thinks that the episode ends with Eden leaving the town, and it seems to be a backstory that even the author doesn't know about. He tries to calm them down by saying that he does not know what they are talking about and asks them to put their weapon down and then talk. The old guy angrily lashes out at him that those kids killed his son and they have to get rid of those monsters, as Jung-min again tries to calm them down. Suddenly, Leah arrives asking Jung-min if everything is okay. Seeing her, everyone gets filled with rage and attacks her. The guy lashes out at her and calls her a monster, and Leah covers herself from the attack while screaming in fear. But Jung-min rushes to her aid and pushes the old guy away from her, once again telling them to calm down. The old guy named Hans falls down a bit hard and Jung-min asks him if he is alright. The people get even more angry, even at Jung-min, and accuses him for being one of them. Jung-min freaks out, knowing that he messed up. He again requests them to talk without violence, but they tell him to shut up and that no one is going to believe him, even though Jung-min have not even said anything yet. Suddenly a quest pops up, Ghetto's threat, with the failure penalty being stuck in the tower permanently. Looking at that, Jung-min thinks that it's such an odd time to give him quest and is shocked upon seeing the penalty for failing. Jung-min looks towards a scared Leah, who is asking him to save her, as he wonders if he would have to let her die. He notes that it's not Eden's way, and wonders, just what is he thinking? Suddenly a bottle gets thrown at Jung-min, and he gets hit by it. Leah holds Jung-min in worry, and tells him that he is bleeding, and everyone starts to rush towards them both, with a full intention to kill and to not go easy either. Suddenly another guy arrives, and stops the granny, telling her to calm down. Eden gets annoyed and wonders who that guy is. The angry crowd tells Pable to get out of the way, and asks on why is he covering for them, but he replies that he is not, and it's like he told them all before. There were people dead at their house. but questions the crown if they really think that these kids can possibly take down grown-up adults, and Jungmin behind him wonders, who is he and why is he helping them? And System recalls his character information, and he turns out to be a supporting character. With the help of that information, Jungmin also remembers that he is the blacksmith Pable, the character who took care of Leah and Jack after Eden left. Fast forward, and Jungmin thanks Pable for his help and he replies that it's no problem, and he simply did what he had to do. He asks Pable on what is going on here, and he replies that not long ago, a lot of people died at Jack and Leah's house. Jungmin gets shocked upon hearing that, and asks him who is the suspect, and he replies that they couldn't find any suspects, the only people in that pile of corpses were the two kids, but he do have someone in mind. And that person is Eden, as he used to live with them, but he is gone now, and Pable thinks he is the one who did it. Hearing which, Eden gets angry, and shouts, just what the hell is he saying? He curses as well, and Jungmin gets to hear it all loud while telling Eden that his ear is going to burst. Jungmin also gets pissed, as Eden was not answering him before. Seeing Jungmin acting like that, Pable asks him if something is wrong, and he replies, it's nothing. Pable heads back, and tells Jungmin to tuck away the kids, and Jungmin replies, he will, and tells Pable to be careful on the way back. Eden is still pissed and says where the hell is Pable going after framing as a murderer, and Jungmin tries to calm him down. Jungmin tells Eden that it's probably a misunderstanding, as he does not think that he killed anyone. Eden calms down a little, and Jungmin asks if he called him to the second floor due to the kids, and he doesn't say anything, and simply ignores Jungmin. But he finally replies that he did, as they both are the kids he used to live with. He ran into them while adventuring right here at the ghetto. And ever since that, they ate, slept and played together, they were basically like a family. Jungmin smiles, as he remembers as well, and calls Pable the suspicious one for blaming someone else so easily. Eden angrily agrees with Jungmin and that he never seen Pable before. But suddenly, Eden realizes something due to what Jungmin said. He recalls that if Jungmin just said, I remember. He wonders, why is he talking as if he knows everything, and starts to think in shock that perhaps he knows his past. He remembers Pina's words about how Jungmin cleared the insurmountable first floor. And he did not as a normal clear, but as a hidden clear. Though he just invited him to the second floor out of curiosity, but perhaps he is the one that they are looking for. Jungmin also begins to go to sleep, but Eden calls him out and Jungmin replies that they should talk tomorrow, as he is going to sleep right now. But ignoring his response, Eden asks Jungmin that who is he, and asks on why is he talking as if he knows everything, hearing which Jungmin gets nervous. He nervously asks him on what is he talking about, and asks if he is sure that he said something. He realizes that he has messed up, and Eden's is keep going to doubt him, since he is already doubtful. And we see Eden simply watching it all in silence. Now as the sun rises back, Jungmin has not slept at all, as he is worried about Eden and wonders, what could he tell him? He thinks if he could just tell him the truth, but realizes that he cannot. As he is the one who scripted his life to be painful, he would kill him if he came to know that. Leah comes and calls out to him and asks if he is okay. He replies he is, and worries if he was too loud of them to sleep, but Leah replies that she is fine and thanks him for helping them out yesterday, and she was simply worried as she heard him grunting all night long. Jungmin gets up to take a walk around and Leah stops him by grabbing onto his clothes. She worriedly asks him if he is going to return back. And Jungmin pats her head, while telling her that he is going out for some fresh air, and she tells him to promise that, which he does, and notes that she is finally opening up to him. He remembers that he created these kids as a test for Eden, and called them little cuties. Pable asks Jungmin if he is going somewhere, and he replies that he is going for a walk, and asks Pable on what is he holding. He replies that it's food for the kids, and Jungmin notes that it's rotten. Jungmin takes out some food and gives it to him, telling him that he will leave the kids to him. As Jungmin leaves, Pable calls out to him to be safe. Eden again contacts Jungmin, asking if he did not heard him yesterday, as he told him to kill the kids to get out of the second floor. Jungmin asks on can he casually say something like that, and he replies that he is only giving advice. Jungmin opens his laptop and wonders what is up with Eden's personality, and that something is wrong with him since he is being too impatient. Suddenly he realizes something, and that perhaps he is still mistaken that the kids should be eliminated. Now we see a flashback of someone running, and he is holding someone's hand and the person behind him trips and falls. She goes rolling down and we see it's an 11-year-old Eden, who calls out to her, shouting, "Emily." He asks her if she is okay and she replies that she has sprained her ankle. He then asks if she can walk and she replies she cannot, and suddenly two guys comes trying to find them both. Eden gets worried on what should he do. They have to run, but Emily has sprained her ankle. Emily silently watches her brother, and upon noticing his worries, she tells him to leave her behind. And that it's okay for him to leave her behind, hearing which angers Eden, as he tells her to not say that. And that, as he has told her before, don't ever think about giving up. He tries to pick her up to carry her on his back, but suddenly a large boulder comes towards them. Emily pushes Eden out of the way and gets crushed instead. And we see a mark on the huge rock that fell. Eden is in complete shock as he tries to call out to her and suddenly hears some sound. He notices that it's those guys, who are wondering if both Emily and Eden are dead. Eden wonders on what should he do, and he has to get Emily out and move the rock first. But tears starts flowing down his eyes, as he thinks that there is no way she can be alive under that. As such, we see him running away, crying and apologizing to her for not being able to protect her. Fast forward, we see him running with bread in his mouth. And some people are trying to catch him for stealing the breads. They block his way, but Eden is able to slip past them completely. He teases them, while telling them to catch him if they can, as such they chase behind him. Suddenly Eden has arrived at some place with huge walls on all sides, making him stuck. He realizes his mistake and the people behind him also catches him, telling Eden that he is done for. As now, there is no way out for him. One of the guys rushes towards Eden to catch him, but Eden makes a jump to grab the railing. He successfully reaches it, and it surprises them all, as they wonder if he is a monkey for being able to jump that high. While sitting, he tries to justify himself that their business won't hurt because he only took one bread, as he has to live too. Suddenly someone grabs his neck from behind, asking if he knows how many he actually stole from them in anger. He grabs and throws him back to the ground. We see Eden lying there, stating that it hurts and is left unable to move, asking someone to help him. But instead of help, they all come around and starts to beat Eden, stomping on him with their legs. He starts to spill blood from his mouth, wondering if he is going to die like this. We see a crowd gathered there, noting that they are about to kill Eden, and wonders if they should stop them. Along with them, a lady in robes of a witch also notices and wonders what is happening. She sees them beating Eden and shouts at them to stop, which they do. We see Eden losing consciousness, with his last thoughts wondering on who is this person. Fast forward and he wakes up, surrounded by a bunch of kids, and wondering where is he, as the kids are excited to see him finally wake up. He is surprised to see himself surrounded and again wonders where is he. The kids tells him that it's the Hope Orphanage, and that Marsha saved him, asking if he remembers that. Hearing that he is in an orphanage, he gets nervous. Suddenly Marsha comes along, asking if he is okay, and asks him to join them for a meal. But Eden instead throws a pillow at her, leaving everyone speechless. He yells at her, calling her a witch, and accuses her for being with Everton, and that he would not fall for their cheap trick. She chuckles, and the kids around him gets angry, as he compared Marsha to them, calling him ungrateful, asking if he wants to get beaten up again by those guys. Eden tells them that she is tricking them as well, and questions on why would she let them all stay in a place like this. It's because she wants to send them to Everton. Marsha finally breaks her silence, stating that perhaps Eden also had traumatic experience with from other orphanages. She smiles and tells him to not worry, as she has nothing to do with Everton. But Eden does not believe her and yells at her for being a liar and questions her on why did she bruff him here then. At first they all are quiet, and suddenly start smiling happily. Seeing their reaction, Eden gets confused and wonders on why are they smiling, and Marsha tells him that she would show him something. We see a kid training with a sword against a dummy. Looking at which, Eden asks on what is this, and she replies that it's their training grounds. And everyone here is training to fight back against Everton. They all wish to take revenge on those demon followers one day. Every single kid here is a victim of Everton. Upon hearing that, Eden gets worried and nervous and doubts about getting revenge on such monsters. He starts to tremble and asks her if she is crazy, and questions on how a mere kid's supposed to fight against those monsters. They will die before anything, while calling all of them crazy. Seeing Eden's reaction, she goes silent for a moment, and replies back that they cannot lose any more families, that is why they are trying to fight back. Hearing which, Eden is taken back for a moment. And Marsha also confirms with Eden That wasn't he also training with a sword secretly? He gets surprised hearing that and asks on how does she knows. She replies that she can tell by calluses on his palms. Those calluses are from wielding a sword. She grabs onto his shoulder and asks Eden to join them, and she will teach him to control his mana, which will definitely help him. Despite her gentle smile and offer, Eden refuses, saying that he does not need it and he cannot cooperate with people he does not even know, and leaves while telling them to die if they want to buy themselves, calling it a shitty orphanage. As he enters inside, someone suddenly calls him out. We see it's some blonde girl as she puts her hand forward and tries to welcome Eden to their orphanage. But Eden replies that she is mistaken, as he is only here to take his clothes. She is surprised by that. One of the kid asks Eden if he is leaving without even eating, and the blonde girl tells Delrin that Eden does not deserve anything. But Delrin tells Rosa that she was the one who asked him to give Eden food. Eden gets annoyed and tries to say that he does not need any food, that is until he sees it. And after seeing which, his decision to leave starts to get shaken. Fast forward a few days later, we learn that Eden has been coming every day to the orphanage. Rosa calls him shameless, since he comes here every day for a meal, yet he does not join them, or at least he should do the dishes before he go. Eden gets angry and gets up, telling Rosa to shut up. He suddenly starts looking around, which Rosa notices. She asks if he is looking for Marcia, and Eden gets embarrassed while saying that he is not. She teases him about it and he gets pissed. While outside the orphanage, we see some suspicious-looking guy moving towards it. We see the guy is staring at them from the window, while saying that he found them with a creepy smile. Suddenly the window breaks, and an explosion occurs. Eden falls on the ground from it, and wonders what happened. He notices a red spirit type of thing flowing and entering some sort of jar. And the jar absorbs it. Eden finally realizes that these guys are from Everton. One of them is scolding the big guy for causing such an huge explosion. Eden thinks of running away, thinking that he should not have even come here. Suddenly he and one of the guy from Everton notices something. We see it's Rosa, who is already dead trapped under the rubble, with the Everton guy commenting his disappointment towards it, as they wanted to capture them alive. Seeing her body, Eden is horrified and he tries to call out her name. Eden starts to remember Emily's death, and just like her, Rosa died instead of him. They notice Eden and smile creepily on the fact that he is still alive. He tells Eden that he cannot die yet, as he is a valuable experiment subject. He orders his men to capture Eden alive. Eden closes his eyes in fear, accepting his fate. Suddenly Delrin arrives and protects Eden with his shield, warding off the attacks. Eden is surprised upon seeing him block all the spells. Delrin tells Eden to not worry, as he is safe now. We see other kids arrive as well to protect him. The Everton leader gets excited upon seeing all of them gathered at one place, with the big guy noticing that they are from a different orphanage than theirs, and their leader was also wondering on where did they ran off to. He orders them to capture them at all costs, and such they go on with their attack once again. The kids tries to attack as well and throws a bunch of kunais at them. Delrin tells them to go on with their attack, as he will focus on blocking their attacks, and uses his shield expansion. Eden is surprised by their ability and asks them on how are they able to fight against Everton. One of the kid with the spear starts to charge at them, while stating that he was waiting for this day. But their leader calls him stupid, asking what is he going to do with that spear, as he brings out his own weapons. Eden is surprised upon looking at his power, and we see the kid is also pushed back by it. We see he is heavily damaged, while the leader gets in a bit of pickle as he did not wanted to kill them. He questions them on why are they trying to resist. He orders the big guy to break down their shield first, and he slams into it. As the shields start to get crack over it, Eden gets worried and again thinks about running away. One of them then uses some kind of black miasma to cover the shield up and offers to let them live if they take the shield down. Seeing all this, Eden gives up, and Delrin is also not able to hold it anymore while Eden thinks that everyone tried so hard. Seeing it all, he closes his eyes and accepts his fate. Suddenly someone calls out to him and we see he gets covered by a shield. We see it's Delrin who has given up on himself and is protecting Eden with the shield. Eden gets concerned and asks on what he will do. Delrin replies that it's only for one person, and for one person it would hold on for a while. Eden knocks on the shield, telling Delrin to take it down and asks on why is everyone trying to save him. And what is so good about him? Delrin replies that it's because he had the same wound as them. Eden gets confused and Delrin continues that he did not want to see anyone die anymore. And in the end, he tells Eden to live, with Eden thinking to not do this. He realizes that everyone is going to die like Rosa and blames himself and wonders on why is he so weak. Suddenly he notices something. One of the Everton guy is screaming in pain as he wonders on how is it possible. We see it's Marcia, who tells them that she does not care on how did they found them, but they have touched her kids. Seeing her, Eden starts crying and Marcia looks angry. She looks back towards Eden and apologizes for being late. Fast forward, we see Marcia has dealt with all of the Everton guys, and both her and Eden are in a graveyard. Marcia starts blaming herself and Eden apologizes to Rosa's grave. He starts crying while blaming himself, saying that she died instead of him, but Marcia instead tells him that he lived because of her. Eden says that he again lived by himself, as she died right in front of him. He gets angry on himself, blaming his own weakness. Marcia asks Eden if what he's saying that he should have died instead, like Rosa. She once again tells Eden to live and get stronger, as it will only end once the demon castle is gone. She asks him to take revenge together with them and offers her hand. Eden thinks if he holds her hand right now, he can get stronger as well. But he is hesitant, thinking that he does not want to cause any more trouble, and everyone around him will die. Fast forward at night, we see him making wooden swords for practice. He stands up against a tree and begins to focus. He tries to imbue his wooden sword with mana and slice the tree. But despite his best effort, the stick breaks instead. He gets frustrated and throws it away in anger. He tries it again and again, but it breaks every single time. We see the kids from orphanage are looking over him practicing. Delrin comments that he thought he was going to leave, and Zer says, but he is right here. Zer wonders if he is going to keep training like this, and why is he not learning from Marcia. Delrin replies that he is just stubborn. Zer says that Eden sucks, while Delrin replies that she should not say it out aloud. Delrin notes that it would get bad for him if he keeps using his mana like this, and wonders if they should go and stop him now. We see Eden getting exhausted and falling over, while noting that he cannot stand still anymore. Delrin and Zer gets worried, with Zer commenting that Eden died, and Delrin says that they don't know that yet. They note that he is still breathing. They run to him in worry, and Eden, while losing his consciousness, notes Zer and Delrin and wonders on what are they doing here. We see him get unconscious while still thinking that he needs to train and get stronger quickly. Fast forward and he starts smelling alcohol and wakes up quickly. We see he is back in the orphanage and Delrin is bringing him medicine to sanitize his wounds. Eden notes that it's a familiar situation and wonders if he passed out again. Delrin tells him that since wounds on his face are gone, he took off the bandages, and we see Eden getting embarrassed from being taken care of again. Delrin again starts applying medicine to his face, and Eden notes that it smells quite bad, but Delrin tells him to stay still or it might get into his eyes. Delrin also heard that Eden took care of them before he left, and Eden replies he only did it because they were all dying. Delrin replies, really, and almost died because he had a hole in his stomach, but Eden saved him. Other kids also got better because of him. As such, Delrin gives him a heartfelt thank you. But Eden wonders on why are they thanking him, since everyone got hurt due to him, just as he is about to say something. He gets interrupted by the arrival of Zer and Marcia, with Zer being surprised upon seeing Eden removing his bandages. She notes that he is quite handsome, and is very excited, and Eden is also getting on high horse upon hearing that compliment. She tells him that he looks familiar, and Eden asks if there is someone that looks like him. Zer remembers and says it's Emily, which surprises Eden. Delrin also tells him that they do look similar, both their names start with an E as well, calling it quite strange. Eden confirms if they just said her name was Emily, and Delrin confirms that she lived with them a month before Eden came, and asks if he wants to see her picture. Eden gets nervous, and thinks that perhaps it's just the same name, since there is no way she could be alive, as he saw her die under the rock. Delrin comes back with the picture and shows it to Eden, saying that she looks like him, and Eden confirms that it's indeed Emily. He gets surprised knowing that she is still alive, and starts to doubt at first. He suddenly clings to Delrin asking on where is she now, and tells them that she is his sister. But they all get quite nervous upon hearing that. The mood gets gloomy. Marcia speaks up and informs Eden that Emily died a month ago, which greatly shocks him. He once again confirms with her while trembling. Marcia tells him that when they found her, her legs were crushed under a huge boulder. They tried to bring her to the orphanage to treat her, but necrosis spread through her legs. Eden is shocked upon hearing that Emily was still alive at that time. With that, he falls into despair about not knowing such a thing and being clueless, knowing that he left her to die. He gets frustrated and remembers his word to her about never giving up and that they will be getting out of it together. Fast forward and we see him running outside in heavy rain, calling himself dumbass, as he was the one who told her to never give up. Yet, he was the one who gave up. We see him crying in the rain, on top of Emily's grave. Suddenly he notices something, her name written on the ground. He starts to dig it up, and gets surprised. He gets a vision of Emily, who warmly calls out to her brother, saying that she knew he would come for her, with a message written on her grave for Eden. Fast forward, Eden goes back to the orphanage and kneels down to Marcia, asking her to help him. She is surprised and asks him on what's wrong. Eden replies that he is going to take revenge, and asks her to help him learn how to use mana, so he can kill every single one of Everton. At the training grounds, Eden shows her what he can do. He tries to cut the dummy, but it does not have any effect. All the kids make fun of him, except for Delrin, and Marcia realizes that this was probably the reason that he did not want it to learn. Eden tells her that he does not have much mana, and it does not get better even when he trains. He asks her to teach him some method to increase his mana, since she probably knows it. Marcia smiles and walks towards Eden, asking him to show his hand, which confuses him. She starts using her power by holding his hand, and he gets embarrassed, asking her on what is she doing, but she tells him to stay still. Marcia answers that she is trying to see how much mana does he possess. Eden is confused about it, and Marcia explains, like how people get drunk past their limit, people have a limit to their mana. Marcia begins using her ability, and we see both of them glowing purple. She suddenly gets shocked upon seeing something, and Eden gets worried and asks on what is wrong, and if it's that bad. She notices and thinks that it's quite the opposite. Marcia tells Eden to listen carefully. His mana circuit has been blocked off. Eden asks what is that. Marcia explains that his mana circuits are completely blocked, so his mana cannot flow through his body. That is why he could not use his mana, just like how water does not come out if you turn off the tap. But the amount of mana Eden has is incredibly large, almost 1,000 times the amount of normal people. Everyone is shocked to hear that, including Eden, who cannot believe that he has this much mana. He excitedly tells Marcia to open up his magic circuits, but she tells him that he was lucky because they were blocked off. His body could not have handled that much mana, like how water balloons pop. That is why they have to go slowly. His body strength has to get stronger so it can withstand the mana, and she asks him if he can do that. Eden, with a determined face, replies that he has to. He is prepared to do it. Fast forward, 5 years later, we see Eden cutting a tree with a wooden sword. We see he is 17 years old by now, and both Zer and An are amazed by his power. But Marcia, with a proud smile on her face, tells them to look behind the tree. Delrin and everyone is completely shocked upon seeing it. We see Eden has completely split the mountain behind the tree. They are utterly shocked by seeing his power, completely speechless. And we see Eden looking proud and confident in his achievement as well. Marcia tells them that it's enough showing off for now, and calls everyone to herself. She shows them a map, and tells them the location of the demon castle, which is in the middle of the continent. Everton has worshippers spread around the castle, collecting people's souls in the forms of seeds. They are trying to sacrifice those seeds to the flower of the world tree that bloom once a year, to summon the great devil. So, in order to stop their plan, they have to get rid of the seeds throughout the country. Eden starts planning immediately about it. He explains, Protector takes the north, and Marksman takes east with Spearman. And he will take care of the south and west. And tells him that it might be too much for him alone to take care of both south and west, but Eden replies not really, and Delrin also chimes in that Eden can do it. Eden tells them to later meet in front of the demon castle in 1 year. They can roll down Everton then. Which everyone agrees with. 6 months later, we see Eden has taken care of a bunch of Everton guys. We see him taking out the seed, knowing that it's the last one, for all the seeds in the village. He has took care of all the seeds, and the Everton in the south, and he still has a few left in the west. This is going quite quicker than he thought. He then plans to go to the village next. We see Eden selling the horse as soon as he arrives in the village, and while leaving, he tells the horse to have a good life with the owner who is not an Everton. Seeing the money, Eden gets excited and decides to have a meal. Suddenly a kid grabs onto him, trying to ask something. We see it's Leah, who asks Eden if he wants to buy some flowers. Eden, looking at her, remembers Emily and how similar in age they are. As such, he buys all of her flowers, which surprises her. Leah replies that she is happy, but they are little withered, but Eden takes them from her hand anyways, telling her that it does not matter. because he is just trying to help with a light heart. She gets all teary and thanks Eden for it. Suddenly from behind him, Jack steals his money pouch, which shocks him. He shouts at him to give it back, and as he tries to tell Leah to hold onto the basket for a moment. But Leah has disappeared as well. He gets shocked and pissed from their schemes, finally realizing that it was all part of their plan. Back in some street, Leah and Jack are excited to have this much money, knowing that with this they won't have to starve for 3 months. Suddenly they hear someone, "There you are, you little thieves." And we see it's Eden who is hanging upside down, and they both are shocked. Eden jumps down and grabs Jack, telling him to get ready to be messed up. Leah again acts and tries to apologize to Eden to forgive them. She makes up a story that it was to get medicine for their sick mom, they did not have any choice. Eden knows it's bullshit, and asks her if it's really the case, then lead him to her house, as he will help them. She is left speechless, and Eden asks her on why is she surprised, and if she is lying to him or something, and she replies, of course not, and tells Eden to follow her. She shows him some house with an old lady lying on a bed, while acting of crying. He gets pissed and tells them to cut the bullshit, as she is definitely a grandma, not her mother. Jack tells his sister that it's not going to work. Leah finally drops the act and demands some of the money from the pouch, as they will give it back, but they are having a hard time as well. Hearing which, Eden gets angry, telling them to go do some chores or farm works instead of stealing someone's money, but Leah argues with him. She tells him that they don't pay them because they are kids, adults are the one who screwed them over, so they are doing the same. Eden asks, but why does it have to be his money, and Leah tells him that he should just consider himself unlucky today. Eden calls them a thief, and Leah replies that it's all she can do, to stay alive with her brother. Hearing which, Eden goes quiet as he remembers Emily, and Leah asks him on why did he go silent all of a sudden. He gives in, and asks if it will be solved if they can survive by themselves. Leah is confused, and Eden tells them they cannot keep stealing. She asks if he is finally giving them money, but he replies, no shit. Eden thinks that he still has time left until he meets them at the castle, and decides to help them for a while. Eden then tells Leah that if they get caught stealing from bad guys, then her brother will be in danger as well. She suddenly grabs Jack and asks him if he is trying to scare them. But Eden with a smile, replies that he is trying to help them with a light heart. Now back at the slums, we see both Leah and Jack are sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, Eden arrives and tells them both to wake up. Both of them gets lazy and tries to squeeze in a bit more sleep, but Eden pulls the blanket up from them, telling them to not be lazy. He tries to get both of them to train, but Leah claims that it's quite heavy and both of them start shaking. Eden notes that they cannot even catch a rabbit with that, and a month is left until the rendezvous at the demon castle. But seeing them being happy and playful like that makes Eden happy as well. He starts to get up, knowing that he cannot take Leah and Jack with himself to the demon's castle, and decides to come back after he takes care of Everton. He goes over to them and tells them to stop playing and start practicing. Back in their house, as Eden comes back with food, we see them covering something up. Eden asks them on what are they doing, and they get flustered, with Jack making up an excuse that they were just cleaning. He asks them on why are they cleaning all of a sudden, and Leah has no answer for it. Eden speaks up, saying that they were going to ask for a favor, or is it because they did something wrong? Leah replies it's none of that, and tells him to give them food as they are very hungry. As he goes on to prepare the food, Leah looks back and we see it's Everton's seeds in jar. Fast forward, Leah and Jack asks Eden if he is going to the marketplace, to which he replies that he is going to the blacksmith, to see if he is done fixing his sword and to sell the stuff they caught as well, and Jack and Leah both demands him to bring some snacks back for them. At the blacksmith, Eden arrives and asks him if he has finished fixing his sword, to which he replies that he is, and calls Pable to bring it in. The blacksmith notices the canned fruit and tries to take it, but Eden tells him that it's for the kids at home. Pable gives him his sword and Eden thanks him for it, calling the blacksmith the best after seeing his work. Eden leaves for home while saying that the kids are waiting there. Switching to Jack, we see him walking in an open field with blood on his face. He starts trembling in fear as he watches his hand covered in blood, while saying, "Not again." He immediately starts running back home, calling out to his sister. As Eden arrives back home, showing them their snacks, while saying that he is the only one who cares about them with a smug on his face and tells them to kneel if they want a bite. Suddenly he notices Jack running past him, and asks him on where is he going at this time. He also notices the blood on his hands, and calls out to him. Jack, noticing Eden is back, quickly tries to hide his hand, and Eden tells them that he is back early as a lot of stores are closed due to heavy snow. He asks about the blood on his hand and Jack replies that he cut his hand while cooking. Eden questions on how can he cut himself this hard while cooking and he replies he was cutting some ingredients. Eden tries to go in to get some bandages for him, and Jack tries to stop him. Eden is shocked upon seeing a gruesome sight and wonders what is all this. We see Leah is standing surrounded by a bunch of corpses. Eden notices the jar of Everton seed behind her and asks them on what is that doing here, while telling Leah to get away from it. Suddenly her eyes widen and she attacks Eden. Eden catches the sword and notices that her hand itself has turned into a sword. She tries to attack Eden with her another hand, but Eden kicks her away from himself. But Leah immediately gets back up, ready to fight. Eden asks Jack on who gave them these seeds and he replies that he doesn't know. Leah once again immediately rushes towards Eden to attack and he puts up his sword to block. She lands a heavy strike onto Eden and we see her scary expression. Seeing which, Eden realizes that it's dangerous and tells Jack to run away. But he just stands there and Eden tells him to hurry up. Suddenly we see him falling into same state as Leah while saying that he does not know anything and his eyes starts to turn blank. Seeing Jack's expression, Eden again tells him to get out. Suddenly from behind, Leah again attacks Eden. He dodges and grabs hold of her weapon and slams her on the ground. Eden gets on top of Leah and tries to choke her out. He remembers clearly that what he saw was a jar full of seeds on the table and wonders if Jack and Leah are a part of Everton. Leah starts screaming in pain and Eden lets go of her. And from behind, Jack attacks Eden and stabs him in the back. As he pulls out his sword from Eden's back, we see him spitting blood. He notes that Jack has also turned strange, just like Leah did, and wonders if Everton turned them into this. He questions on when could it had happened, and perhaps they waited until he was gone out. Jack once again leaps towards Eden to attack and Eden tries to stop thinking and focuses on stopping the kids first. Jack launches a fury of attacks towards Eden, which he dodges swiftly. Eden notices his sword lying nearby and picks up, thinking that more people will die if he doesn't stop them right now, and attacks Jack. But Jack dodges and steps back, and this time Eden attacks him. Suddenly while fighting, Eden gets a thought on what if both Jack and Leah were tricking him from the beginning. He notes that if both Jack and Leah are part of Everton, then he has to kill them now. We see Leah turns back to normal, and as she looks at Jack, he gets back to normal as well. They both look at Eden and calls him brother, hearing which his hand starts to tremble. Both Leah and Jack are scared as well, and it's also incredibly hard for Eden to go through his decision. And looking at them, he starts to remember his own sister, Emily. But Eden closes his eyes and swings his sword regardless. Fast forward, we see him walking in a snowstorm, as he trips and falls to the ground. He starts to chuckle, calling himself a dumbass while wondering on why did he not kill them. We go back to that scene and Eden tells them to not do it ever again, and that they shouldn't touch these kinds of weapons anymore, since next time he won't let it pass. We see Eden has cut of their hands, and also smashed the jar of Everton seeds. Lying in the snow, he justifies his action, saying that it's okay now as he has destroyed the seed and got rid of that weapon as well, everything will be fine. Claiming that they won't do it again, while crying. Now back to the present time, Jung Min remembers that afterwards Eden passed out in the snow, and Pina and Mahil found him and treated him. Pina took care of Everton, which got the kids back to normal. The mind control cast on the kids is gone, so it's a happy ending. Eden again contacts Jung Min, asking him to hurry up and kill the kids if he wants to leave the tower. Jung Min tells him to just wait, as he is thinking on what to do. Second floor's mission is to get rid of the ghetto's threat, which Eden thinks are Jack and Leah. Though her arm seems fine now, and the murders also seems to be still happening. It's also been a while since Eden left, but the situation has not gotten any better. And Jack and Leah are not the threat, since the mind control on them is already gone. And such, Jung Min assumes that it has to be different. Meanwhile Eden again contacts him, asking if he is ignoring him, and Jung Min finally acknowledges him. He suddenly overhears some people talking about joining some place, and Jung Min looks over the corner, wondering what's happening. He notes that these are the people who were at Leah's house this afternoon, and tries to listen in on what they are talking about. We see them making plans to kill the kids tonight, along with Jung Min as well. He realizes the danger and decides to go back to the kids, but suddenly someone puts a weapon to his throat. We see it's that old uncle, who asks Jung Min on what is he doing here, seeing whom Jung Min thinks that it's the worst timing. He attacks Jung Min, but he dodges and gets out of the corner where he was hiding. We see everyone else surround him as the old guy says that they will take care of him, while the others will take care of the kids. Jung Min wonders if they got the kids already, but realizes that it might not be the case, but they are still in grave danger. Jung Min tries to run past them, knowing that the kids are in danger and he will get too late. They all try to block him from getting to the kids, but Jung Min is able to slip past them easily. He realizes that this quest can only be completed by clearing up Eden's misunderstanding. At the slump, he notices that no one is here, and as he is entering their house, he starts to smell blood. He wonders if the kids are hurt and calls out to them in worry, but he is shocked upon seeing a gruesome sight of corpses and blood, while wondering what the hell is going on. Jack asks Leah if she did all this, and she replies that she did not, and Jung Min also states that there is no way that these kids killed all these people. As he tries to approach them, Eden again contacts him, saying that he should have killed them. We see Eden is blaming himself, saying that it's his fault for sparing their lives. He knew that this would happen again. Eden once again tells Jung Min to kill them right now, but Jung Min tells him he won't. He has realized that he mistook it. It was not a happy ending just because Pina got rid of Everton, and he claims that he knows of Eden's pain. Jung Min hugs both of them tightly and apologizes to them. Leah starts crying knowing that it's Jung Min, as he thinks that these kids must be suffering doing such things that they don't even remember, realizing that he has to fix it right now. He tells them that he will help them to stop this, but first they need to get out of here before people get here. They ask get out of where, and Jung Min tells them that they are leaving this place. They once again confirm if they are leaving this house and Jung Min tells them to hurry up. Suddenly Jung Min hears a scream, and we see it's a grandma who wonders what is this. All the people arrives, and the grandma is on the ground upon seeing her son's body. Jung Min tells Leah and Jack to get behind him, and grandma is incredibly angry at them. He realizes that their hostility is too strong, and wonders if he can convince them by talking. He tries to do so by telling them that they have nothing to do with the murders, and he will take these kids and leave the town. But they are too angry as they reply that there are people dead right in front of him, and he is saying that he will just take the kids and leave. With that they all get ready to kill Jung Min. Jung Min, having no choice left, also pulls out his weapon, a wooden staff. He tells them to follow him closely as he makes the space, and Jung Min notes that it's not going to be as easy as last time. Though even if it's a little aggressive, he has to take Leah and Jack out of this. Jung Min rushes towards them and take them both out easily. He has only hit them enough to make them pass out as well. He calls them both towards him, and suddenly the granny grabs his leg, calling Jung Min a demon, asking on how can he do this to them while telling him to kill her as well. He tries to make the granny let her go, and suddenly hears Leah scream, and sees a guy attacking them. He quickly rushes to their aid, and right as his knife is about to reach them, Jung Min arrives and blocks the attack. He swipes the weapon away from his hand and lands a strike on him. He tells them to get out of here quickly, but Jack replies that they don't want to. While crying he states that what if Eden comes back to find them here. With that Jung Min realizes that they both still miss Eden. He knows that he wrote this, but ended their story with only misunderstanding. He realizes that it's not going to be solved by simply running away. He has to solve the problem. Which means that he has to show them all that these kids are brainwashed. For which he has a way, as he pulls out some sort of bottle. Eden notices that it's holy water, and he asks Jung Min on what is he doing, and he replies him to wait, as he has something to check, while saying that these kids did nothing wrong. Suddenly, Jung Min gets stabbed in the back by one of those people. He notes that it's the same guy he ran away from, and that he has to end it fast now. The guy asks Jung Min on why did he kill them, asking what did they do wrong. Suddenly the guy gets stabbed right in his head by a sword. And we see it's Leah who did it, at the worst possible timing. She tries to attack Jung Min as well, but he dodges by ducking down. Everyone there gets shocked and asks what is going on, but Jung Min tells them to run away quickly. The granny gets scared and comments that she knew they were monsters, as they killed her son just like that. We see both Leah and Jack has turned, and they all starts calling them demons. Jung Min notes that there are too many people here, and he have to use holy water. But suddenly, Leah rushes off to attack all of those people. She targets the granny, but Jung Min intercepts the attack, forcing Leah to back off. Jung Min wonders on who is using the mind control on them. He first assumes that it might be Everton, but Pina already took care of all of them. Once again Eden contacts him, saying that he saw them kill people himself. Would he still ignore his suggestion like that? But Jung Min tells him to shut the hell up. Eden starts losing his patience as well, and Jung Min tells him that he will show him, the one who is controlling their mind. Eden is confused by his statement. Once again we see Leah rushing off to attack Jung Min, but he blocks her attack. He tells Jung Min that these kids are not demons, and definitely not a threat to the ghetto. As he kicked Leah away, Jack attacks him from behind. But Jung Min throws the holy water towards him, which he slices off. As the holy water gets splashed onto him, we see purple miasma starts to rise from Jack, and he screams in pain. Jung Min notes that it worked, but he immediately gets attacked by Leah from behind. But Jung Min pulls out another bottle of holy water and splashes it on Leah. As such, she also starts screaming in pain, and we see everyone is watching them, wondering what is happening. Noticing the opportunity, they start attacking them both with stone while surrounding them. But once again, Jung Min steps in, asking them stop. Suddenly he notices something, realizing that there it is, as their nerve starts to swell. We see a weird bug starts to come out of their mind, and Jung Min notes that it's finally out. We learn that it's a mind control bug, a spell that brainwashes people. Jung Min thinks that they were supposed to be gone at the end of the episode. Since the master of the Everton died, everyone gets shocked as well, seeing a monster come out of them like this. Jung Min knows that mind control bug cannot act without a master, the real culprit must be nearby as well, and we see the mind control bug starts heading in the direction of their master. He contacts Eden and tells him to look carefully as well, as that person is the real threat of the ghetto that he did not even notice. We see a purple aura coming out of Pable, as he smiles creepily. Jung Min says that he is the origin of everything, as he pours medicine on his wound, which starts to heal completely. And now the only thing left for Jung Min to do is to deal with Pable. He was only a blacksmith, who took care of the kids after Eden left. Everyone still doubts it's Pable, as he took great care of the kids, but Pable starts to smile, and Jung Min tells him to not worry about them. Suddenly Pable stabs one of them, while saying that it's really tiring, and gets pissed, while saying that who the hell is he to keep bothering him, as he spent so much time on raising Jack and Leah. Both Leah and Jack are surprised upon seeing Pable. He tells Jung Min that it's his fault who appeared out of nowhere, while moving towards them and killing people. Everyone around gets scared and starts running away in fear. He asks Jack and Leah to come to him, but she replies that he is scaring him, and Jung Min tells him to stop and to not mess with these kids anymore. But Pable replies, "Forget kids, they aren't even human," hearing which surprises Jung Min. They are shapeshifters, monsters who can transform into anything. They can become a weapon, or even a human. And what he is protecting right now is a monster hiding in a human. Jung Min wonders that Pable is just a side character. How does he have that kind of information? Pable tells him that the look they have is what they got from devouring the corpses of dead children, but Jung Min tells them both to not listen to him, and everything he is saying is a lie. Leah gets scared and starts to fall into despair while thinking so that is what happened, and that they are killing someone because they are monsters. But Jung Min tells them that it's not true. Even if shapeshifters can turn into whatever they want, they cannot kill of their own will. As such he tells them that you guys are humans. Pable laughs and rushes towards Jung Min to attack, saying that monsters are monsters. He tries to attack Jung Min, but he dodges and tells him that he should be thanking him, as it's easy to see someone die in an empty house, and he was just digging around to see if there is anything useful. And he found something incredible. At that moment, he received the memories of that person, and realized that they were shapeshifters, and it would have been stupid to not use them. But Jung Min tells him to shut up and lands a blow right on his face, making him fall on the ground. Pable asks him on why is he getting so mad over some monsters, and Jung Min realizes something about Pable, and why was a side character he made was so different, while telling Jack and Leah to get back. It's that Pina could not destroy Everton's mana crystal. Whoever picks up the mana crystal gets a stench, and the devil will come after the smell of evil desires, no matter how insignificant it is. But he tells Pable that he has crossed the line, and it will end right here, but Pable tells him to stop with his nonsense. And he rushes towards Jung Min to attack him again, saying that after he kills him, he will make them eat his corpses as well. But Jung Min easily blocks his attack and pushes him back with his staff, and tells him to not treat these kids like objects. Jung Min then uses his immersion ability and immerses himself into Vapor Roman, Lightning Spearman. He rushes towards Pable at high speeds to attack, as his agility gets increased and his understanding of spears as well. But Pable dodges the attack and gets forced back. Jung Min remembers that Pable wasn't a weak character, but he was not good at combat either, Actually, he matched the characteristics of a blacksmith and had the ability of weapon destruction. If an ordinary sword is used against him, even if he merely touches his hand, it will be destroyed. But if it's Eden's sword, his ability won't work on him. However, it is impossible for him to immerse himself in Eden with his physical ability. Though there is one way out. It's that he will fight with the lightning magic from Vapor Roman. Pabel notices that something has changed about Jung Min. He has gotten incredibly fast and calls the pole annoying while trying to touch it to destroy, but Jung Min doesn't let him and instead counters with an attack. He once again tries to touch it, thinking that all he have to do is touch it once, but Jung Min instead kicks him right in the face. Pabel wonders what is happening. He is avoiding him as if he predicted his movements, while thinking that if it weren't for that pole, he would have won. Jung Min asks him if what he was thinking that he would have won without him using his spear. And then Jung Min activated his lightning magic and closes the distance incredibly fast. And Pabel is not even able to react, and gets punched right in the face. Jung Min continues to beat up Pabel with continuous punches, with Pabel being unable to get even a single chance to strike back, and Jung Min then grabs him by the throat and slams him down on the ground. And tells him, since his ability is to destroy weapons, he should try destroying his fist. But Pabel starts to laugh and Jung Min stops in the middle. He starts to mock him by asking that if he really thinks doing all this will change anything. He tells Jung Min to get a grip, as they were gonna die anyways. The only way to survive is to offer your souls to those beings, and those little kids are no more than some tools for him to receive more of their power. We see Jung Min gets pissed, knowing his petty reason for doing all this. Jung Min realizes on why Pabel ended up this way. As a mere extra, he was always envious of Eden. Because unlike him, Eden had the qualities for a hero. But it is what exactly sets him apart from Eden, as he is simply not the protagonist. As Pabel starts to face the reality, he tries to deny it by calling Jung Min's words mere mumble, saying that it's his chance. He tries to reach it for his weapon, while Jung Min tells him that he gets him, that he probably had a rough time as well. So he would let him go now. Pabel gets scared and tells him to wait, but Jung Min lands a solid punch on him. We see lightning crackling around an unconscious Pabel. Jung Min also takes out the mana core from him and destroys it. And as he finally finished the second floor mission, he thinks that it should clear up the misunderstanding for Eden now. He starts to slowly walk towards Jack and Leah, thinking that he thought it was okay all this time for the extras in his novel to be sacrificed for the main characters and fade into obscurity. But the events that unfolded before him were more horrifying than he thought. He could not have imagined that he would enter the world of his own novel. And why did it had to be his? What does the world intend to achieve through his novel? As he sees Leah crying in front of him, he starts to realize things about his own writing. But suddenly behind him, Pabel again gets up, saying that it's not over yet, surprising Jung Min that he is not dead. He again attacks, but this time he uses his mind control bug and targets Leah again. He notices it, but the bug slips past Jung Min and goes straight towards Leah. The bug again enters Leah, worrying both Jung Min and Jack. He starts giving it command again, and seeing her eyes, Pabel assumes that it worked. Jung Min quickly again tries to bring out the holy water, but suddenly her eyes widen. We see her starts to glow golden, as she yells for the bug to get lost. Jung Min and Jack watches her in surprise. Seeing her, he wonders if it is what he think it is, which is the awakened body of a doppelganger. But as she steps down, both Jack and Jung Min are speechless, as she has transformed into Eden. Seeing Eden in real life, Jung Min is surprised and says that he is so handsome. Pabel wonders who the hell is that person, and asks Leah on what is up with her look. But she dashes towards him and lands a heavy strike on him while calling herself Apostle of Justice. We see Pabel getting a bunch of his teeth broken as he finally falls down. Leah transforms back to herself while looking down at Pabel. As Jung Min notices that she has turned back to herself, Jack goes running towards her. Jack calls her very cool and asks her on how did she do that. To which she replies that she heard Brother Eden's voice. Jung Min asks Leah on how did she got free from the brainwashing insect. She thinks back and remembers that moment. We see her drowning in a deep trench while being scared and blacking out. She starts to wonder if she is really under someone's control. And will she really become someone who will kill people for the rest of her life? As it starts to get dark, suddenly someone calls out her name. She remembers it as Brother Eden's voice. He tells her to not give up, and with those words, Leah again starts to swim back up, regaining herself. Jack tells Leah that he wants to transform as well and beat up the bad guys, and Leah reaffirms him that he would be able to do it as well. He asks would that really be possible, and she replies, it will be, since they are doppelgangers and not humans. She starts explaining it to him, but it's way too complicated for him, as he starts to drown in her words. Seeing he does not understand, Leah decides to demonstrate it to him. She tells him to picture in his mind on what he likes to change into. And like that, we see her transformed into a spear. Jung-min notes that it's the same spear that he was using when fighting Pable earlier. Jack asks her to show her step by step as he cannot understand, and tells him to focus and give it a shot once. Jung-min notes that Leah has it easier since she has awakened, but it's not the case for Jack, as it won't come naturally for him. But much to his shock, he was able to do it as well, effortlessly, and becomes an armor around Jung-min. Jack tells Jung-min that it looks very cool on him, and asks on how did he like it. He replies, that it's nice. Jung-min glances at the tent behind him, and notes that he will be leaving the tower soon, but he is not sure wanting to leave these kids here. As such, Jung-min asks them if they want to leave this place, and there is a village nearby where they can settle down as well. He knows that they won't be able to forget what happened here, but he at least wants to give them both a fresh start, but both them disagrees and replies that they will be staying here. Leah tells Jung-min that it's true that they were brainwashed, but they have to take responsibility for their actions, and to not be worried too much about them. They are going to be staying here and wait for Brother Eden. Jung-min respects their decision and says that he would still like to help them in any way he can, and asks if there is anything he can do for them. Suddenly, he gets a notification about clearing the second floor, and it starts to relocate him outside the tower. He tells Eden to wait, as he has not even said his goodbyes yet, and we see him disappear while calling Eden a psycho. Back in the real world, we see Taemin and Yuna are searching for Jung-min, wondering where did he went, and even with mana detection, Yuna is unable to find him. She starts to get teary, asking Taemin if Jung-min is in trouble, and he replies that he will be fine. He once again confirms if she is sure that this is the place where he vanished, and they should split up and search. Suddenly we see a large flash of light, and Jung-min arrives back, while calling Eden a jerk for sending him back in the middle of goodbye. But with him, Jack and Leah are here too, wondering where are they, and Leah questions on where is their home. Jung-min is surprised that they both came with him. He assumes that it's due to they were in item forms. As such, he tells both of them to transform themselves back into their human forms. And as they do, they start to cling to Jung-min while being scared, and asks him on where did he brought them. Jung-min replies that it's where he lives, and asks him to come to his place for now. He would explain everything there. She asks if his home is far from theirs, because if so, they won't be able to meet Brother Eden. But he tells them to not worry, as he promised that they will meet him soon. Suddenly, someone calls out to him from behind. As he turns back, he notices that it's Yuna. She immediately hugs Jung-min tightly, and while crying, asks him where was he all this time, and she was so scared because he vanished like that. He apologizes, and she tells him that he at least should have told her on where he was going, and calls him a jerk for not doing so. Taemin also arrives, telling him on how worried Yuna was about him. He apologizes to him as well, and Taemin tells him to let's go and eat something. Fast forward at night, in Jung-min's apartment, Taemin is shocked upon learning that Jung-min came from the Horizon Slicing Sword Tower, and that he was also the guy who cleared the first floor. Jung-min replies that this is why he was suddenly summoned again and just got back. Taemin replies that he has never heard of someone being summoned before, even though that place is shrouded in mystery. It's still shocking. Yuna, noticing Jack and Leah, asks Jung-min on who are these kids. He replies that he met them in tower, and hesitantly tells them that they are his kids, which shocks them both. Yuna gets angry at Jung-min, but he replies that it's only figuratively, while thinking that it's technically true, since he created them. He tells Leah and Jack to introduce themselves to his friends, which they do so. Seeing them both, they get their heart pierced, as Yuna calls them cute and hugs them tightly, while telling them to become her younger siblings from today, and asks them if they want to eat something. She asks Leah if they want to eat ice cream, which she asks on what is that, and Jung-min looks over them happily. He calls out to Taemin to ask him something. And right as he is about to ask him about Sarin, a window appears in front of him. He again starts to get summoned to the first floor of Horizon Slicing Sword Tower, and he is shocked from it, along with both Yuna and Taemin, who asks on what is wrong. While being summoned, he tries to get a word into them, to look after Jack and Leah. He will be right back. And before he completes, he is right back at the tower. He gets annoyed at Eden for calling him at the worst possible timing every time. He tries to call out to him, to let him out, and we see someone behind him. That person tells him to shut up, and Jung Min turns back to look who it is, as he recognizes that voice, but he gets a sword pointed right at his throat. We see it's Eden himself, and Jung Min is surprised to see him as well. Eden asks him to spill it if he is an Everton. Jung Min notes a face that looks good with scar, jet black hair and crimson eyes. And that annoying, smug look. Jung Min gets elated upon seeing a grown-up Eden. Eden gets pissed and shouts that if Jung Min thinks he is joking around. Eden swings his sword beside Jung Min and creates a huge crater right behind him. Eden tells him that it's his final warning and asks again that if Jung Min is with Everton. Jung Min chuckles while repeating his question that if he is asking he is with Everton, and gets pissed, asking if his brain is made out of tofu or something, and what exactly is going through his head for him to reach that conclusion. And if that's how he comes off to him, and complains about him swinging his sword near him, almost killing him. Eden tells him to not try to sneak his way out of this, it's not going to work, and if he is not an Everton, how came he knew about the brainwashing insect? And that he even knew the things that Eden, the Tower Master himself, didn't, that too with remarkable details. And the fact that he even discovered the flaming mana root, which is something that definitely does not exist in their world. Jung Min realizes that Eden will actually kill him if he does not answer, and wonders if it's okay to let him know the truth, but he might kill him after knowing that too. Eden thinks that he did saw him fight against those Everton people, but there is no way he could have known about Jack and Leah's true identities, unless he was one of them. And even if he is not an Everton, they could potentially use him to their advantage, but he has to make sure first. Eden asks him if he is going to take all day answering, and Jung Min finally answers that the towers never existed on Earth at first. Eden is surprised to know that. Jung Min explains, but at some point, towers began to appear that were inspired by mythologies or legends. Inside these towers exist characters from myths that have manifested, and by clearing the quests assigned by the Tower Master, they could earn rewards. And that they were all in a novel that he read, hearing which surprises Eden. The novel was about him and other heroes, fighting the great demon. Everything manifested on Earth from the story, Towers of the Seven Heroes. One of those towers was the horizon-slicing sword. Everton also came into existence at the same time, and that is all he knows for now. Jung Min wonders if that was enough. Though knowing his character, he probably won't believe that he is a character from a novel. Eden asks, would that mean that he has nothing to do with Everton? He replies that it is what he said, and he feels wronged, while thinking that Eden did believe his story. He also promises Eden that he will stop Everton, so that no one falls victim to them anymore. Eden stares at him and replies that he will take his word for it. Though it's not going to be easy at his current level, and Jung Min replies that he knows that as well. Eden turns around and tells Jung Min to come to the tower in the future, as he will make sure to fix him up from head to toe. Back at his castle, Eden is still thinking about him being a character in a novel, and says, so that's what the deity meant back then. Hark, seven heroes, let us enter into a covenant. I pledge to transform your tales into the realm of reality. And as the deity said, their adventures on the continent are known as the Age of Doom on Earth, though he does have a feeling that he is still hiding something, but he would like to place his trust in him. Pina says that she thinks she knows what he is hiding, and Eden asks her what is it. She replies that it's just a hunch, but she is sure that it would be okay. She senses the same kind of energy from him as she does when she is praying to the gods. Eden asks if what she's saying is that Jung Min's a god. Though it does not matter, there is a chance that he may be the key that they are searching for. Back to his room, Jung Min thinks that he has convinced Eden for now, and he even offered to train him. And he is right as well. In his current state, it would be tough for him to face Everton. As such, he thinks to go over to Eden's tower as soon as he checks how Sarin is doing. Yuna comes over and asks Jung Min to take a look at Leah, as Yuna did her hair. He replies that she looks great, and notes that they have become fast friends. He asks Leah on why does she call Yuna, Unni, and him, a mister, and she replies, it's because that's who he is. Hearing which, Yuna starts to laugh at Jung Min. And speaking of which, Jung Min asks Yuna about how Sarin is doing, as she is not picking up his calls. Hearing his question, Yuna gets serious and replies that she is currently at the rehabilitation center of the Raiders Association. She has recovered from her injuries, but she is not interested in meeting anyone, though she still might see him. And fast forward, we see Jung Min is at the hospital, and knocks on Sarin's ward, saying that he is coming in. As he slides open the door, Sarin notices. And we see she was looking out from the window, but takes notice that Jungmin is here. We see it has started raining, and Sarin is sitting by the window and watching outside. Jungmin comes along and gives her a drink, and Sarin tells him that he didn't need to get it for her. But he tells her to consider it an apology for showing up too late, and she replies that he does not need to worry about it, as she was actually worried when she heard about him suddenly vanishing. And asks if he is okay, and he replies that he never felt better. He asks Sarin the same question as well, that if she is fine. But hearing his question, her expressions turn serious and she gets teary, while saying that she is scared. As they have said that she cannot use mana anymore for the rest of her life. And that once she graduated from the academy, she would have plenty of options such as an analyst, but that is not what she dreamt of becoming. And the promise she made with Jungmin about becoming a great raider, she probably won't be able to keep that anymore as well. As she starts wondering on what can she do now. Jungmin also remembers this feeling and how crushing it can be when your lifelong dream suddenly falls apart. She apologizes to Jungmin and tells him that she would like to be alone right now. Hearing which, Jungmin also gets frustrated as he clenches the can. In the alleyway, he wonders why did things ended up like this. His novel opened the door for him to become a raider, but for Sarin, it tore her dreams apart. He wonders if it's his fault again. And questions on how long will he keep posing a threat to other people. He clenches his fist and slaps himself on his face, telling himself to get it together, and now he has to make sure to not create any more victims. And to do that, he needs to master his immersion ability. Back at his home, he first tries to assess the current situation. But Jack and Leah bothers him by asking him to play and that if he is studying, but he quickly gets them busy and makes them sit in front of TV to watch a movie. Doing all of this makes him realize that parenting is really exhausting. He opens up his laptop to gather the information. First up is Satan, the great demon in the Age of Doom. He has 6 spiritual abilities, and a total of 6 apostles have been endowed with spiritual abilities by Satan. And he would probably be fighting with them in the future. Not to mention, with the great demon as well. And that Everton guy named Umol, who said he was an apostle of Satan. But he was killed by a low-ranking demon who couldn't even maintain his form. If he was really an apostle who possessed the demon's spiritual abilities, he would have been able to make that low-ranking demon submit to him. In other words, he was a fake apostle. The real ones are bound to show up soon, and he cannot take them in his current state, since he is weaker than even a low-ranked demon. There is a perfect guy who can train him, but Jungmin is in doubt to be trained by him. But whatever it is, he does not have time to be considering such things. And such, he decides to head to Eden's tower, and asks Jack and Leah that they wanted to see Eden as well. Now at the Bong Jun's office, someone knocks on the door. As they come in, it's Saint Rachel, meeting whom Bong Jun calls a pleasant surprise. Along with him is also Crusaders Guildmaster, Ben. Ben also greets him, and Bong Jun pretends to not see him. We see both of them starts to bicker, which is apparently a regular thing. Bong Jun thanks Sujin for coming, as he heard that she got a lot on her plate, and he actually planned on reaching out to her soon. She asks if something happened, as he does not look great. Bong Jun activates his mana, and shows her that this is what is happening when he tries to use even little bit of mana. Looking at which, she replies that it's quite serious, and treats him, though she also tells him that she cannot fully restore a mana circuit once it has been already damaged. All she can do is alleviate his pain. Bong Jun starts feeling the pain and Sujin tells him to bear with it, and asks him on why did he use his mana. He replies that it's not like he is incapable of doing so, it just hurts a little, and she angrily replies that it's exactly why it's a problem. As her healing is done, he starts to feel much better than before. But she warns him to be careful, since his mana circuits are pretty much like rusty water hoses right now. Using greater mana in this state will cause the circuits to explode, and if that happens, she would not be able to treat her like she did right now. He tells her to not worry, as he has it safely sealed. It's just there was an emergency recently, so he had no choice but to use it, and she replies that she is really worried about him. He also informs her that he got an apprentice, and he is quite rude. He got him worried sick after vanishing all of a sudden, but then he came here, met his friend and left without saying a hello. Ben replies that he must really love his apprentice, and he says, absolutely not, he just thinks he is a little interesting, and he got a lot of secrets, so it should be fun to uncover. Sujin says that it's not something that he says about people every day, and he got her curious about him as well, and asked about one other kid he mentioned whose mana circuits were damaged. He replies, he did, and asks if she could check her out as well, and she replies, she will, and asks on where is she now. We see someone asking Sarin on how she is doing, and she replies that she is still not able to use her mana, and suppose that she should really give up hope, but the nurse tells her to not be too upset, as they will try to find another solution, but she starts to cry. The nurse gets up and holds her, while telling her that it's okay. We see the nurse donning a creepy smile while telling Sarin that she is going to be just fine. Now at some Everton base, we see a Everton guy lying on the ground and heavily injured. Suddenly a huge guy stomps on his hand, while calling them incompetent. The guy tries to beg for his mercy and promises to not fail him next time. But he gets angry hearing that, and smashes his face while saying that he had enough of this bullshit. Someone suddenly sighs beside him while saying that they don't know how they are all so useless. And we see it's the glasses girl who says that it's not like they are asking them to do something difficult, that they are struggling so much. She does realize that it was a low-rank demon, but she is surprised that it was taken down so easily, and wonders if the job was really that hard. The big angrily replies that it was because they entrusted it to these worthless scums, they should have taken care of it themselves. She replies that he cannot expect her to handle such trivial matters, and the guy tells her that she is nagging again, and to forget it and simply destroy this place. She leaves while telling him to suit himself, as this space no longer serves its purpose. He laughs hysterically and we see an explosion from outside the building. Seeing which the girl comments that he is always so extra, calling it ridiculous, and that once she get everything ready, they will finally be able to catch the 8 hero. Switching to Jung Min, who is standing outside of the tower with Jack and Leah. Jack asks if Brother Eden really lives here, and Leah asks on how are they supposed to go in without any doors. He tells them to not worry about that, and wonders if kids can enter in human form. He asks Jack and Leah to do their transforming for a moment, and they both turn into Taemin and some idol they saw on TV. But Jung Min asks them to turn into some objects instead, maybe a bracelet or a ring. Jack calls it boring and Leah says that Brother Eden won't be able to recognize them in this, and Jung Min replies that he would not have recognized them earlier either. Jung Min touches the stone outside the tower and is invited inside. Leah and Jack are quite surprised, as they feel like they are in a different dimension, and wonders if it's really inside the tower. Jung Min replies that they are, but he is not sure what floor they are on, though it looks similar to the first floor, but it's a little different. Suddenly someone tells him that they are on the 3rd floor. And we see it's Eden, who calls out to Jack and Leah, and asks them on how they been. Seeing him, they transform back and quickly run towards him and hugs him. They start to cry while saying that they missed him a lot. Eden hugs them back and tells them that he missed them as well. Seeing this all, Jung Min gets very happy and Eden gets annoyed and asks on what is up with his look, to which he replies that it's nothing. But anyways, Eden asks him on what took him so long, though that he chickened out and fled, and asks if he is ready for this, and Jung Min replies that he sure is. They both arrive at some empty field and we see Jack and Leah sleeping on the side. Jung Min gets a notification about the Tower Master's recognition, which makes him realize that he needs to earn the Tower Master's recognition, and asks Eden on what kind of training will he be doing. As Jung Min remembers that Dari Marsha made Eden undergo a number of training sessions, and wonders if he is going to enhance his stamina first. Eden calls Jung Min over and shows him the place where he will be training. Seeing which he gets confused and asks on what does he mean exactly, and Eden clarifies that he means below him. Seeing which he gets scared as he remembers, and looks over a large cliff. Looking down, he cannot even see the bottom, and Eden asks him on why is he simply standing there and tells him to jump down. He starts to comically cry, remembering that perhaps he made Eden go through too much of hard time in his novel, guess he is reaping what he sow. But Eden simply kicks him, and tells him that they have not got all day, and he will give him a week to climb back up, and if he cannot then he is out. As we see Jung Min falling down while shouting at Eden for being a psycho. We see Jung Min fall into a body of water below. He yells at Eden from below that he is gonna beat the shit out of him when he gets back up. As he is getting out of the water, he starts to think that he is the one made him this way after all. He dries his clothes and starts to wonder on where is he. And it's the Great Ravine where Marsha once trained Eden. It's also a place which is not easily accessible to humans and is brimming with the potent mana of the natural world. That also means that it's filled with that many dangerous monsters. Though he is sure that it was a nightmare for Eden, since he had no idea about this place while grinning. As for him, this place is a jackpot, due to which he gets excited. He thinks that 1 week is long, he would finish it up in 3 days. Eden looks from up above and thinks that it was one big fall for Jung Min and hopes that he did not die from it. Seeing which, it brings back his old memories, as he thought he was seriously done for back then. He still remembers how Marsha pushed him with an evil smile, and we see her telling Eden that since his body cannot handle the mana, it would make sense to beef up his body before initiating the mana circuits. Just remembering all of which, Eden starts to shudder, as he thinks that Jung Min is going to have it rough, and this time it won't be easy as the first floor, as he is in for a hell of a ride. Meanwhile, Jung Min is seen to be excited and finding some rare ingredients. We learn that it's the crimson flowers that only grow from 70-year-old flaming mana roots. And unlike the baby mana root that he ate last time, this one is actually super sweet. On top of that, if you pull out the roots, you will find rare items hidden underneath. We see he found the crimson-haired moth larva, which he found quite disgusting to eat. But Jung Min has a plan and gets started on pulling out all of the flaming mana roots, while calling it a bountiful harvest. Now fast forward and it gets night, and we see him sitting beside fire, while thinking that grilling the crimson-haired moth larva in fire gets rid of the obnoxious neurotoxins, which makes the safe to eat them. And he tries to increase his mana while the crimson-haired larvas are getting grilled. He opens up his skill window and thinks that under normal circumstances, his body should not have been able to cope with the abrupt mana surge, but thanks to the hero's mana skill he can now increase his mana without any issue. And in the novel, it took Eden a long time because he did not had a skill like this, and hence he thanks Eden for giving him such a good skill while saying that he will make good use of it. He then pulls out the crimson-haired moth larva from the fire, as all he have to do now is to eat that and get stronger. He hesitates a bit in putting them in his mouth, but in the end finally does so. Though he feels disgusted, it's a valuable source of protein packed with nutrients. Though it does taste similar to shrimps, and he gets a notification about his mana circuits being enhanced. Suddenly, we see a monster sneaking up behind Jung Min. And right as Jung Min turns around to notice, the huge bear attacks him. But he is able to dodge and gets back a bit. And he notes that it seems like the smell lured it here. As the war bear attacks him again, he covers his fist with mana and punches him down right on his head, taking him down in a single blow. Suddenly he gets chills, as he gets surrounded by silver wolves this time. He notes that they should be about S rank in terms of the test room, but he should be able to take them down effortlessly, while calling it funny on how he only recently achieved a narrow victory over a B rank iron wolf. But now that he has boosted his mana quite a bit, it's time for a little workout for him. Now we switch scenes to another tower, and a guy saying that the flower of the world tree is ready. The girl with the glasses nods that it must be the world tree flower that blooms only once a year, and the huge guy asks that if it means he can fight to his heart's content. Some guy starts walking while saying that it's right, it will begin 3 days from now in Daeryong City. And they cannot afford to fail. The glasses girl tells him to not worry about it, as she had made all the necessary arrangements to capture the 8th hero. In fact, she be more worried about Choi Bong Jun, the father of raiders, than the 8th hero. The white-haired guy replies that they can leave him to him, while saying that it looks like he is in for a reunion with an old friend. A few days later, we see a huge explosion in the forest. And there, Jung Min is fighting a monster and defeats it. We see behind him lies a bunch of dead monsters and he seems tired as well, and we learn that he has wiped out most of the monsters in this area. And now that he has eaten all the fruits, he decides that it's time for him to head back up, but before he plans to grab everything he can since they could come in handy. As such, he uses his detection skill to find some more items. He notes that his range has extended and now covers this entire ravine. Eden was right, Jung Min is now capable of searching through an entire mountain now. As such, he starts to climb the mountain, and it gets evening. While climbing, as he is trying to grab a rock, his hand slips and the rocks fall. He tries to focus again and notes that the place he is searching for is somewhere around here. We see a weird-looking part on the mountain, which turns out to be the place, and Jung Min tries to reach for it. As he hangs from it, he realizes that all he have to do now is to imbue a little mana through this crevice. But as soon as he does so, it causes an explosion, as the path opens, and we see Jung Min is still hanging on and is able to climb back up. He flops on the side, and for a second thought that he was really gonna bite the dust. Though noting shining lights, he gets up and sees a bunch of shiny-looking stones. He goes on to hold and break one, and realizes that it's much heavier than he expected. This may seem like sparkly gem, but they are actually mana stones. But by imbuing mana into Mana Stone of Wind, you can get it to use various properties it has. And with this he might even be able to go up right away. But suddenly it stops and Jung-min crashes onto the ground. He realizes that it's not ready yet, he would need to have it processed with artifacts to use it properly. But takes out an pickaxe and plans to take all of them with him. Now up on the ground, it gets morning and we see Eden waking up from a nap. He sees Jack and Leah are still sleeping and suddenly notices something. We see Jung-min finally climbing all the way back up. While getting incredibly exhausted from all this, but still he considers it a jackpot as Eden found Bastium. Eden gets quite impressed by Jung-min, as he just finished it up in 4 days, and Jung-min replies that it was easy, the plan was to get it done in 3 days. Eden thinks that he can tell at a glance, there has been a major improvement in Jung-min's mana. Jung-min starts to take out a wooden sword, saying that since he got here early, he should start sparring with him. Eden asks if he really wants it, and grins while saying that he seems quite confident. Seeing his expression, Jung-min wonders if he went overboard with it, but tells Eden that as he can tell both his mana and stamina has reached levels similar to his, though it's still far from sufficient to take on Everton. As he seriously need more hands-on experience, and tells Eden to hurry up and turn on his combat mode because he is ready. Eden asks if he is saying that he would have lost to Everton if he did not had enough combat experience, but Jung-min gets nervous and asks if he is twisting what he said. Eden replies that since he got more combat experience, he would have to show his skills, but even back when he lacked combat experience, he was strong enough to split a mountain in half and with a wooden sword at that. As Eden swings his sword towards Jung-min, he is able to block it with his palm which cracks his sword. Jung-min is surprised and asks Eden if he is trying to kill him and he replies that he thought he wanted to become stronger. And tells him to come to him, he promised that he would go easy on him. Jung-min thinks that even though Eden pisses him off, he cannot deny it, if Eden went all out just now, his body would have been split in 2. And Jung-min dashes towards Eden while thinking that he won't have to worry about Eden killing him. Jung-min tries his best and tries to hit Eden, but all of his strikes are easily dodged by him. Jung-min starts to get angry as Eden is casually dodging all of his strikes. He tries his best to at least land a single hit, but Eden blocks it easily. We see him causally holding his sword while telling him to let's take a moment to figure it out, as even though he has clearly amped up his ability, he is still quite weak. Jung-min gets pissed hearing that, and Eden tells him that it got him wondering on how did he became so strong. Jung-min sarcastically thanks for thinking about him and asks if he has found out why is that. And he replies that all it takes is death, and hits Jung-min with a heavy strike which makes him go flying in the tree. As Eden tells him that people grow stronger with each near-death experience that they survive, as Jung-min thinks that he has a complete psycho and actually tried to kill him just now. Suddenly he gets a notification about a mission, as Eden walks towards him while telling Jung-min to do his best to survive. For the next 1 hour that is. Now at the hospital, the nurse asks Sarin on how is she feeling today, and if it's much better than before, or if she is experiencing any dizziness, to which she replies that she does not. The nurse calls it fantastic, and tells her that this exam will be the last one as mentioned before, so she would be drawing blood after doing a simple test. And asks Sarin to follow her. We see it gets evening and Jack and Leah are enjoying their food. While Jung-min is still trying his best to survive, and thinks that he is getting a hang of this as it's the 7th round by now. As he is able to follow his attack with his eyes now, and wonders how much time he has left in this round now since he is starting to run out of stamina. Eden grins and asks if he has reached his limit already, and as he once again swings at him, Jung-min ducks and is able to dodge, which surprises him a bit. Jung-min tries to counter with a stab, but Eden jumps back and dodges it. With this Eden tells him that he now knows when to dodge and strike when there is opening. Eden immediately attacks him again and lunges at him while telling him to try and dodge this, and as he strikes Jung-min's sword breaks. Jung-min is surprised and tells Eden to wait, but he does not listen and kicks him on his chest. Eden tells him that there is no such thing as a timeout in a life or death battle. And right as he is about to strike, the countdown ends. We see Jung-min was completely scared and Eden puts his sword away while saying that it's a shame as he could have impaled his head this time. Eden tells him to hurry up and restore himself with a potion as it's time for a round 8, but Jung-min complains that to at least let him catch his breath. Now at Bong Jun's office, he confirms with his assistant that if a raider who is affiliated with army just launched a terrorist attack, and he replies that it went down in Daeryong City, and they have counted 62 civilians death and 16 raiders have been confirmed missing. Bong Jun asks if he has figured out the purpose of this terrorist attack, and he replies that they haven't been able to figure that out yet. However, they have come across the mark of Everton at the crime scene, so they are currently investigating it. Hearing which, he starts to get pissed, and his assistant tells him that they are trying to figure out how many terrorists were involved. So far they suspect that it was led by none other than Kim Dae-ho, one of the first-generation raiders, as Bong Jun's expression changes and asks if he said Kim Dae-ho again. Suddenly a guy comes running to him in hurry and Bong Jun asks him if it's an emergency. And he replies that a new tower has been discovered in Daeryong City. And its name is, The Hero Who Walked Away. Fast forward to a rainy day and we see Bong Jun arriving at the newly discovered tower and asks his assistant if he found Kim Dae-ho, to which he replies, not yet. Bong Jun tells that it's been an entire day and they still haven't been able to locate him yet. He asks if they have tried using mana detection, and he apologizes and says that he has hid himself inside the tower, as they have found some traces that suggest that he entered the tower, but there is none indicating that he left. For now they are guarding the entrance. Bong Jun is a bit surprised to hear that he has concealed himself with the tower and wonders if this tower also has something to do with Everton. He tells his assistant to stay guard around the tower as he cannot hide in there forever. And the moment he gets spotted, they should all of their forces, as he is the strongest when it comes to one-on-one combat. With this, Bong Jun starts to leave and tells his assistant to remember to tell him even the slightest detail if he found any, and he replies he will and escorts him to the strategy room. He turns around and takes one good look at the newly discovered tower. Inside the tower, at some sort of lab, we see a guy is hanging from some kind of device, all chained up. We see his lips are shriveled as he is barely able to put words together to call for help. He asks Kim on why is he doing this all. We see something is getting sucked in from his body as he grunts in pain. Kim notes that the device has finished absorbing all the mana. He begs Kim to let him go as he has a young boy, but Kim instead puts a weapon right in his mouth and calls him noisy and shoots directly into his mouth. Suddenly he hears something and turns around, and it's the huge guy who is surprised that he killed them all as he wanted him to keep one or two of them alive for himself, as he was looking forward to seeing how many punches it will take to kill a raider, calling Kim boring, which pisses him off as he asks if he thinks that they are playing games here. The huge guy replies that since he is a raider as well, perhaps he got a soft spot for them, and if he is not happy he can volunteer instead of them as a lab rat. Hearing which, Kim gets pissed and releases his aura. Suddenly the big starts to get covered up in some black stuff as he yells at Kim to let him go. He starts to wonder what kind of ability it is, as he is unable to move at all. Kim walks towards him and aims his weapon right on his head while saying that he does not give a damn on who he beat to death, but if he keeps throwing curveballs like this at him, then it might be better to get rid of him right now. Right as he is about to press the trigger, the huge guy starts to get scared. But the glasses girl comes and pushes his weapon away, telling him to be easy there, as they should not fight among themselves, since they are already low on manpower. She glances over to the guy who is hanging from the device and notes that it failed, just as she thought. Though it was a good thing that they ran the tests first with the raiders that they captured, and it seems the gate won't open no matter how much mana they gather from these raiders. Which means they need the 8 heroes' mana, as she wonders just where could he have vanished to, since he should be easy to catch since he has not awakened his abilities yet. The big guy is surprised that they have not been able to catch him till this point, and that he knew this would happen, but the girl replies sarcastically on how dare a man talk back to a woman. She then asks him to try, as even his friends are having trouble reaching him, and she is the one who is most upset about this situation. Kim replies that if they don't have the 8 hero, the situation can be easily fixed by capturing Choi Bong Jun. With the amount of mana he got, it would be sufficient to open the gate, as one of the reasons he is the strongest raider in the world is because of his immense mana. But the girl replies that it won't be easy and asks if it's really necessary to do it the hard way. And what's more, it's impossible to get past all those raiders outside the tower and bring Bong Jun here. They should avoid any head-on clashes if they can help it. But Kim replies to just lure him to the gate and he will capture him himself. She replies that it does seems to be the best option right now, but she suggests to wait until tomorrow, and if there is no news, they will proceed with this plan, though it would be nice if the 8 hero showed up tomorrow. And speaking of which, she notes that the hero who walked away has arrived. And they all kneel down in front of him, and he is introduced as Lord Corjudas. He notices and asks on why have they only gathered this much mana. To which Kim apologizes and replies that they have been held up trying to track down the 8 hero, and tells him to not worry since he will personally capture Bong Jun and bring him here, and Scourge tells him that he better not let him down, as everything has to be perfect tomorrow. Looking out of the window, he sees a huge crowd gathered and calls them a bunch of insects, and that he cannot wait to step outside of this tower. Back to Jung Min, we see him training with Eden again, and this time he is able to follow his attacks, and is also finally able to catch up to his attack speed. Eden asks him if he is alright since he has stayed up for 2 whole nights by now. Jung Min tells him that it's fine as he got recovery potions, which he drinks and tells Eden to start again, which Eden calls out as show off, but Jung Min thinks that he cannot afford to waste any time, as he has to land a hit on Eden at least once in this round. Eden dodges his attack and jumps up in mid-air and goes for a direct attack with full force. Seeing all his attacks, Jung Min thinks that it feels as if he has been hit by the same pattern 100 times by now, but now he believes that he can withstand them and jumps back. Jung Min notices an opening on the left side of Eden and decides it's time now and rushes off to attack him, which Eden blocks. But Jung Min's sword cracks and Eden flings it up in the air while telling him that he won again with a smug face. But Jung Min gets back in position and lands a kick right on Eden's side which does damage to him. Jung Min gets happy that he finally landed a hit and Eden is pissed as he tells him that he is going to be dead, but just then the timer gets up. Eden angrily questions that why the hell did it had to time out right now, and Jung Min thinks that it's not something a hero should be saying. But looking at Jung Min, Eden notes that he is beyond his expectations, as even with the added strength from the hero's mana, his growth is skyrocketing at an alarming pace. He tells Jung Min that it's time for them to move on to the next level, which he happily agrees for, but Eden tells him to have one more round before that and Jung Min questions on why is there a need for that. But Eden with a scary expression tells him to not ask questions and to get ready for one more round. Jung Min starts to cry while calling Eden a jerk and blames himself for giving the main character such an awful personality. Fast forward, Eden tells him to listen carefully as all they did now was just a warm-up, and this time he is going to teach him a new skill. But Jung Min is annoyed while thinking that what they did was not warm-up, it was just Eden letting off steam. Eden says that now that he has turned Jung Min's sorry excuse of a body into something halfway decent, it's time to kick it up a notch. Hearing that statement angers Jung Min. Eden tells him that Jung Min learning his skill is not going to do anything, as just as he has his swordsmanship, he has his own, and besides he does not necessarily have to use a sword. Moving forward, he has to create a form that is unique to him, thinking of it as finding clothes that fits him perfectly. Jung Min remembers that the idea of forms have been discussed in his novel, as coming up with this concept was just his way for feeling good, given his lack of a unique ability. Whereas unique abilities are reserved for the chosen few. Forms are something that one can develop through own effort. It's a custom skill tailored skill to match individual talents, personality and mana potential. Eden says that initially he knew nothing about forms, mana or whatnot, he simply wished to slash his enemies, but he supposes that showing Jung Min would be better than to just talk about it. He explains that his form is severing and lands an incredibly powerful slashing attack. Eden is left completely shocked by it and calls it insane. Eden grins and asks Jung Min if he saw that, and that it's the basic gist of it, and we see Eden slash completely blew away a whole mountain. Seeing which, Jung Min thinks that he knows that he wrote this novel, but this is still ridiculous, and hence switches to a polite tone against Eden while telling him that it was incredible, and he is not sure if he can use it to learn as an example from and calls Eden, sir. Eden replies that he might know it from the novel already, but since forms manifest differently for everyone, it does not matter. Just like Pina's miracle and Liat's potential, he should have his own form like that which fits him like a glove. He can also try connecting it to his unique ability. In the end, a form reflects the very core of one's being. Eden starts to leave while telling him to figure it out as he would be chilling right over there. Jung Min smiles and gets excited about developing his own form. We switch scenes to the glasses girl who is complaining about Jung Min not showing up even though it's already time. And after all that effort she put it as well, the big guy replies that he always knew that she was simply a big talker who never followed through, which pisses her off. We see Kim is silently staring out of the window at all the raiders gathered outside. He brings out the flower and tells them to get right to it, as all they need is Choi Bong Jun. Once they create a gate with the flower of the world tree, those guys from the association will come rushing here, and when that happens he wants them to take care of them and that way Bong Jun will move alone. At that moment, he will transfer Bong Jun's mana into the gate and summon the great demon. The big guy gets excited and ready, telling them to start already as he is bored to death. The glasses girl is also agrees to Kim's plan in the end and wakes up Yeonsu, tells her that they decided to activate the flower at Daeryong City Hall, and tells her to freeze time around the tower. But she doesn't wake up and asks for 10 minutes of sleep more, which pisses the glasses girl off. She hits her on the head and wakes her up, and she replies in sleep that she cannot be bothered and asks if they can just sneak out. Kim tells her to pull herself together as no one must see them walk out of the tower. She finally agrees to do so, but tells them that there are too many raiders there, hence she cannot hold off time for people with mana indefinitely. She can probably hold on for a minute. Kim replies that it would be enough. Yeonsu begins using her ability and we see the whole area around the tower is covered with it. As everything is frozen in time around them, they all casually stroll through in between them. Seeing which the big guy comments that this is one ability that he always finds fascinating, and the glasses girl tells him to stop fooling around and get to it. As her spells shatter, we see all the activities gets resumed again, as the guy ends up dropping his potions. He also notices that something feels out of place just now and wonders what it was. Now in the city, we see someone releasing black aura and screaming while everyone around him wonders on what is wrong with him. He collapses while saying for Everton with blood gushing all over the street. Suddenly black miasma appears all over the city and we see a monster coming out of it. The monsters start chasing all the civilians and they all run around in panic. Kim tells everyone else that it's their turn and to run wild and make sure that no one gets in their way. They all scatter away and the big guy arrives near a civilian. We see all of the apostles using their abilities to cause chaos in the city. Now at Bong Jun's office, he thinks that it's almost too calm. He reads the report and wonders what Kim Dae-ho is possibly scheming. Suddenly he gets a loud knock on his door and it's Rachel, seeing whom Bong Jun asks on what is she doing here. She slams on the table and replies that she came here after hearing everything. She heard about the new tower which just sprung up in Daeryong City and asks if it's really connected to the raiders who vanished. He simply replies that it may be and Rachel nags that what is he doing here then, he should be investigating the tower already. Bong Jun replies that the one who hid himself in the tower is a force to be reckoned with, and as he is sure that Rachel is aware as well, there is no telling what will happen inside the tower, they cannot simply follow him recklessly. We then see Ben arriving as well, saying that in that case he would also offer his support here, and asks Bong Jun to fill him with details, as some of the raiders who went missing were from his guild as well. Bong Jun provides him with the report, saying that their first suspect is one of the first-generation raiders, Kim Dae-ho. Rachel is surprised to know that as he is supposed to be Bong Jun's old friend. Bong Jun explains that the headquarters of the government raiders was located right here in the Daeryong City. It got hit recently and now 16 of them are MIA. Given that there was a sign of a fight, it's safe to say that they were defeated, and on that very day a new tower emerged, and all traces of mana vanished near its vicinity. He may be hole up in that tower, but he cannot stay there forever. That is why they got the place surrounded, waiting for him to show up. Right as Ben is about to say something, they all hear a loud sound from the outside and wonders what is it. As they all go outside, Bong Jun is surprised to see what was in front of him. He notes that those creatures should be in the dungeon. What could they all be doing out here? We see Kim Dae-ho planning to use the flower, as upon seeing it, Bong Jun will rush towards its location. As the flower starts to bloom, he tells it that he would be leaving the rest to it, to the great flower of the world tree. We see huge explosions and people running in panic from the monsters. Bong Jun's assistant informs him that the people are being attacked by the monsters in the city, and a number of dungeons have spawned already. They would also need reinforcements right now. Bong Jun asks what about the tower, and if someone came out from it, and he replies that no one stepped out of it, which makes Bong Jun wonder if no one was hiding there. Suddenly we see a purple light going up in the sky, which Bong Jun also notices, and he wonders what is it, and his assistant informs him that it's where the Daeryong City Hall is. As it goes up in the sky, it creates a purple portal and huge beam comes out of it. Its light is so bright that it shines through all over the city. Suddenly everyone gets a notification window appear for them. It's a mission to prevent the summoning of the great demon. Bong Jun notes that everyone got the same message, and the assistant asks if the association would be able to handle it all alone. He orders his assistant to urge the government to issue an evacuation announcement first. Their top priority would be to protect the civilians, and then tell all the raiders stationed at the tower's entrance to stop the monsters. He asks Ben if he can trust the Crusaders to help evacuate the residents of the Daeryong City, and he replies that he can absolutely. As such, Ben also orders his guild that they would need maps and info on the air raid dugouts and emergency shelters within the city. We see Bong Jun getting a call from Chai Yoon-gil, and he asks if it's a crisis since he has called after quite a while, and Bong Jun replies that the situation is worse than he anticipated. They have already reached out to state for backup, and that they might need help of the Providence Guild as well. He replies that they would be right there. We see Bong Jun is incredibly pissed at Everton, and Kim Dae-ho is standing on top of building and is waiting for Bong Jun to arrive. Back to Jung Min, who is trying to find out his form and also the right way to channel his energy into the sword. He notes that with immersion, he can tap into the character's abilities, but he cannot call that his own strength. We see his attack causes quite an explosion and Eden is sitting behind watching over him. He notes that Jung Min is going to collapse at this rate. Leah gets angry as she tells Eden that she told him to not move, and Eden apologizes. Jung Min thinks his very own essence and form and wonders what kind of innate ability he might have. And given that his story materialized into real-life tower, he thinks that his ability be the power of creation. And in that case, he puts his hand down on the ground and yells, "Create flaming mana root." But nothing happens, and Eden sitting behind wonders just what is wrong with him. Eden walks up to him and tells him that he told him to think about his own form and not goof around like that, as even if he were to focus, there is barely enough time to train, and seeing his hairstyle, Jung Min breaks into laughter. He says while laughing that he was actually thinking about it, and asks Eden on what is up with his hairstyle. Eden gives him something and tells him that he taught him all he needs to know. It's high time that he learn on his own with first-hand experience. And also tells him to get out of here. He waves goodbye to both him and Jack and Leah, but Jung Min tries to resist, saying that he is not ready yet. Right as he about to ask about his form, he vanishes, and Eden also says that his hairstyle is just fine. Suddenly he notices a flaming mana root there, and thinks that he did not knew that this place had flaming mana roots. But he walks away saying that those seems to be spiritual herbs, and looks like they are common stuff. We see Jung Min popping up right outside the tower. He gets annoyed thinking that Eden rushed him out like that, and Jack and Leah got very happy going there, as Jack asks Jung Min if they will be going back there, to which he replies that they will, and blast Eden until he passes out. He looks at the item Eden gave him and wonders what is this, as he brought it with him because he suddenly chucked it his way. Though he suddenly remembers that he needs to go see Master Choi first, and thinks to head to the association first. And thinks that he is pretty sure he would understand if he explains everything to him. At the Bong Jun's office, Jung Min is surprised to know that Master Choi has already left for Daeryong City, and the employee also informs him that he also told that he does not want to be disturbed for a while. Jung Min wonders what is going on, as he was hoping to see Master Choi since it's been quite a while, and speaking of which, he also notes that the association is very quiet, and suddenly he is noticed by his friends. They are both surprised to see him here and asks on where he has been all this time, and Yuna tells him that she has been looking all over for him. Jung Min asks on what are they doing here, and Yuna asks if he haven't seen the news, as things are going crazy right now, which gets Jung Min confused. He opens up his phone and sees the news about Daeryong City where monsters continue to spawn and the streets have been transformed into dungeons, with distressing scenes unfolding at every turn. And despite efforts provided by the Providence Guild and the Crusaders to evacuate the citizens to shelters, they are still facing severe shortage of reinforcements. The government has urged residents to seek relief at nearby association facilities and temporary shelters. And the association has also suggested a possible correlation between the newly spawned tower, the hero who walked away, and the religious group, Everton, known for its history of terrorist attacks against innocent civilians. Seeing this all, Jung Min is nervous and he realizes that it means Scourge also exists in real life, and wonders how is it possible as he was already killed by Eden. But if he's still alive regardless of novel's ending, that means he is only after one thing. As such he decides that he needs to get to Daeryong City right now. Suddenly Yuna calls out to him and asks him to go to Daeryong City with them. As they were just on their way there are also people they need to meet, and she has already crunched the number for them to teleport there. As she gives him her hand, he agrees to go with them. We see them teleporting right at Daeryong City, but Yuna notes that it's not the Daeryong City Hall, and wonders what is this place. Taemin complains that if she could not have made the ride any smoother, and Yuna says that something is off. As she swears that she punched the right coordinates to Daeryong City Hall, but then it felt like something messed with the points along the way. She wonders if it could be because of some other mana intervened due to the dungeons. At least they managed to land near their destination, and we see a monster is attacking her from behind. As she turns back to notice, Jung Min has already taken care of it by splitting it in half. They both notice that Jung Min was extremely fast and are surprised by it. They all suddenly gets a notification about the same mission that everyone else received. Yuna is surprised to know that the difficulty level is despair, and Taemin checks his phone only to find it dead, and Jung Min is also shocked to learn about the gate to the demonic realm and an offering ritual. It makes Jung Min realize that the Everton guys got their hands on the flower of the world tree. Jung Min wonders how did they manage to gather all this mana, since there are not any heroes in the real world. As in the novel, to access the demonic realm with the flower of the world tree, you need an enormous amount of mana. That is why Corgidas channeled his own mana in the original story, but right now, all the heroes are locked inside the tower. He clenches his fist as he realizes that they are after Master Choi. As such, they all quickly rushes in the city, and Jung Min thinks that there is no need to overthink this. It does not matter if they are after Master Choi or not, he just have to eliminate the flower of the world tree, then it's over for them. Humans have a range of desires. Those with perverse ambitions become attractive targets for demons. The demons tempt these individuals, promise to satisfy their deepest yearnings, but the moment they yield to these deceptions, their souls are harvested as energy for demons. When Ephelon Corgidas, one of the heroes from the Age of Doom, succumbs to the demon's temptation, he ends up giving his soul and mana to conjure the great demon. That is why Jung Min called him the hero who walked away. Once the summoning of the great demon starts, they are talking about countless souls being lost, far beyond that time with Sarin. They got lucky that time because it was a low-ranked demon, but the heroes from the novel are not present at the moment, which means none of them are capable of facing the great demon, which is why they have to stop the summoning itself. Taemin shouts that the monsters keep coming non-stop, and Jung Min replies that they are very close to reaching the center of the city, and also tells them to not give up as they are almost there. We see Eden is watching everything as well, as he gets pissed about Corgidas. Pina notes that he has put his plan into action faster than they expected, and another unknown hero says that Corgidas already failed once in the past, so he is again trying it before the 8th hero awakens. Looking at Jung Min, Pina asks Eden if he is capable of doing this. Eden replies that with his current capabilities it's impossible, that is unless he stops the summoning itself. Pina agrees with him, since if Jung Min succeeds they can get a year to themselves. Eden replies that all they can do now is to trust Jung Min. Eden contacts him and asks if he got any hidden cards up his sleeves, and Jung Min tries to think of something, and replies that he plans to go and destroy the flower, which frustrates Eden, and calls it a shame that he cannot land a punch on his stupid face. Eden annoyingly tells him that the rest is up to him, and Jung Min gets pissed by his attitude as well. We see a huge amount of monsters, and Jung Min and his friends are heading towards the center while slicing and killing all the monsters in their way. Yuna says that it's much worse than she expected, and Taemin notes that the monsters have all been taken down. They notice someone standing there and Yuna comments that it's some civilian who has not evacuated yet. Yuna is surprised to see it's the doctor who was treating Sarin, as she greets him by saying that it's fancy seeing her here. Yuna asks her on what is she doing here, and she replies that it's because the association came as reinforcement to Daeryong City, and after all, she is with the association as well. Jung Min is suspicious about her working for the association, as if she is, then why is she standing in such a dangerous area on her own, and notes that something smells fishy. As we see a huge purple aura visible from her, and a notification pops up saying that the original author senses the spiritual energy of lies. She calls it very lucky that she ran into 8th hero here and immediately attacked Jung Min and his friends. She targets Yuna and Taemin first, who wonders on what is going on. As a dark purple miasma surrounds them both and they both disappear, greatly shocking Jung Min. She smiles creepily and says that it's much quieter now and that now the pests are away, she can finally deal with Jung Min. She slams her hand on the ground and yells, "Arise," and we see the ground starts breaking apart, forming large, long cracks. Everything starts to rumble, and seeing Jung Min's expression, she asks if he is surprised already as she has much more to show him right now. She lifts up all the stone from surroundings and it all starts to form some sort of monster. And it ends up creating a huge golem, which dwarfs Jung Min completely. The golem attacks Jung Min, but he seems completely unfazed and unimpressed by it, calling her surprise disappointing. As the golem's fist reaches Jung Min, and it creates a large crater on the ground, which shocks her. She freaks out thinking that the golem actually killed Jung Min, as she needed him alive. He calls out the golem that he ruined everything as this was her chance to get back to that big guy. But from the crater, we see Jung-min jumps out, telling her to guess again. The golem gets pissed at Jung-min and tries to attack him again. But Jung-min charges up his sword while telling the golem that he got some nerve to chase after him and destroys it in a single blow. As the golem falls on her feet, she is shocked and wonders what the hell is this. As she distinctly recalls hearing that the 8th hero was nothing but a mana vessel and that he has not awakened yet. As Jung-min calls out to her, she gets scared. He tells her that if she really thought that he would fall for her sorry tricks again, and that he got no time to waste on someone like her, and demands to her to hand over his friends instantly. The spiritual ability of deception is the power to delude a person's mind, hence the apostle of deception exploits people's fear, conjuring phantoms to initiate attacks. The more one buys into the existence of the phantoms, the stronger it gets, leaving one completely defenseless. She gets annoyed and again summons phantoms of a bunch of golems to attack Jung-min. But Jung-min easily dodges and destroys all of them, since as long as one don't believe they are real, it's a total breeze. She gets scared and nervous, calling it all impossible and orders her phantom to make sure that Jung-min is not able to reach her. But Jung-min easily destroys them as well, as she thinks that no one told her that he would be this strong. Jung-min keeps on defeating all the golems and she gets more and more scared as he starts to get close to her, as she yells at him to back off. But he jumps and gets close to her and lands a direct blow. Jung-min notes that Yuna and Taemin have not been released yet, and if the Phantom's dimension has not been dissipated yet, which means she is still alive. Suddenly he notices a piece of ice falling and then a huge ice crystal is formed, as he wonders on what is this ability. As he lands back on the ground, he is shocked to see Sarin defending the apostle. He asks her in shock on what is she doing here. The apostle gets back up, saying that she loves that expression, and that she should have shown him Sarin from the start. As suddenly, we see Jung-min is surrounded by a bunch of Sarins. Seeing which he gets pissed, as he realizes that she has used Sarin as a phantom. Jung-min notes that it's quite useless to attack the phantoms as the apostle itself is the main body. He leaps towards the phantom to attack, though he feels bad since the phantom looks like Sarin. But at the end of the day, they are still phantoms, as such Jung-min takes care of them without any hesitation. As he locks eyes with the apostle since she is the one he is after, she gets scared. He is quite pissed at her for messing with Sarin and swears that he will make her pay. He clenches his sword tightly and slices through the huge ice crystals, but he notices that she is not doing anything or dodging. Her expression changes to that of amusement as she calls Jung-min quite swift in taking them down. She suddenly has a creepy and sadistic smile on her face, while telling Jung-min that he has done well. Jung-min suddenly hears a scream and looks up, wondering what was that. We see it's Sarin trapped in a cube floating in the air, as she is grunting in pain, while saying that it's hurt so much. Seeing this, Jung-min gets scared and wonders if it's a phantom, or is it really the original Sarin. The apostle grins and asks if he is finding it confusing, and tells Jung-min that it's actually the real Sarin, and asks on why does he think she is in so much pain. Which is because that those phantoms that she created were made with Sarin's blood which she drew earlier from her, hence, if he attacks the phantoms, it would only place the blood owner in excruciating pain, so he can keep trying if he dares to. Jung-min, now stuck, calls the apostle a complete sadist, and this detail also was not in the novel he wrote, though it should not matter. Suddenly an ice lance grazes past by him as he is unable to react, with Sarin standing ground with many more floating in the air as she points it towards him. The ice lances flies towards him with high speeds, and he starts to dodge all of them, albeit barely. Suddenly, he is surrounded by a huge number of them, which all lands directly on him. The apostle starts laughing while saying that it serves him right for acting all high and mighty. But Jung-min seems to be perfectly fine and is standing in middle of all the ice lances, though it was quite close, to the point that he thought he was a goner. She gets annoyed and nags at the phantoms for their inability to take down even one guy, and after which she suddenly snaps her fingers, which makes the ground to twist and creates a ripple, due to which Jung-min is unable to stand properly and is attacked by the phantoms all at once. Right as he is about to get hit by her spear, he counters and slashes the phantom's neck. This causes extreme pain to the real Sarin, as she screams loudly in pain. The apostle mocks Jung-min by inciting him and saying that seems like Sarin is in a lot of pain, and she thought that he was her senior, and if he isn't feeling sorry for her? He gets pissed at her, thinking that she is seriously getting on his nerves, and quickly closes the distance between them to land a strike. But he gets punched right on his face by the phantom and gets flown back. The apostle gets pissed at Jungmin for trying to attack her and brings out a bunch of blood vials, which she breaks on the ground, saying that it's her stage and she is the one who call the shots, all they have to do is to kill each other. From the blood, we see another phantom of Sarin rising. And not only one, but a bunch of phantoms of Sarin, as the apostle starts to act all smug while claiming herself as the god of creation here. She then asks Jungmin if he is ready for the final act, and he raises up his sword, calling the final act his ass. Pina gets worried seeing this all, as she does not recall the apostle of deception having an ability like that, and asks Eden, shouldn't they do something? Eden replies that just like Jungmin is different from them, it's possible that the apostles of Everton he is battling are not the same ones they faced before, but if he cannot even handle this, then there's basically no chance that they can prevent the summoning of the great demon. All they can do right now is to have faith in Jungmin and see what happens. Back to the fight, as Jungmin is clearing up the phantoms, Sarin keeps screaming in pain. Hearing which, Jungmin gets scared and remembers his memories of Sarin. But suddenly from her screams, his memory of her gets twisted, as he thinks Sarin asking him on why is he doing this to her. He gets distracted due to it, and making use of this opportunity, one of the phantoms strikes him right in the abdomen, which causes him to cough blood. Jungmin immediately jumps back and gets some distance between them. The apostle tells him that she has made sure to not make the wound fatal on purpose. Though it's still going to hurt, and Jungmin's vision starts to get blurry as he is spitting blood from his mouth. He falls down on the ground while thinking that he has not yet saved Sarin, Yuna, or even Taemin yet. We see him then waking up in some kind of subconsciousness. He feels very peaceful and thinks that he must have died for real this time. Suddenly he gets a message from Eden, as he barely opens his eyes up to look at it. Eden gets annoyed and asks Jungmin to wake up already, but Jungmin tells him to shut up, and Eden replies that it's not the time for him to be chuckling to himself, and asks if he does not remember what he told him. He once again tells him to think about the essence of his power. And he has to find it right now, or he will die for real, as we see him falling through the space, and he thinks on how is he supposed to figure that out when he is already dying. As he is not blessed with that protagonist's perk from the get-go, wouldn't that be obvious given that he never found it during their training sessions? He does not consider himself some heroic lead, but just a sad sack who writes stories to dodge the reality, holed up in his room. And come to think of it, he really racked his brain last time trying to give Eden a buff, and wonders how did he do it. Suddenly, he remembers Eden's words during their spar about Eden wondering on how did he became so strong. And such Jungmin pierces his hand through that space and remembers how to get the main lead's buff. We see him trying to get up from that sea of subconsciousness, as he thinks that he has to come back from the death. Back in reality, the apostle is standing over Jungmin saying that now that she has captured the 8 hero, she would kill all the people that she does not need, as she sends all the phantoms back. She starts to move towards Sarin, telling her that she has done well and now she would let her go in peace, as she has just the perfect ending planned for her. Suddenly an incredible amount of golden aura shines behind her back, sensing which she gets scared and wonders what the hell is going on. We see it's Jungmin, who has woken up and is emitting extreme amount of magical energy. The apostle is shocked and wonders how is it possible. Jungmin starts to grin and thanks Eden, as he has finally realized what his true form is, and we see him flying up in the air with huge wings on his back, almost as if a god is descending. As the apostle looks up to him, she wonders how is this possible, as she was sure that he was inches away from death. She tries to threaten him and tells him to not do anything rash as it would jeopardize his friend's life. Jungmin lifts up his hand in the air and tells her to try him. And from the sky, we see a bunch of golden lights descend. And we see those lights are all the heroes from his novel. He mocks her by saying that why don't she introduces herself to the phantoms that he created, and to say hello to the 7 heroes. But the apostle gets furious and replies that creating the phantoms of the 7 heroes is impossible and says that it's her domain. But Jungmin replies, her domain, there was no such thing to begin with, and attacks with his own phantoms. Both of their phantoms collide head-on, causing an explosion of pure power. We see the heroes easily taking care of all the phantoms creating by the apostle. We see she is out of phantoms as well, though she still refuses to accept her defeat, saying that she still has things to do. As the Eden's phantom charges his attack, she starts to cry and shouts at him to stop, but he uses his form, Sever, and attacks her with it. We see her completely disappearing with that attack, as she calls it impossible with her last breath. Her glasses shatter and Jungmin also starts descending down to the ground. Eden's phantom tells Jungmin that he finally found his form, and that he is the one who created them. We see him start to disappear while telling Jungmin to call on them again when he needs them, and refers to Jungmin as the Lord of Creation. And with that they all disappear, and Jungmin also goes back to normal, as he looks at his hand, realizing that he did it. The phantom space also starts to crack and completely breaks apart. As Jungmin looks up towards the sky, he starts to get tired and kneels on the ground, noting that he is completely drained and his wound is pretty deep as well. From behind, someone suddenly calls out his name, and Jungmin realizes that he knows this voice. We see it's Yuna and Taemin, who comes running towards him, as Jungmin is glad that they are both safe. Now at the Twin Towers, we see someone is watching Jungmin. It's actually two people, who are surprised that his form is creation, and the other one comments if it's even possible. These two are actually two of the 7 heroes, Master Archer, N, and Master Spearman, Zeri, as An in shock asks Eden on who exactly is Jungmin that he took in as his heir. At some another tower, another one of the 7 heroes was watching him, the executor of magic, Liat, who confirms with Eden if Jungmin told him that he read about them in a book. As Liat tells Eden that he does not think that it's all there is to it. As this gets Eden thinking as well. Now back to Jungmin, he picks up Sarin as his friends are running towards him asking if he is okay. He replies that he is fine and Taemin notices his wound, and Yuna asks, just what in the world happened and why is Sarin here as well? Jungmin replies that she was being manipulated by the apostle which they met earlier, but luckily he thinks she is just asleep right now. Jungmin drinks a potion and asks them both if they are okay, and Yuna replies that those monsters kept coming at her, so she wiped them away with magic, and Taemin replies that it was same for him, the golems kept coming at him, but he just smashed them, which makes Jungmin remember that those two were top students in the academy. Jungmin tells them that he is glad they are okay, and tells them to get going as there is not much time left, as they are going to be starting the summoning of demons soon. Yuna asks about the demon, and if it's like the monster that was immune to their magic attacks last time. Jungmin replies, it's like that, but that one was weak since it was a low-rank demon. Yuna is surprised to know that it was a low-rank demon and asks about what are they up against this time. Jungmin replies that the one Everton is trying to summon now is the king of all demons, also known as the great demon, Satan. And if they succeed in summoning it, it will bring about the beginning of a major catastrophe. But thankfully, the gate has not been opened yet, so they gotta go to the bottom of that pillar and destroy the flower of the world tree. Though Jungmin thinks that even though Yuna and Taemin are strong, but the chances are they are no match against the other apostles. As such, Jungmin tells them that he is going to go there on his own and asks them to help him move Sarin to a safe place. He hands her over to Taemin and asks him to get her to temporary shelter, as she needs immediate treatment. And if they come across anyone who was not able to leave, help them as well, there may be quite a few of them. He also hands them over some potions and mana stones, and Yuna asks on what is he going to do. And he is not planning on going alone, is he? About which Jungmin does not answer, and simply looks ahead. Fast forward, we see Taemin and Yuna running through the chaos-filled streets. Suddenly, Taemin notices a huge monster right in front of them. As the monster's eye turns towards them, they hide behind a corner. They hear the monster go away, and Taemin tells Yuna to hurry up. They both arrive at some place, and Taemin notices that no one is here, and they must have all evacuated. Yuna comments that she does not see anyone from Everton either, so Taemin tells her to keep their eyes open for the apostles of Everton. They remember Jungmin telling them about the 6 apostles, as Satan's dominance over the demons comes from the 6 powerful spiritual abilities. First one is wrath, an incredible destructive force, and the second one is deception, which can manipulate minds. The third one is sloth, and it controls time. Venom is the fourth one, it's a power that controls deadly poisons. And the fifth one is submission, compelling all the monsters to yield to the wielder's authority. And the sixth one is terror, and it instills fear deep within the opponent. And the 6 apostles of Everton have been granted those spiritual powers from Satan himself. That apostle there was given the spiritual authority of deception, and tried attacking them with phantoms, but the other apostles won't be as weak as her, so if they were to come across any of them, they must run away without second guessing. Suddenly as they are running, a huge explosion occurs right in front of them, and they both take cover, and wonders what was that. Seeing the apostle of wrath surprises them, as they remember Jungmin's words that whatever happens, never try to confront the apostle of wrath and the apostle of venom. Wrath wonders if he overdid it with his power, as we see someone lying on the ground, covered in blood. Sarin is shocked upon seeing him and recognizes him, and wonders what kind of person Wrath is to overpower the executive of the Providence Guild. She tries to go and help him, but Taemin holds her and tells her that he has a feeling that the guy standing there is one of the apostles that Jungmin mentioned. Suddenly, Taekil gets thrown towards a wall, seeing which Yuna gets angry and forcibly leaves while telling Taemin to take care of Sarin. She runs towards him and asks him on what happened and where is her dad. He replies that she is not supposed to be here, and asks if she did not heard her father telling her to not come here. He starts to fall unconscious while telling her to run away. Roth comes and asks her on who the hell is she, and if she is looking for a one-way ticket to the afterlife. She attacks him in rage, yelling on what has he done to Taekil. But Roth comes out of the smoke saying that come to think of it, he sees a resemblance, and he thinks his name was Yoongil, the director of Providence Guild. As she looked just like the guy he killed earlier, hearing which Yuna gets shocked and her heart starts to thump hard hearing that her father is dead. Now we see someone leading the civilians for the evacuation. We see it's Yuna's dad who notices that the damages are worse than he thought, and Taekil who comments that no kidding, no one would have guessed that this huge city would become a dungeon, and asks Yuna's dad if he has seen something like this. Suddenly, they hear some screams, and we see people are running away from some monster and asking for help. We see the monster is attacking two people and is about to kill them, but suddenly he gets pierced by long spikes. It's Yoongil who saved them and asks them if they are all right. He gives them his hand and asks them to follow him as he will show them the way to the shelter. Taekil also praises Yoongil, saying that it was amazing, and Yoongil tells him to shut up as they are in the middle of a battle. Suddenly a huge explosion occurs and Taekil says that they seems to be under attack, and Yoongil orders him to get moving and protect the citizens. Taekil orders others to evacuate the citizens and they will check on what is going on that side. Yoongil notices Roth as he leaps from the building and jumps down in front of them. He suddenly gets close to Taekil and Taekil puts his hands up to block, but he is still flown back from the punch. Roth notices his arms and comments if he is a beast and gets excited, saying that he would be having a good time with him. But Yoongil suddenly attacks him from behind, creating huge hands with stone. The hands completely traps him inside, as once again Taekil cheers for Yoongil that his ability is the best, as he can even change its shape on will. Suddenly, from inside Roth asks what is this and breaks out of it quite easily, saying that who thought it was a good idea to use such a pathetic skill. As the way he rolls is old school, fighting with his fist and hands, suddenly he gets punched on the face by Taekil, who tells him that he must have lost his mind for destroying Yoongil's masterpiece. With that punch, Roth is excited and that Taekil's punches are just his style. Taekil replies that he is a damn masochist, but Roth dodges his punches saying that he has something to do before and sends him flying into the building, and that work is to get rid of Yoongil. Yoongil tells him that he was ready to be impressed, but all he did was demolish a building, but suddenly he notices someone running and the rubble falling over them. He then uses his ability and quickly rushes off and shields the kid from the rubble. But as he is distracted, Roth sneaks up at him and punches him right on the face. We see Yoongil is quite heavily damaged and his leg is trapped below a fallen rock. We see Taekil is fighting Roth while wondering on how did this even happen. As it's quite shocking to him that Yoongil lost, though he notices that he is still breathing. As such he rushes off towards him, thinking that he has to move him somewhere else first so that he does not get hurt even more. As he jumps away from the fight, Roth gets pissed, asking where the hell is he going. It would take all the fun out of the climax, and chases behind him. We see Yoongil is not with Taekil anymore, as he finally stops running away and confronts Roth head-on. He tries to mock Roth by saying that if he is blind or something, did it really look like that he was running away from him, as he thinks that he would be able to fight in peace here. He flares up his power, and we see his muscles also gets bigger, noting that he has 3 minutes at best to be able to fight at his full power. He quickly closes the distance between them and lands a flurry of punches, thinking to destroy him right here. Roth only gets excited from this and counters with his own flurry of punches. As Taekil starts to get damaged, Roth asks him if this is all he got and where did his enthusiasm from before went, while Taekil wonders on why is this guy so strong. Roth tells him it's over and lands a super strong punch, which pushes out Taekil of his beast form. Taekil thinks it's over now and remembers his memory with Yoongil when he picked him up and the time he met with Yuna, who cried calling him scary. He gets slammed into a wall and thinks that it's his life which is flashing before his eyes and calls that this is it for him, and his eyes starts to close while telling Yoongil and Yuna to take care of themselves. Suddenly he hears Yuna and thinks that he is hearing things now and seeing them as well, though he suddenly cries and asks Yuna on why is her voice sounding so real, but she tells him to snap out of it. But he is shocked upon knowing that it's real and asks her on what is she doing here, and she replies that she came after seeing the news. He starts to fall unconscious while saying that it's a shame for her to see him like this, and asks if she did not heard her father say to not come here, and that she has to listen to his father. She tries to wake him up and Roth asks her on who is she and if she is looking for a ticket to the afterlife. Now back to Jung Min, he has stopped at a corner while grunting in pain from his wound. He sits down and wonders why does it still hurt, as he has treated it with potions, and it feels like that his entire body is on fire. Eden asks him, what is he doing, as he should get going now. But Jung Min pants heavily while saying that he needs to rest for a bit, and so Eden asks him, why is he not using the item he gave him? Confused by this, Jung Min asks, what item? And Eden clarifies that it's the item that he gave him when he left the tower, which Jung Min then remembers. Though he didn't thought that he would be using this item anytime soon, so this is sooner than expected. And he realizes that the heat in his body must be from awakening. The awakening heat is a side effect that kicks in when one first uses the form. It's a necessary hurdle that must be overcome for those transcending human limits. Heroes surpass humans' limitations through repetitive training. The power that emerges during this process is known as the form. When the body attains the form, one awakens as a transcendent being and simultaneously experiences pain from the awakening heat. Pina is an exception since she was always an angel, but even Eden was bedridden for 3 days with awakening heat after his first time using form. So he would have to rest right away, but there is no time to waste right now. As such, he takes out the item, Suspension of Pain. It's an item created by Lyot in the original story. Using this would grant him the freedom from awakening heat for at least an hour. But the only problem is that he would have writhed in pain after that 1 hour is over. As such, he calls himself stupid for adding such a detail. Eden tells him to go on and use it, and Jung Min starts to get pissed while thinking that now it makes sense why Eden gave this to him. And he is also scared to what would happen after it, but this is his best shot right now. He would only get 1 hour from this, so he would have to destroy the flower of the world tree within that time. We then switch scenes to the Apostle Roth, who seems to be in combat with Yuna. Yuna dodges his attacks and counters with her own fire spell at point-blank range. The explosion causes some debris to fly towards him and fall onto him. She thinks that she managed to crush him under that boulder, and Taemin asks her if she is okay, and she replies that she is fine, and she would handle this, so they too can go ahead. But an explosion occurs from inside the rubble, and we see the Apostle Roth coming out from it, which makes Yuna question, how could he escape so quickly? Seeing the danger, Yuna shouts at Taemin to hurry up and leave, but Taemin hesitates in doing so. He remembers Jung Min's words about the Apostle's strength, that even bunch of professional raiders only have a slim chance of defeating them, so if they run into them, they should run away instead of trying to fight. Taemin remembers that he was told that Sujin is at the rescue shelter as well, which would mean that the Crusaders are here as well. As such, he quickly runs away, planning to go to them and ask for their help. Meanwhile, at the temporary shelter at Daeryong City School Gymnasium, we see the injured people are being guided. The Crusaders tells everyone to head to the gymnasium, as they would protect them, while the civilians wonders what is going on. Though they are glad that the Crusaders are here, since St. Rachel is the only one with healing abilities. As we see her healing Hanyo Gil, who barely managed to survive, as he laments his decision to come to see the new tower. But on the bright side, he got to see St. Rachel in real life, not to mention she also healed him herself. And from this he gets an idea, a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He thinks that if he can impress Rachel, he just might score a shot at joining the Crusaders, and everyone knows that it's not a cakewalk in joining them. As Rachel finishes his treatment, she asks if there are any other injuries, and he replies there isn't, and thanks her for it. He then tries to ask her out on a mean as the token of his appreciation, which confuses her, but regardless, she changes the topic and confirms if he is a student at the academy. As he replies that he is, she calls it perfect and asks him to help them evacuate the civilians. Which he immediately agrees to do so in excitement, and Rachel thanks him for this. She starts giving him instructions to first move the supplies and then escort the injured inside. But suddenly, a large green explosion occurs as they both look over and civilian starts to run away in fear. Ben arrives and stops Rachel as she asks him what is going on. With a serious look on his face, he tells Rachel that something is heading their way. As we see someone arriving near a person while noting that the poison took about 32 seconds. We see the guy is radiating poison from all over his body, and he gets shocked upon noticing something. Seeing Rachel, he shouts that he found her at last, and gets excited while saying that he is glad that he came this way, while stating that this must be destiny that he got here, as everyone is creeped out and confused by his behavior. He then suddenly confesses to Rachel with a creepy smile, which makes her shudder in fear. Ben tells her to go away and protect the civilians instead, which she agrees to do so. But the strange guy tries to stop her, while asking, where is she going? He gets teary while saying that she doesn't know how much he wanted to see her in person. And so, he goes in rage and while shouting, how could she do this to him? As the fog starts to spread towards them, Ben notices that it's a poison fog, and they need to evacuate immediately. He shouts and orders everyone to cover their mouths and noses since the smoke is toxic. Though, he almost ends up inhaling it himself, but quickly covers his nose while Yogil is unable to breathe, seeing which, Ben wonders if it's too late already to do any countermeasure. Poison Apostle starts to laugh while rolling on the floor, while asking if they seriously thought that they can just avoid it by covering their mouths. Suddenly, a bright flash of golden light surrounds the area, as Poison Apostle is surprised and looks up in confusion. Everyone starts to stop coughing and get better, as a golden energy surrounds them. He watches his hand, and realizes that he is completely fine, though the same cannot be said for the guy besides him. And we get to know that it sent Rachel's ability, as she joins her hand and pray, while slowly opening her eyes. As she uses her divine ability, a bright golden light shines upon her, covering the whole area with divine energy as well. His poison starts to dissipate away, as the Poison Apostle notes this as well. Though, instead of being worried, he smiles while saying that he knew that she was exception and calls her his holy mother. He immediately charges towards him while calling her his Rachel. But Rachel is not concerned even when he is about to reach him, as Ben interrupts his charge by kicking him away. Ben's leg is covered in fire as he kicks him away, causing a large explosion. And soon enough, his fists also get covered in flames, as he warns the Poison Apostle to not take even one step closer while giving him an intense look. He asks Rachel if she is okay, and she happily replies that she would purify this entire region, so they should take him down together. Meanwhile, the Poison Apostle starts rising from the rubble, while grumbling that it hurts. And as he fully emerges from the rubble, he shouts that it hurts so much in rage. His poison smoke soon surrounds him, and becomes a solid projectile, with which he attacks them. As the employees of the Crusaders gets hit, we see the poison is seemingly burning them, as they scream in pain. In worry, Rachel tells everyone to get behind her, as she would set up a defensive shield to stop him from attacking them. As she puts up the shield, the Poison Apostle launches multiple projectiles towards it to break it. While it does not break for the time being, Rachel notes that the attacks are immensely strong, and her shield isn't going to last much longer. Her shield starts to crack and split, while she tells everyone to brace themselves for the attack, as her shield won't hold for much longer. And as the Poison Apostle is attacking them in rage, he suddenly snaps back and realizes something. He remembers that he cannot hurt Rachel, and notes that he almost messed up big time due to this. He then starts to form something akin to a skull on his palm, while saying that since Rachel is a special case, he needs to make sure that she stays just the way she is now. He then excitedly shouts at her to wait for him, while calling her his beloved, and he would be coming for her very soon. Rachel's shield finally gets penetrated and a huge amount of poison enters the shield, and the people inside screams for help in pain upon getting hit by it. The Poison Apostle laughs like a maniac while saying that all the small fries should die quickly, as we see a huge amount of poison covering the entire battlefield. Yogil barely dodges the poison streams, as he notes that everyone is going to die at this rate. But he activates his special ability, while stating that there is no way he is going to die just here, and his weakness detection ability highlights the Poison Apostle's hand in red color. Yogil is shocked to learn that his weak points are his hands themselves, which he finds absurd, as how are they supposed to target his hands when there is poison flowing out of them? We then switch scenes to a running Teemin, who notes that he is almost reaching his destination. And he needs to go the Crusaders and find Rachel, since she might be able to help them. We get a flashback of Teemin's past, as he is getting smacked on his face by some kids. The kid is enraged by Teemin, who apparently snitched on him to the teacher, because now he would get yelled at by his mother, and he insults Teemin by calling him an orphan. But Teemin replies that he had nothing to do with that, but the guy regardless of that decides to beat Teemin to a pulp. And as the bully raises his hands to hit Teemin, he closes his eyes in the anticipation of the hit. And suddenly, someone arrives directly kicking the bully right on his chest, while stating that she is the one who did it. And it seems to be a young Rachel, who angrily warns them again to not bully Taemin as he hides behind her. She angrily flaps her hand around while telling them to scram off already, and they leave while calling them a bunch of orphans, which Rachel frustratingly wonders if there is anything even wrong with being an orphan. Seeing her, Taemin smiles while carrying her bags, as she asks Taemin why does he let those thugs hit him like this, as this is the reason they treat him like an idiot. Taemin replies that the director told them to not fight with the other kids, and Rachel gets annoyed by his response and replies that not everything director says is the law, and questions what is he gonna do without her. He replies that he got no place to stay besides this, and she suddenly stops hearing that, while telling him to listen carefully. She tells him that nobody else gets to decide where his home is, it's what they have to make themselves. As once she enters the middle school, she is going to leave the orphanage and get herself a part-time job and find her own place to live. And then finally, she is going to become a raider and live an amazing life, which prompts Taemin to think that she is amazing. Back to the present, Taemin notes that he remembers that the shelter should be around here. But as he reaches it, he notices the poison and wonders, what is it, and why is such strange smoke coming from the shelter? He puts down Sarin, wondering if something happened here, and peeks down by the corner. He is shocked to see Rachel is being held by her neck by the poison apostle. As she starts to get choked, Taemin shouts her name in worry, and immediately rushes towards him to attack in rage, while telling him to get his filthy hands off of her. The poison apostle starts to stroke her face, while telling her that she has no idea how long has he been waiting for this moment. He once again confesses to her, while telling her to stay with him forever, and he is glad that she is not hurt and perfectly intact. He suddenly hears Taemin shouting at him to get his hands off of her, and he attacks the poison apostle, which he dodges, breaking free Rachel of his grasp. Rachel is quite shocked upon seeing Taemin here, as he turns around and asks her if she is okay. Though he instead finds Yeogil acting like a maiden and thanking Taemin for saving his life, seeing which Taemin's eyes burns as he asks Yeogil what is he doing here. He gets embarrassed upon noting that it was Taemin who saved him, as he thought that it was someone from Crusaders, which prompts a deadpan reaction from Rachel sitting behind. Though regardless of this, Yeogil tells Taemin to quickly cover his mouth, as it's a poison fog. The poison apostle again gets angry at them, and releases a huge amount of poison fog as they try to defend against it. But Taemin readies and charges up his sword and releases a huge amount of wind, while thinking that if it's a poison fog, that he can just blast it away with his wind. Seeing Taemin, the poison apostle wonders who the hell is he, and starts charging up an attack in his hands. He gets angry at Taemin for calling Rachel his Nuna, and attacks him. But Taemin uses his wind as a barrier to try and block his poison projectiles. Rachel gets up and tells Taemin that she would help him as well, and he replies that he is fine and he would handle it on his own. The poison apostle gets more angry as Taemin calls her Nuna again, and throws a fit about hitting on his girl. This time, he sends out a large wave of poison and Taemin tries to block it again with his wind barrier. But this time, Taemin notes that he won't be able to block it all by himself, as his wind starts to dissipate. He also starts to get pushed back in trying to stop it. But Yeogil arrives and holds his back while telling him to hold his ground, and that he have to hang in there no matter. Yeogil starts crying while claiming that he is not going to go down like this, as he haven't even confessed his feelings to her yet. He loudly confesses to Rachel, and Taemin is quite pissed hearing this, as he tells Yeogil to get his hands off his Nuna, as he is not going to allow this. And while he would love to beat the crap out of Yeogil right now, he don't think that he can hold on anymore. The poison starts to overpower Taemin as he gets worried knowing that it's going to break through his wind. As they get completely engulfed by the poison apostle suddenly realizes that Rachel was in there as well. And as the poison starts to clear, we see Rachel standing in front of both of them and has protected them with her divine shield. She tells them that the shield won't hold for long, and tells them to run, as she would take it from here, but Taemin argues that she cannot do that on her own, and he would help her as well. But she again says it, this time shouting at Taemin, and Taemin stops in shock. She starts crying while saying that this is the only thing that she can do, so they have to run away now. She thinks of it all as her fault, as she shouldn't have let her guard down at that time, as we see Ben pushing her away out of harm. The poison apostle then grabs Ben by his neck, and plans to melt him until he is just a formless pile of mush. He tells Yeogil to hurry up and take Rachel to somewhere safe, which he does so, as Rachel tries to retaliate, that she has to go and heal Ben. Yeogil tells her that it's dangerous, and that there is no one else here who is capable of protecting her. as she might have healing power, but she cannot attack, so she considers it all her fault, while calling herself weak because everyone died. She remembers them praising her and thanking her for healing them, that due to her they are able to clear the dungeons without breaking a sweat. She was also called the one and only divine ability user in Korea, the raider who contributed most to the world peace. But she doesn't care about the titles, since right now, she believes that she is holding everyone back. And suddenly, Yogil gets hit by an attack from behind. As the poison apostle is advancing towards them, Yogil tells Rachel to quickly run. As his hand starts to move towards Rachel, he apologizes to her for keeping her waiting and that she would be coming with him right now. Back to the present, she again tells them that her defensive shield won't last for much longer, so they should just save themselves, since she is the one who the poison apostle is after. As the shield starts to crack, Taemin tells her that while he doesn't know what she has been through, but it's going to be okay now, as he would protect her, as he stands in front of her and uses his wind ability again. She doesn't have to shoulder everything on her own now, and he wants her to share the weight with him, which is exactly the reason he chosen to become a raider. Suddenly, inside Taemin's pocket something starts to swirl around, as he wonders, what is this? As he takes it out, he remembers that it's the enchanted stone Jungmin gave him, and notes that it's radiating an immense amount of power. He notes that if it can unleash a force this great even after responding to his mana, he might actually have a chance of winning against the poison apostle. But much to everyone's shock, the power instantly disappears and the apostle starts to roll on floor and laugh while Yogil asks, what the hell is he doing? And suddenly, it starts again, and a huge amount of wind surrounds them. The poison apostle starts getting blown away, as he questions, what is up with this insane amount of wind, and soon enough, he is completely lifted up in the air by a huge wind tornado. Everyone is shocked upon seeing this power, as Yogil claims that Taemin might have a chance after all in winning. Though, Taemin notices that it's not over just yet, and tells everyone to brace themselves, as he is coming back, and we see lightning starts to crackle down from the sky. Yogil wonders why he is so persistent, as he lands on the ground, creating a huge impact on arrival. We see the poison apostle is completely covered in poison, while being extremely angry at them. He attacks them with skull-looking projectile made of poison while stating that it hurts. Taemin again swings his swords at them to block the attack, but is getting pushed back from its force. But the mana stone again activates and he is able to create a large tornado once again. With the tornado on his side, the poison starts to get completely blown away due to its pressure. Taemin starts to sweat while stating that it was quite close. But Yogil tells him that with this, they should be able to hold him out until the rescue team arrives, and Taemin informs him that no one is coming, since they got the Providence Guild as well. And both of them are shocked upon hearing it, as Yogil calls it bullshit, and asks, how does he even know that? Taemin replies that on the way here, he saw that the Providence Guild had already been defeated by another apostle. The only reason he managed to get away was because Yuna kept the apostle busy. Now knowing that even the Providence Guild was wiped out, Yogil thinks that he should at least save himself right now, but he knows that he cannot just abandon Rachel either. As such, he tells Taemin that they should do whatever it takes to escape, as there is no way that they can beat that apostle. Taemin replies that he should run away with Nuna, and Yogil asks, what would he do then? As another shot of poison comes, he defends against it using his sword while saying that he would buy them too some time. But Rachel argues that she is not leaving him here, and he replies to trust him, as he would be fine. Yogil gets frustrated as he ruffles his hair and takes out his weapon to get ready, while saying that he would destroy the poison apostle even if it kills him. He tells Taemin that he would bust him up, but he would need to cover him, and Taemin asks if he got a plan, and Yogil replies that his vulnerability is in his hands. They became even weaker when poison gushes out of them. And so Taemin would need to fend off his attack, while he would use Rachel's defensive shield to sneak up on him. And they would be able to win as long as he can crush his hands, but Rachel calls that plan too reckless, and Yogil replies that it's the only plan they have right now. Taemin also agrees with Rachel, as the chances of succeeding are very low with this plan, and they need to come up with something else that would completely debilitate him. He analyzes that the enemy uses his hands and shoots out poison from it, which makes him question, how could his hands be his weakness? Suddenly, he realizes something, and that perhaps it could be that. He remembers that time he got to know that Jungmin won the Alchemy tournament, and by making an exclusive grade potion at that. Bong Jun adds that he only did it using the poisonous herbs at that, which shocks Taemin as he asks if that's even possible. Jungmin explains that as they know, a powerful poison usually involves combining detoxifying herbs to neutralize it. One can use it like that, but the downside is it becomes less effective, so to compensate for that, he combined poisonous herbs together, and it did the trick. But that being said, he still needed to handle it with care, but all he had to do is offset the different toxic materials to neutralize the poison. Seeing his hands, Teamin get the same idea, and tells Yeogil that his plan might work. And so he agrees to go with Yeogil's plan as he got an idea as well. Yeogil then asks Rachel for the divine defensive shield, and promises that they would win this thing, and she also gets on board with it, while saying that she would do her best. She then covers up Yeogil in her defensive shield and he makes a dash towards the poison apostle. The apostle notices him and attacks him with his poison, and Teamin defends him using his wind, and doesn't let the poison reach him. Though, Yeogil notes that Teamin is gathering up all the poison towards himself, and he suddenly gets hit by one of the projectiles. Teamin tells him to not just stand there, and rush towards him, which pisses Yeogil off, as he is the one who came up with this plan. As he attacks the poison apostle, he is surprised upon seeing something. We see the poison apostle has blocked his punch, as he was wondering just what they were up to, and mocks them for coming all the way to him just for this. His poison shatters the divine shield, and we see his hand starting to bleed while he affects it with poison. He starts to scream in pain as his hand starts to melt away due to the poison. He uses his other hand to try and pull the hand of poison apostle from himself, and starts to cry while shouting at Teamin to do his thing. And we see Teamin has gathered a huge amount of poison using his wind, as the poison apostle wonders, what the hell is that? Teamin notes that the enemy used various types of poison according to the situation, and he would just need to shoot this his way, and get him to use a different poison. He then shoots the whole ball of poison towards him, and the apostle of poison laughs at him, asking if he really thinks that his own poison will work on him. He touches the poison, and plans to absorb it back into his body. Teamin wishes that to let it work, and remembers Jungmin saying that he needed to handle it with care, but all they have to do is offset the different toxic materials to neutralize the poison. They ask if it's really just that, and it sounds easy enough to handle, and Jungmin is sure that both of them can pull it off, but he doesn't recommend that method. As the poison apostle tries to absorb the poison, he realizes something, and wonders in shock what is going on, and Jungmin's word continues that should the offsetting fails due to improper balance, and the poison starts to break, while the poison apostle wonders, why isn't it absorbing, and the poison will amplify, resulting in immense destructive power, as we see it causing a huge explosion. The explosion is incredibly strong, as they all brace for impact, and we see it even shattering glass of nearby buildings. We see the poison apostle is heavily damaged, as his hands and body quivers from the damage, though he still reaches his hand out while calling out for Rachel. He finally falls down on the ground, while Yeogil is seemingly fine, as the defensive shield was able to save him on time. But he also falls on his knees, as it hurts like hell to him, and he has also reached his limits. Both Rachel and Teamin comes running towards him in worry. His head starts spinning, and we see him start to lose consciousness, and the voices calling to him start to fade away. But suddenly, he gets a tight slap right across his cheeks by Rachel, who is trying to smack him and wake him up. She tells him that the poison is starting to affect his body, so she would start treating him now, and he should stay still for that, but for Yeogil, right now, his cheeks hurts the most. Suddenly, Teamin calls him out, and he asks, what does he want, and Teamin brings up the time he used to bully Jungmin so much that he had to quit school. And while he is grateful for what he did today, he demands Yeogil to apologize to Jungmin, which he agrees to do so. Rachel once again smacks him, as he shouldn't be talking right now, and doesn't let him close his eyes either, seeing which, Teamin shudders as well, as he remembers that he used to get beat up like this as well. Teamin then remembers the pouch that he gave him, which he gives her to Rachel for the treatment, and she asks him, what's inside? He replies, a couple of potions and stuff, which should be useful to her, which she finds perfect as she was just about to run out of supplies. He starts to leave while telling her to also heal Sarin, who is sitting over there, and Rachel asks him, where is he going off to, and Teamin replies, to help his friend. We switch scenes to Yuna, who is still fighting against the Apostle of Wrath, as he is quite pissed since Yuna keeps slipping away from his grasp. She once again uses her flame magic, and blasts him with it. Though, he doesn't seem damaged at all, as he rushes towards her to punch. As he starts charging up his fist with mana, Yuna looks unconcerned with it. And before his punch connects, she teleports away, which annoys him to great extent, as he questions, where the hell did she went? His punches seems to cause an explosion, while Yuna is hiding behind a building and says that this is called teleportation, while calling Roth out for being all brawn and no brain. The building starts to crack, and Roth appears from behind it, finding Yuna. He asks her why didn't she run away further than this, or is it that her ability can only take her this far? But she replies that she doesn't need any of that, as all she has to do is land the first hit when he gets near, as she lands a kick right to his face. Though it doesn't do much damage, it does annoy him, and Yuna quickly leaps back after the kick. Roth finds her quite impressive, as he thought that magic was the only thing she can do, and she is just his type, sign he prefers throwing punches to casting spells. She gets quite pissed, while saying that on the contrary, tussling with someone who is just muscles from head to toe is not her thing, as she starts to prepare a huge spell to attack him. She is then surrounded by flames, and huge magic circles starts to appear around her. She was the only one at the academy who managed to pull this spell off, and she believes that it gives her real chance to win, as she summons a whole meteorite on him. Though, while he is surprised a bit that she can summon whole meteorites, he calls them a big punching bag and break them apart. He tells her to stop resisting and die already, since she should join her dad on the other side. Hearing which, she gets pissed while thinking that she is not going to back down, and she would never forgive him for what he did to her dad and Tikal, and is determined to destroy him. He lunges towards her at high speeds while asking, what is she standing around for like an idiot, and she doesn't seem much concerned with it. And right as he thinks that he got her, she gets away using her teleportation spell, and he is left standing on a trap. In shock, he starts to realize his mistake, and a huge fire pillar erupts from it, and he starts to get engulfed in flames. She mocks him by saying that he actually fell for her trap, and that his brain is also made of pure brawn. He gets really pissed this time, as we see him charred around his body, as he shouts and calls her an insufferable brat. This time, he charges up his own spell, and attacks her with some kind of fire beam. It causes a huge explosion in the area, and seeing which, Roth thinks that this would have gotten rid of her. Though, he is shocked to see that she is not there, and instead a piece of paper floats in the air, which calls him an idiot. He gets angry again as a huge amount of flame starts to erupt from his body. Meanwhile, Yuna is in some kind of building and is heavily damaged as well, as she notes that the best he could come up with was expanding his attack range, and calls him a loser for it. And that while she managed to get away, she knows that he would be able to track her down soon enough, since the teleportation spell leaves some tracks. She unleashed all of her attacks on him, but they all failed one after another, and while his energy is dwindling, she would be the one to run out of mana first. She would have to do anything and whatever it takes to buy some time, as she wonders, what should she do now? Soon enough, Roth comes and finds her, and she is surprised to see that he is here already. He angrily questions her if she really thought that he wouldn't be able to find him, and now that he did, he is going to rip her to shreds. Yuna looks worried, as Roth states that she got nowhere to run now. And she should consider it a special occasion, since he is going to take his sweet time in ripping her to shreds, as we see him dashing towards Yuna to attack, which she dodges. But she doesn't back down from the challenge, while mocking him that he got nothing else other than fists, while noting that her own mana is running low. And since this is the case, she decides to spread it out as much as possible to attack him, and so she starts throwing objects towards him with her mana. Roth asks if throwing stuff is the best thing she can do, as he easily counters all of them while saying that her last-minute struggle is quite exciting. But when he destroys one of the bags, he finds a knife in between them, and is surprised. But he is able to block it using his wrist regardless, as he calls her a coward for sneaking in a knife in her attacks like that. And suddenly, one of the flour bag hits him on his head, and explodes flour all over his face. And he rushes towards her again, and this time he is able to grab Yuna by the face and slams her onto the wall behind. She starts to bleed heavily from her head, as Roth starts to glow while saying that he was wondering why was she resorting to all these petty tricks, and realizes that Yuna has run out of her mana, as he holds and starts crushing her head with one hand. But Yuna sneakily prepares her spell in one hand, and fires it at point-blank range, while saying that she is far from done. As he gets sent flying back, it causes a huge explosion and we see Yuna finally panting and is seemingly on her last bit of strength. Roth is slightly damaged, as he is surprised to see that she still has some mana left. He asks her give up and die already, since she doesn't stand a chance against him anyways. But Yuna doesn't give up and instead smirks while seemingly preparing to attack again, and says that he doesn't know if she is done or not, as she calls him a pinhead. We then see some roots starting to come out of the ground, as Roth says that he should have crushed her mouth first. Suddenly, Roth is completely wrapped up in vines. As he wonders, what the heck are these, he tells her that he is getting quite tired of all this now, and too much persistence would take away a girl's charm. And that besides, he claims that she won't be able to defeat him with something like this. But as he tries to move, suddenly he feels sharp pain in his body, and is unable to move. He wonders, what is going on all of a sudden? He wonders if it's due to this plant, and asks Yuna, what the hell did she do to him, as she replies, that it's finally kicking in. In shock, he wonders what is she talking about, and she sarcastically asks him if he is finding it hard to move himself. She reveals that Tikal's fists don't just pummel the opponent relentlessly, they also build up minor muscle damage over time, which ultimately paralyzes the opponent as she throws more bags of flour towards him. Roth calls Tikal a cunning person, as he had something like that hidden up his sleeve, though he doesn't care if he cannot move, as he starts flaring up his fist. He simply plans to burn her to a crisp from a distance, but Yuna smirks while calling him an idiot for unleashing fire when this place is covered in flour. He is quite shocked upon knowing that, as his spell backfires and causes a huge explosion, and he screams in pain while burning. Yuna keeps throwing bags of flour onto him to keep the explosions going, as he starts to completely burn up. She plans to keep doing that until he dies, even if it means that she would end up burned to death here. But before that, she has more stuff to do, as we see Roth is breaking out of the vines which are holding him, as he screams in rage that he is going to kill Yuna. Yuna suddenly gets up close to him and lands a solid punch right on his face, as he starts to bleed. She attacks him with flurry of punches in rage, while saying that jerks like him needs to be pummeled harder. He angrily tries to break free, and Yuna jumps up in the air and lands a solid strike right on his head. And with this, Roth finally falls down on the floor, while burning to his death. She starts to pant heavily as well, and as the pain starts to kick, she also falls down on the floor right in front of Roth. Her eye starts to close, as with her final thought she wonders if Timin and Sarin made it safely to the shelter. The ceiling starts to crack and fall, and Yuna thinks that she have to hurry and join up with them. Her eyes finally closes, as she thinks about her dad and Tikal, while missing them both. Suddenly, a huge ring of water forms above the place and it starts to rain. We then see someone arriving at the door as well. The person steps near them and reaches out to Yuna. The person picks her up in his arms, and she starts to open her eyes again. Upon seeing the person, she starts to chuckle and smiled while saying that she knew he was alive, as we see it's her dad. As Yoongil steps outside carrying an unconscious Yuna, we see Timin is also here, as he calls out her name in worry. He is surprised to see him here, and Yoongil already knew that he would have followed here, and Timin greets him and asks about his injury. He replies that he is fine and sighs while asking that what part of danger do they both not understand. Timin apologizes to him and asks if Yuna is going to be okay, and he replies that he has applied emergency first aid to her, so she just needs to rest and she would recover just fine. Though Yoongil is still quite surprised nonetheless, as she was able to defeat an opponent that even experienced raiders couldn't handle, as he realizes that his daughter has become much stronger. We now switch scenes to Bong Jun, who seems to be rushing towards the location of Tree, along with his assistants. He tells them to not let their guard down, as they are almost at the gate, which they all take note of. On the way, Bong Jun thinks that he has seen countless injured people on the way here, and they haven't faced a catastrophe of this scale since the dungeon break 4 years ago. In fact, he believes that this one is far worse than even that. Which is all the more reason that he doesn't understand his actions, as why did Kim Daeho do that for, since he was the one who suffered the most by that accident back then. As he arrives at the location, he notices Daeho standing far away on top of a building. And they both finally takes notice of each other and glare at each other with intensity. Bong Jun turns around and tells his assistants that Daeho's primary weapon is a firearm, so they should close the distance quickly to keep him from launching long-range attacks. He would be taking the front and stop him from firing at them, so they should follow closely behind. As he orders them to attack, they all rush towards him together. Daeho then lifts up his hands, and we see some kind of tentacles comes out and grabs both of Bong Jun's assistants. His assistant panics upon being caught, and wonders what is this. Bong Jun also wonders, what kind of ability is this, since he knew for a fact that Daeho never had such skill previously. And right as Bong Jun tells them to stay calm and use defense magic, Daeho kills them both by striking their head clean off. As their blood gushes out, seeing which Bong Jun gets angry at him. He rushes at him, asking how could he kill a fellow raider, and Daeho attacks him while saying that those raiders didn't serve any purpose here. Bong Jun also uses his lightning ability, while asking what kind of nonsense reason is that, while both of their abilities collide. Bong Jun soon enough attacks him again, but Daeho dodges by jumping up. He tells Daeho that when he received news about him, he thought that it was quite preposterous, as he was someone who valued justice more than anyone. And so, Bong Jun questions him if he is doing all this just because of his late wife and Suyun, which he assumes he is, and so he lectures him that it was just an accident, and it couldn't be helped, while he is sorry for what happened to his wife and daughter, but his actions have only led to creating more innocent victims, which prompts a reply from Daeho, who calls Bong Jun a fool for saying such things, and asks, what the hell does he know, while attacking him. But Bong Jun tells him to not do this and think about his family, he should get hold of himself. As Bong Jun uses his ability to redirect his bullet, and we see it penetrating the building behind. Seeing the destruction it left behind him, Bong Jun is quite in surprise, and tells Daeho that he is as powerful as ever, which also brings back old memories for him, although back then, they were both at a dungeon. But Daeho replies while looking at him without a shred of emotion, that he has cut him too much slack and attacks him again while saying that he will let him waste time reminiscing about the old days. But Bong Jun responds by activating his ability as well while telling him to not be so heartless, and both of their abilities collide. Bong Jun's ability isn't holding up too well, as it starts to sizzle, which Daeho notices as he tells Bong Jun that he seems to have reached his limits already, and now it's time for him to give up, since he would never be able to damage him with his damaged mana circuits. Bong Jun is shocked to learn that Daeho knew about this, and questions him, how did he knew about while creating a huge lightning dragon? The dragon lands a direct hit at Daeho and causes a massive explosion. Bong Jun gets out of the rubble, while claiming that it hurts like hell. Though, seeing the destruction, he assumes that it should be enough to keep Daeho from fighting back any longer. But Daeho steps up while mocking Bong Jun for being exhausted already and calls him pathetic, and that their fight is far from over. Bong Jun is surprised seeing him all fine and asks, how is that possible? Daeho replies that since Bong Jun changed the course of his attack to block it, all he did was use the same tactic on him. As Bong Jun notes that he aimed for the bullet on ground and used it as a lightning rod to fend off his attacks, Daeho says that if his mana circuits were intact, his trick wouldn't have worked on him. If he cannot utilize his mana properly, then he should let him use him, so he can summon Lord Satan. But Bong Jun doesn't give up, and says that he is far from done, and just then someone calls his name, and he is quite confused at first. We see it's Jung Min, who asks him if he is okay, and seeing him shocks Bong Jun, as he questions, what the hell is he doing here? Bong Jun calls Jung Min a fool for coming to such a dangerous area like this, and as he is about to call him out, Jung Min signals him to be quiet. He then starts to signal him his plan, and starts to dash towards the world tree, and Bong Jun realizes what he is trying to do. He smirks knowing that Jung Min is actually here to destroy the gate, and so he calls out to Daeho, asking if he was trying to summon Satan with his mana. And since he is, he should give it his best shot, as Bong Jun activates his ability once again as he plans to distract him until Jung Min destroys the gate. Daeho also gets riled up, calling Bong Jun a moron for unleashing his mana in his current state, since if he does this right now, he won't be able to use it again. But Bong Jun tells him to not worry about him, and instead he should worry about himself, and they both clash again. Daeho gets pushed out of his ability by Bong Jun, and so he jumps up and tries to shoot it away. But it doesn't have any effect, and Bong Jun tells him that it's useless, since nothing can break through this skill, so he might as well just give up right now. Daeho notices that Bong Jun is not even trying to save up his mana, which is very much not like him, and suddenly he notices something. He sees Jung Min and wonders, who is that, and how long has he been standing there for? And he finally realizes why Bong Jun was acting strange and pushing himself like this. He was actually trying to divert his attention to halt the summoning, as we see Jung Min is about to destroy the flower. But Daeho quickly switches his target to Jung Min and shoots right at him. Bong Jun quickly rushes towards Jung Min to aid him, as he notices that Daeho has already realized their plan, and he shouts at Jung Min to get out of the way. But Bong Jun seems too late, as we see a Daeho's attack causing a huge explosion. Bong Jun gets worried about Jung Min as he shouts his name. But we see Jung Min has actually caught the bullet in his hand, much to his own shock as well. Bong Jun is shocked seeing Jung Min block Daeho's attack like this with bare hands and wonders, how is something like this even possible? But Bong Jun quickly catches on what's happening, and as he turns around, Daeho shoots multiple rounds at him from his back. Daeho tells Bong Jun that he didn't expected him to fall for such a basic trick, as in the end, he is his only target, and we see Jungmin trying to help Bong Jun. Jungmin then tries to attack Daeho in anger for hurting his master, but before he could react, we see Daeho's hands is already right on his head. He uses his ability and tells Jungmin to not get in his way, as we see him being covered up by some kind of demonic monster. As Jungmin's whole body gets covered with it, he notes that he is unable to move his body at all and tries to break free this instant. Meanwhile, Daeho catches Bong Jun by the neck and notes that he must be depleted all of his energy by now. He starts to drag him to the flower, as Bong Jun calls him a coward, which Daeho finds ironic, as he calls Bong Jun same as him as well. Since he was secretly using his apprentice to destroy the gate, as he starts to push Bong Jun inside it and the roots of the tree starts to grab him. As he gets completely shoved inside, the root starts to drain him completely out of his mana, and the flower also starts to glow brightly. Bong Jun starts to lose his consciousness, and Jungmin also tries his best to free himself from the illusion. He realizes that his master is in trouble, and he has to break loose and free him this instant, and suddenly, his heart thumps. He is then surrounded by the corpses of his allies and friends, and he starts to think that they are all dead because of him. His body starts to shake and tremble from the fear, but he tries to convince himself that this is just an illusion created by his own fear. He tries to get hold of himself, and focuses on his goal of saving his master at all costs. His finger starts to twitch, as he tries his best to move his body somehow. Meanwhile, Daeho is seen glancing at his daughter's picture in a pendant, while saying that his job ends here, and all that is left is to wait for Lord Satan to be summoned. Suddenly, as he glances behind himself, he is attacked by Jungmin, which he barely dodges. He is shocked and nervous upon seeing Jungmin break free of his ability, and wonders what the hell is going on. He questions, how was he able to free himself from his skill, and notes that there is a dagger stuck on his thigh with his blood dripping from it. And so he realizes that Jungmin freed himself by stabbing his own leg, as Jungmin pulls out the dagger from his thigh while grunting in pain. En and Zeri gets worried when Jungmin gets caught in that ability, as they asks Eden, what should they do, since he is totally powerless against the Terra spiritual ability. Barit shouts at Eden and questions, why is he simply standing there, as no one can stop Satan once he is summoned, which means their world would be impacted as well. Eden replies that he already knows that, and he would have done something already if he could. Baret calls him a coward, and if he is not going then he will. One of the hero tells them both to calm down, and asks them to remember what the deity told them. All of them will vanish if they intervene directly, and if they do so, everyone here will get killed. Eden finds the whole ordeal too frustrating, and suddenly En tells her to take a look at something. They note that Jungmin has stabbed himself in his own leg. With this he managed to escape from that skill in the end. And Jungmin angrily claims that if Daeho really thinks that he is going to let him summon Satan. We now see a flashback of Jungmin before entering the Daeryong city. He tells Jack and Leah that if they're going to tag along with him, they need to listen to him carefully. Whatever happens, they must never come out of the ring, and initially Jungmin didn't like the idea since he thought that the monsters would upset the kids. But he asks Leah if she can change into a small dagger when he rub on the ring twice, which she agrees to do so, and asks why is he asking for this, and Jungmin replies that it's because he has to be ready for emergencies. He thanks Leah for the support and asks her to turn into a sword this time, which she does so, and he points it towards Daeho. Daeho gets annoyed by him and calls Jungmin an annoying pest, and attacks him again since he is getting in his way again. But Jungmin quickly tells Leah to transform into something, with which he blocks Daeho's attack completely. Daeho is completely shocked to see Jungmin being able to block his attack completely. Meanwhile Jungmin chuckles while thinking that he wrote the novel, so he made sure that this ore was strong enough to resist a direct hit from a nuclear weapon, which he turned into a diamantium shield. Though regardless, Daeho quickly rushes towards Jungmin to attack, while saying that his shield won't be able to stop him. Jungmin notes that Daeho is once again tapping into his spiritual ability, and so he smashes down his shield on the ground and creates a large shockwave which forces Daeho to jump away, as Jungmin claims that he won't fall victim again to an ability that he created himself. As Daeho's attack gets blocked again, he gets shocked and wonders, just who the hell is Jungmin? Now this time, Jungmin points his hands towards Daeho, as by using the Terra spiritual ability, Daeho drives his opponent's fears to the extreme, inducing panic and leaving them debilitated. And this time, he covers Daeho with his own ability and he falls on his knees after that. Noting that it worked, Jung-min breathes a sigh of relief as he didn't thought that he could actually use it. He then asks Jack to tie up Daeho for him, as he would go and save his master, which Jack does so. We then go inside Daeho's mind, as he seems to be in some kind of room. Seeing it, he realizes that it's his home, and finds it quite strange, as he doesn't remember how he got here, and thinks that his mind is all over the place lately. And he feels like that he is missing something very important, and as the door opens, he sees his wife and daughter, who welcomes him back, and his daughter comes running towards him in excitement. He quietly gets down and tells her daughter to not run or she might end up hurting herself, and her daughter asks him what took him so long, since he promised her that they would go to amusement park today. Daeho apologizes to her daughter for making her wait, and that next time he won't be late, and his daughter hugs him while saying that he better not. But she suddenly calls him out, and the scene gets covered in blood as she tells him that he was too late this time. And that she hates him, while stating that her death was really painful for her. Daeho gets shocked hearing that, and then he hears someone saying behind his back that it was an accident. His past self thinks that it was an accident that took away his whole family, that is all there is to it, and he now just have to make sure that such terrible catastrophes don't happen again. He notes his past self with dead eyes, as he thinks about the accident. He overhears someone inside a room, as they talk about the recent dungeon break that happened at the shopping mall. It was something for which almost all of them nearly got fired. It was apparently due to a raider who came from the association as backup. That psycho was showing off a dungeon item to his girlfriend and then it exploded, but it turns out that guy was son of a congressman. There was nothing they could do then, and the higher-ups told them to close up the case even though countless lives were lost due to it. And he was also worried because Kim Daeho's family died in that accident as well, but when he told him that it was an accident, Daeho stopped asking any further questions, and hearing this whole truth, Daeho starts to cry. His whole face changes its expression as he goes into rage while stating that he has to kill them all. He swears that he would kill all the people who took away his family. A demon then appears, taking Daeho in his grasp while telling him to stop dwelling on the past, and reminds him that his work is not finished yet, as he gives him his hand. He asks him to take his hand, and since now he has traded his soul for his powers, he must summon him, as he has to avenge his family. Back to reality, his hand starts to twitch and he starts releasing a deep red aura from his body. Meanwhile we see Jung-min taking Bong Jun out of the flower, and notes that his wound is quite deep. He also had quite close brush with death itself. He then takes out his sword, noting that now he just have to destroy the world tree's flower, but just then, suddenly Daeho appears behind him. While Jung-min is able to block his punch, he still gets pushed back from it and wonders, how did he broke out of the spell too quickly? Jung-min gets stuck again from the tree roots as he demands Daeho to untie him this instant. But Daeho seems to not listen to anything as he reaches out to the flower while apologizing to her family and stating that he would be joining them soon. They just have to hang in there for a little longer as he would avenge their deaths. The tree roots take him in, and we see it starts to form crack in it. Jung-min gets worried and concerned as he realizes that Satan is here. Daeho starts to get trapped inside the world tree flower, as the root starts to completely bind and cover him. Suddenly, a demonic eye appears watching the flower from above. The flower then snaps close quickly, and a dark red miasma descends from the sky upon it, with red lightning crackling around it. It soon enough covers the entire sky as a large current of red demonic energy is formed. We see the blonde hero is watching from his tower, and is quite excited upon seeing it, realizing that it has worked and the gate has finally opened. With a wide grin on his face, he claims that he would finally be freed from this tower. And that now, he won't need this body anymore, as we see him leaving the hero's body behind by turning into a dark red miasma. The body of the hero seems to have dried up as soon as Satan left it, meaning that it was simply a husk for the Satan to live on. He phases through the tower window while laughing, and goes directly into the torrent of that dark red miasma. Soon enough, it all starts to settle inside the flower, as it creates a dark orb of demonic energy, and from that a monster appears, roaring loudly, and creating strong gust of winds, as Jung-min braces from its power. Eden calls out to Jung-min in urgency, and tells him that it's not over just yet, they still might have a chance. He informs him that Satan hasn't fully materialized yet, so he should attack him before he does, and Jung-min follows up to do so quickly. Satan growls at him, as Jung-min leaps towards him to attack. He makes a huge sword by using Eden's sword form. He then uses the sever application of it, as he cuts the Satan in half, and the power is so immense that it completely cleaves the buildings behind him as well. As he lands back on the ground, he wonders if he got rid of him with that last attack. But while tense, Eden calls him an idiot and tells him to not say things like this, as he is going to jinx it. And which is exactly what happens, as we see Satan appearing in his full form. He grins widely, as he cracks and snaps his fingers. He also recognizes the skill that Jungmin just used to try and kill him. He knows that it belongs to the hero who defeated him last time. He also gets angry upon it being used on him, as he questions Jungmin, how is it that he is using his skill? He quickly attacks Jungmin while asking for his relation with Eden, as Jungmin blocks his attack. But despite blocking, his hand starts to burn, and he quickly uses Pina's form, Miracle, to repel his attack and clear the area. Though, he seemingly had to use quite a bit, as the cross starts to smoke, while Satan found his skill quite impressive, as he didn't expected Jungmin to recover instantly like this. Jungmin then summons a bow and along with a bunch of mystical weapons through magic circles, which is apparently End's form, meteor shower. As he attacks Satan with it, he simply stands without being bothered, and is quite surprised that Jungmin is able to use the skills of other heroes. He then rushes towards Jungmin while easily dodging all the projectiles with a big grin on his face. As he gets right in his face, he calls Jungmin too slow, and that he is still far from other heroes' level. He attacks Jungmin, which he blocks, while asking, what other hero's skill is he going to use this time, and whatever he uses, he won't stand a chance against him, as he charges up an attack on his fist. Realizing that attack is going to be a problem, he quickly orders Leah to turn into a shield, with which he blocks his attack, though it does causes a large recoil around. But the force turns out to be too much for him to handle, as Jungmin is sent flying on the wall behind as he coughs blood. Satan then starts walking towards him, while saying that he is going to dominate the world, and the humans will only exist as offering to the demons, and the earth will become a demonic territory. Jungmin replies that he does speak like a total bad guy, and Satan grabs Jungmin by his neck. He then lifts him and tells him that apparently he and his friends eliminated 3 of his apostles, and he might as well take the credit for defeating the Apostle of Terror as well. Jungmin acts tough while replying that his friends wouldn't obviously be bested by the likes of his apostles, and he mocks Satan and asks if he is itching for revenge. But Satan replies, it's not that, and tries to give Jungmin a chance. He offers him to become his apostle, as that way he might consider sparing his family. Jungmin then kicks him upon hearing that and gets freed from his grasp. He is quite pissed upon hearing this prospect, as he replies, over his dead body, while calling him a psycho. And the Satan replies, that in that case, he would just kill him, and he summons 2 of the remaining apostles by his side. Jungmin is quite shocked upon seeing them both and remembers that they are the apostles of sloth and apostle of submission. He didn't thought that Satan would bring them along, and it happens just when he thought that things cannot get any worse for him. But suddenly, he realizes something and thinks that this could actually be an opportunity for him, as considering their abilities, they are not Satan's most loyal followers, as Apostle of Sloth claims to be wanting more sleep. And that perhaps he can get them on his side, as the Apostle of Submission gets ready to attack. But Satan smirks while telling the apostles that it won't be necessary, as he called them 2 here to be his prey, and he opens 2 large mouths from his arms. He then eats them both, and Jungmin is quite shocked seeing it, as we see their blood splattering all over the place. He calls Satan a psycho for that, and Satan asks him, why does he look so shocked, as they were always meant to end up in his stomach. And that soon enough, Jungmin will be joining them as well, as he starts to use some kind of ability. All the monsters responds to that ability, as Satan calls Jungmin a fool, as only if he accepted his offer, his life would have been spared. The raiders wonder, why did the monsters suddenly stop attacking them, and are going somewhere? And as Jungmin looks over, he has been surrounded by monsters, and Satan tells him that he would regret opposing him and tells him to die. We now switch scenes to Sarin, who is hesitant in eating something, but Rachel tells her that this is something that Taemin's friend told her to eat. Though, Sarin starts to cry while asking Jungmin, why is he torturing her like this by making her eat such stuff? But as she opens her mouth, throwing a tantrum that she doesn't want to eat it, Rachel quickly puts it in her mouth and forcefully closes it. And right after she eats it, her body starts to get enveloped in a golden energy, as her mana circuit starts to get enhanced. She notices that her mana circuits have started to recover, and in shock, wonders, how could Jungmin find such an item like this? And not to mention, it also actually tastes pretty good. Yeogil then asks them if it's not the time that they leave Daeryong City, and Rachel replies, "What is he talking about?" as they still have a lot of people to evacuate. And Yo-gil quickly changes his mind about it, and says that he meant that they should lead all the civilians outside the city, though Rachel doubts him, but he tries to convince her regardless. Suddenly, they all get a notification, and a mission, beginning of chaos, and their objective is to survive the Satan's onslaught, as he seeks to conquer Earth and offer humanity to his demonic legion. Seeing which, Rachel gets concerned, and she tells both Yo-gil and Sarin to head out of the city first, and she would go rescue those who need help, but Yo-gil argues that she cannot do that, as it's too dangerous. And Sarin also jumps in saying that she wants to go as well, but Rachel tells her that it's not possible for her, given her current situation. But Sarin tells her that it's okay, and she wants to help in any way she can, even if it's just a little bit. Rachel hesitates a bit, but agrees in the end, and Sarin thanks her for this, though she does tell Sarin to inform her if she starts to get tired. Yo-gil, who was wishing for at least Sarin to stay behind, was forced to go with them as well in the end. Back to Jung-min's fight, Satan orders all the monster to attack and kill Jung-min, and they all comply and quickly attacks him. They completely trap him in between themselves, but then, a bright golden light starts to shine through them. And they all get pushed back from an AoE attack from Jung-min. As the monsters fall down, Jung-min quickly leaps towards the Satan to attack. But Satan smirks and puts up his hand, and sends a huge golem to attack him. As the golem tries to slash Jung-min, Jung-min does a backflip over him to dodge. He then cuts him in half, and along with other monsters in between him and Satan as well. Satan is quite impressed with his display of power, as he again questions Jung-min, why doesn't he use this power to serve him? But Jung-min charges up an attack while telling him to shut up, as it's time for him to go back to the demonic realm. But Satan replies that he must have a lot to lose on Earth, if he doesn't want to become his apostle, as he starts to bring out a huge energy bomb from the sky. Jung-min looks back and is shocked upon seeing it, and he wonders, what is that? But Satan laughs and tells Jung-min to hurry up and stop that. Since if he doesn't, it's going to blow up the entire city. Jung-min knows that his master and along with many of his friends and civilians are down there, so he uses Delin's form guard and creates a huge shield on top of the city to block off the attack. But Satan smirks while saying that it's no use, and the shield starts to crack and breaks apart. The attack hits the city and causes a massive explosion, as Jung-min looks on with his face filled with despair. We switch scenes to Taemin, who seems to wondering how Jung-min is holding up, as the monsters are all swarming towards the Daeryong City Hall. And since there are too many of them, Taemin wishes to hurry up and go to Jung-min to help. Yuna replies that it doesn't matter how many of them there are, as they just have to wipe them all out. After drinking the potion, she states that she is fully recovered now, and Taemin tells her to not be reckless as she just regained consciousness right now, so she should be resting, which her father agrees with as well. But she swings her arm a few times while saying that she is good as new, and Jung-min's potions worked like a charm on her, which gets her father wondering that he feels that she is getting tougher day by day. Suddenly, they all feel a huge rumbling, and as they look back they see the huge attack and wonders what the hell is that, and plans to run. And as the explosion occurs, it raises everything to the ground, and soon enough the dust starts to settle. But they all seems fine, and notes that it was quite the massive explosion, and Yuna says that if it wasn't for her dad, they would have been 6 feet under by now. Taemin notes that there is not even single trace left of all those buildings, and just then we see Rachel's group arrive. Seeing her, Taemin gets worried and asks, what is she doing here? And she replies that she cannot leave without him, and seeing Yo-gil, he is quite surprised as he thought that he would have run off by now, hearing which pisses him off. They start to hear some sound in the sky, and as they look up, they see 2 people fighting and wonders, what is happening? Upon looking closely, Yo-gil notices that it's Jung-min. Seeing him fight like this against each other, everyone is quite shocked as Yo-gil wonders if he is the same jackass he knows, and Taemin gets pissed hearing this and tells him that if he calls him that again, he would wish that he was never born. But regardless, Taemin is shocked seeing him fight like this, as he doesn't remember him being able to fight like this. Seeing him fight like this, Eden thinks that Jung-min is still in early stages of awakening, so his form is incomplete, but he is getting stronger thanks to the item suspension of pain, and at this rate, he would be able to defeat Satan in time. We are introduced to another of the 7 heroes, Berserker, Dante, who upon noticing Jung-min, wonders who that is and says that he might have a real chance at winning. Liat remembers the deity's condition, which was to protect Earth from Satan's threat, just as they did here. Which another one of the heroes, Guardian, Dylan agrees with, as their objective wasn't to stop the Satan from being summoned. And so, if Jungmin is able to take Satan out, they would win. Continuing the fight, we see Jungmin sending a slash towards Satan, which he easily blocks, and mocks him for such a weak attack, while sending one out of his own. Jungmin gets frustrated and is able to slash away Satan's attack, which leaves him quite shocked. And Jungmin now uses Eden's form, Sever, to attack Satan, who seems to be quite scared of it this time. But Satan uses an ability, which Jungmin recognizes as the spiritual ability of the sloth, and that he is going to freeze time. And so, we see Jungmin is completely trapped in ball of frozen time as the Satan chuckles, and says that no one can escape this skill. And let alone that, no one can even conceive the idea of his skill itself, as he prepares an attack and sends it towards Jungmin. But Jungmin is able to move in frozen time and is able to break the sphere in which he was trapped. And the slash continues on towards Satan, who seems to have taken heavy damage from it, as he crashes down to one of the building. He questions, how can a mere human like him do this? And Jungmin replies, that Sloth's spiritual ability is far too weak to halt his time, which Leah agrees with. And so, he uses Zeri's form this time and creates a huge storm and stabs Satan with it, which again leaves him with heavy damage. Satan also notes that the pressure is much stronger than before, and wonders, how is his power surging so instantly? And he is also replicating all the heroes' abilities identically, even outclassing them. And upon realizing how dangerous he has become, he thinks that Jungmin has pulled some kind of trick and plans to figure out just what it is. Suddenly, he notices a mark on Jungmin's neck, and wonders what is that. But as Jungmin notices him staring at him, he quickly attacks Satan while telling him to stop staring at him, and we see him getting blasted away. And Jungmin once again plans for a final attack, and a storm rages towards the Satan. But the mark that Satan saw on Jungmin's neck made him realize something, and he wonders if it is what he thinks it is. And so, he once again uses his time ability, saying that if he is right, then he would have to resort to using that method. Suddenly, something starts happening with Jungmin's mark, as he wonders what Satan is trying to do, as he should be aware that spiritual ability of sloth won't work against him. And suddenly, his heart thumps and he coughs up blood. He wonders what happened all of a sudden, and his entire body starts feeling like it's on fire, and the pain is exactly what he felt after awakening. And so, he starts to realize that perhaps Satan has disabled his suspension of pain. And with that, Jungmin plunges to the ground from the sky and Satan laughs knowing that he was right. He tells Jungmin that he remembered seeing the same mark on other heroes, and for some reason, they all writhed in pain before eventually passing out, just like Jungmin is right now. Jungmin asks if this was the reason he reversed his time, and he replies, it is exactly that, and while he is smart, it's already too late for him. And right as he is saying that he is going to feast on him, someone attacks him from the side. And we see it's Yuna and Timin, who comes running, shouting at Satan to not touch him, while he wonders, who are those flies? But he immediately attacks him with an energy beam, telling them to not get in his way. But Rachel tells everyone to get behind her, as she tries to block the attack with her shield. And luckily they all survives, seeing which Satan gets a bit annoyed and surprised that his attack wasn't enough. He then notes that he is running low on mana, so he has to restore it, and so he plans to eat Jungmin. Everyone gets scared and worried for Jungmin, as Satan creates a huge mouth and eats him, leaving everyone shocked. Seeing this, Yuna starts to cry, and we see Jungmin is already in his mouth. After which, Satan gains an immense reserve of mana, and starts to get excited and smirks, and we see a huge amount of power is emitting from him. And from this, Satan emerges, laughing and saying they should get back to it. Meanwhile, Jungmin wakes up, and wonders what happened, and thinks that he is still good to go. But suddenly, he notices that people are who were devoured by Satan earlier. And so with this, he comes to the realization that he is in Satan's stomach. We switch back to Satan, who is surrounded by a dark aura, and huge number of monsters comes crawling out of it. And Yuna gets worried seeing all those monsters. Timin steps forward, asking Yuna and Sarin to take out the monsters which are more further out, while rest of them plan to handle the rest, and they both agree for it. The monsters then starts rushing and attacking them, but Timin easily slashes them all apart. But regardless of how many he cuts, there is a huge army standing in front of him, as he gets worried knowing that there are too many of them. He then notes Rachel is getting attacked by that huge monster, and so he asks Yuna to help her out. And so Yuna immediately attacks the huge monster, and Rachel thanks her for it. The monsters then starts growling, and Timin and Yuna get shocked, as he took no damage, with Yuna stating that it's tougher than expected. It starts charging up an attack from his mouth, and Taemin warns Yuna that it's going to be heavy, and she replies that they might have pissed him off. But regardless, she plans to send a heavier attack on his way, and asks Taemin to slash him down when she gives the signal, and he agrees. Yuna then attacks the monster with a huge number of blasts, and it finally starts taking damage. And so, Yuna signals Taemin to attack, and he quickly does, and takes his head off. Yuna gets happy that they were able to do it, and states that they are almost done, but Taemin is still concerned. As despite this all, there are still too many of the monsters left. Sarin only just recovered her mana circuits, so she is still unstable, and most importantly, everyone is exhausted, so at this rate, Taemin notes that they are going to be wiped out. We now switch scenes to the heroes, and see Lyot, stating that it has failed, as Satan ended up being summoned, and Eden's successor couldn't stop it from happening. And so he wonders, how does this tie into the deity's promise? Since they said their world wouldn't vanish if they succeeded, but they never said what would happen if they were to fail. En and Zeri get scared, questioning if they're going to die, or if they're going to be locked up in the tower forever. Dylan asks Lyot if doesn't he think that something is off, as he thought that people on Earth had simply heard of their stories. But Jung Min said he read about them in a novel, and the deity also referred to them as not his creation but as tales, and asks if it means that they are some kind of fictional beings and not real people. So, Lyot replies that if that's the case, then the world that they know might not exist after all. We now switch scenes to Jung Min, who is surprised about being ended up in someone's stomach, and calls his life quite eventful for this. But regardless, he charges up his fist to get out of here by ripping through his stomach. He uses Dante's berserker form and strikes the stomach with full force. But even after multiple hits, nothing happens. And right when he is going for more, he is stopped by someone. And seeing her, Jung Min is quite shocked, as she is the apostle of sloth. She suddenly starts crying over her teddy bear, and in shock, Jung Min asks her if she is still alive. But she confusingly asks, what does he mean, and tells him that they are both dead and shows him his mutilated corpse. And Jung Min gets quite shocked and disgusted by it, seeing which, she replies that it would explain why he was so eager to escape, and she found it quite amusing to watch as well. But then he tried to wreck this place, so she had to step in, and he replies that it's really dangerous, and asks if he really died. But the apostle suddenly snaps her finger, saying that they should change the location first, and we see Jung Min getting warped somewhere, as he asks her, what is she doing? He starts falling in some kind of space, as she tells him to go on ahead, and she will catch up with him. Jung Min wonders what kind of place he is in, and how long is he going to fall, and suddenly, he sees the ground and thinks that he is going to crash, so he braces for impact. But he suddenly halts in the middle, and is dropped again with few inches from the ground left. And as he gets up, he sees bunch of screens in front of him, and wonders, what are they? He then sees Yuna and Taemin fighting, and wonders if the screens are showing what is happening outside. And the sloth arrives as well, saying that she knew it, that they will be powerless against Satan without Jung Min. Seeing her, Jung Min quickly gets up and asks, why did she bring him here, and who the hell is she? And she smirks and replies, does he wanna know who she is? And answers that she is the world. Or perhaps, he would better understand if she were to call herself the deity. Jung Min is quite confused hearing that, and she continues that she is the one who turned his novel into towers, and also bestowed that ability to Jung Min, as he once again sees the notification that his novel has been chosen by the world. And she gets up close to him, claiming that now, he will become a deity as well. We switch scenes to the heroes again, as Lyot questions if all this means that they are some kind of fictional beings and not real people. And if that's the case, the world that they know might not exist after all. And hearing this speculation, Dante gets angry and tells Lyot to stop with the bullshit, and questions if he is suggesting that the wounds on his bodies aren't real. But Lyot tells him to calm down, as he was just throwing ideas. Dylan speaks up and says if they assume that all of this is fiction, then he lost his family to Everton, and grew up in Everton. Same goes for En, Zeri and the others. That day, they could only watch their friends die, crushed by their helplessness, and yet Lyot is trying to say that the pain and sadness they endured was just an illusion. And if so, what would become of Eden's little sister, Emily? For what reason did she die? He questions angrily. And not only did they lock them up in the tower without warning, but now they are just part of someone's imagination, and this all Dylan refuses to accept, and states that they have been fooling around with them. Pina concernedly calls out Dylan's name and Eden speaks up, telling them to shut up as crying over the past won't change a thing. But Pina replies to Eden that he don't have to put it that way, and he asks, what did he do now? But either ways continues, that when they defeated Satan last time on the continent, they all thought peace was finally restored to the world. The deity told them that the world they live in would soon vanish, before suddenly trapping them in the tower. But they did promise to fix everything if they save Earth from Satan. But Eden was quite frustrated at deity's decision, as while he was watching them, he questions, how are they supposed to stop Satan with weak earthlings, and why is it that no one can raid the first floor? And so even then, they thought that the deity was messing with them, and as they all know, Eden has been watching Jung-min closely since he met him. And for some reason, he could tell that he was different. As we see, Eden was watching Jung-min who was trying to enter the tower, while questioning, why is that loser trying to enter the tower with barely any mana, and if he have a death wish? Initially, he was purely curious, but he kept surprising him. For starters, he used his master's mana on the first floor to clear the hidden raid. On the second floor, he told him the details about things that even he didn't knew. On top of that, the divine sorcery technique, which combines divine ability and mana, it was known across the continent but only Pina could use it. The people on Earth aren't supposed to know about any of this, so how could Jung-min put all of that into practice? And the mana he is using is also different from other Earthlings. He is actually harnessing the mana of their world, which is why he suspected him for being an Everton member at first. But upon hearing him say that he will stop Everton with conviction, he eventually found out that he wasn't a part of them, and then he realized that he was the guy they all were searching for. Eden then asks everyone a question, if they remember what he said about them, that they were characters from myths that manifested and they were in the novels that he once wrote. Eden believes that it was a pretty convincing way to fool them, but he knew too much about them to have gotten that information just from reading a novel. And what is more, he was able to employ the skills of all the people Eden knew. It was like he knew every one of them. And he then tells Pina that she should have a vague idea of what is he talking about, but she is confused and Eden replies that he remember her once saying that Jung-min's energy was similar to a deity's. And he assumes that it's probably because Jung-min is the author of the novel Age of Doom and the deity that created them. Hearing this shocks the other heroes, and Dylan asks, what is he getting at? As the guy who made them is already dead, and what are they supposed to do if they are just fictional beings? And so, Eden tells them to make a choice and he asks, what is he talking about? Eden clenches his fist and replies that he hates the fact that Jung-min made him suffer, but he does know that he is the one who decided to fight, at least that much is true. So, he doesn't give a damn about deities or novels, his decision would stay the same. As he is going to make sure that no one gets hurt because of Everton, which is his goal and their duty. And so, everyone gets up and ready, while Eden tells them to save their self-pity for when they take down Satan. Back to everyone, we see them on the ground, and Teemin seems to be the only one fighting. And the huge monsters attacks him, which he blocks, but he still gets pushed back. He starts to pant heavily, as Satan tells him that he is quite persistent, but it's all useless, though it was good that he at least lasted longer than others. And calls him impressive for that, as we see huge monsters prepare to attack him. And as the monster attacks him with a huge fire breath, he notes that he won't be able to dodge this one. Suddenly, both Satan and Teemin notes that the attack stopped. And both Satan and the monsters along with the attack get severed in half. Teemin gets shocked seeing it, and wonders, who did that? Suddenly, he gets a notification that the Guardian is offering his help, and his body starts to recover. And Eden appears behind him, telling Teemin to grip his sword properly. And along with him, the other heroes comes along as well, and they start helping everyone else and offers their powers. Meanwhile, Satan questions them, how did they came out of the tower, and tells them that he will surely wipe every single one of them this time. But Eden tells him to stop bluffing, and calls him a loser who just got cut in half. So he should try them, as they will make him regret eating their Lord of Creation. Back to Jung-min, he tells Deity to stop talking nonsense, and to just let him out of this place already. But she pouts and asks why don't he believe in her, and that he cannot leave this place anyway since he is dead. She then brings something up, saying that perhaps he will believe after seeing it. She knows that he wanted to become a raider since he was 6, and in the fall when he was 8 years old, he memorized the entire Raiders encyclopedia, and his family thought that he was a genius, so they even threw him a birthday party, and that he was ranked 276 in the Raider Academy when he took a leave. Hearing this shocks him, the fact that she knows all this, and calls his rank a shameful chapter of his life. The deity asks if he is wondering how she knows all this. It's because she is the one who made it that way. And Jungmin is quite shocked upon hearing that, and she continues that she wanted to quit being a deity, as it's just too tiresome, but she cannot quit until she finds a replacement. So she decided that Jungmin will be taking over, and he was actually born with the qualification of a deity. He is quite surprised to know that as well, and she explains that people like him only come around once every couple of centuries, yet not all of them can become deities. Every time someone was born with such potential, she exposed them to trials, patiently waiting for the one. Those trials were meant to inspire them to create, but not a single one of them succeeded. Until Jungmin showed up with the flawless universe, which is why she brought his novel to life, but there is one more step left. To become a deity, he would have to get killed by a being of his creation, which again surprises him. And now that he is at the final stage, he would turn into a deity, and she will get rid of her boredom, and asks Jungmin if he doesn't find it amazing. And so, he finally realizes that this was the reason that his novel came to life and put people in danger. And the fact that he couldn't become a raider, all because he was meant to be a deity. She tells Jungmin that he doesn't have much time to think it over, as his friends are still fighting Satan. If he doesn't become a deity fast, they will all die. Hearing this, he quickly pulls up the screen and shocks upon seeing what is going on and wonders, what is this? He sees Eden and questions, how did he came out of the tower, and the deity is shocked seeing it as well, that he escaped the tower. She starts to get angry, saying that she specifically told them to not meddle with anything outside. And questions if they really want to vanish for good, hearing which, Jungmin is confused and asks, what does she mean by that? We switch back to everyone else and see Yogil using Dante's ability and easily taking care of the monsters. And he gets quite excited seeing his power. Dante's also calls it a decent display of power and Yogil thanks him for it, saying that it's all due to him, and asks, which monsters should they go beat up next? Meanwhile both Liat and Yuna thinks of them as barbaric. Suddenly, a monster attacks her from behind, but Rachel comes and one-shots her. Yuna thanks her for it, and says that she is incredibly strong, and she agrees with it, saying that the heroes told her to use her divine ability like this. So thanks to them, she now knows how to beat those monsters up. Liat tells Yuna that they should get started as well, and tells her that it's not about repeating an existing incantation, she needs to craft an attack spell that works for her. And their target is going to be Satan, the one standing right before them, and we see her spell causing a huge explosion. Satan takes damage and jumps out of the explosion, wondering, how is she able to use Liat's skills? And while he is in mid-air, he gets pierced by ice arrows, which was thrown by Sarin, assisted by En and Zeri. Satan starts to get annoyed, and as he turns around, we see Timin is behind him, who slashes him in half. Though he still doesn't die and only gets angrier, and once again completely heals himself and powers up further. Timin notes that he healed himself again, and questions, how long do they have to keep attacking him? And just then a voice is heard, replying to Timin, until this very second, and a huge hand coming from the sky and crushing Satan. And up in the sky, we see it's Jungmin, who is shining bright, as Satan in shock says that he was sure that he killed him. Jungmin agrees with his statement, but says that it's all in the past, and with a gesture from his finger, he calls Satan towards him. And we see the arm picking up Satan, as he questions, where is he taking him, and threatens him that he is not going to get away with this, while Jungmin simply tells him to stop making a fuss. And so, they seems to have vanished in the portal, and the monsters also starts to disappear, and the sky gets cleared as well. Seeing this, they all confusingly wonders if it was Jungmin just now. We now switch scenes to another dimension, where Satan is transported to as he wonders what happened, and what has been done to his body. But Jungmin smacks him on the head and tells him to shut up, and warns him that he will make him disappear without a trace if he yell at him, and Satan gets scared and quickly apologizes. He punishes the Satan by telling him to hold up his arms, and he cries saying that it hurts quite a bit, and Jungmin replies that it's his fault for trying to conquer Earth. But Satan replies that the demon realm is nothing but a wasteland, and the other deity told him that Earth was up for grabs and that he could take it, hearing which Jungmin gets pissed at her. But he also tells Satan why is spewing nonsense instead of showing remorse, and he again starts to cry, questioning how did he got reduced to such form. But Jungmin realizes and remembers that he was the one who set the Satan's character like this. And so, he offers to rebuild the demonic realm for him, which surprises Satan, and Jung-min continues, he will only do that if he promises to keep to himself and quite trying to take over other worlds. And we see Jung-min clearing up the demon realm. The sky becomes clear again, and the grass and lands also becomes green once again, which all surprises and excites Satan. And Jung-min asks Satan if he is happy now, and he quickly nods his head, and so Jung-min starts to leave, telling Satan to stay put and live quietly, and he will be watching if he again tries something bad, and Satan waves him goodbye happily. But as he is about to ask for his body, Jung-min has already left, while saying that he looks cuter this way. And we see him to be in space, and bigger than Earth itself, as he starts to reach out to Earth. He puts his hands around it, and starts fixing things up on this side. And we see him descending from the sky towards the destroyed city. And we see Yeogil waking up, wondering, when did he fall asleep? And as he looks besides each other, we see everyone else is asleep as well, and questions why is that. And right as he turns his face around, wondering what happened, we see the city is completely fine, as Yeogil in shock wonders, how is that even possible? He notes that all the buildings are intact, and there are no monsters in sight either, making him think he is still dreaming. He then encounters Jung-min, who asks, how did he woke up, and seeing him, Yeogil gets shocked. Jung-min thinks that it's perhaps because he doesn't have full control of his powers yet, while Yeogil asks if he is really Jung-min. Noting that even just from looking, he feels like he would be crushed by his aura, and he starts to shiver, wondering what happened to the hand jackass he knew, and gets scared thinking, what if he tried to kill him since he bullied him before? And so he quickly bows down to him and apologizes, while Jung-min is surprised, saying that it's really out of the blue. Yeogil continues saying that he can punch him until he feels better, but requests to at least not kill him. And Jung-min smiles and asks, what is he so scared of, as he is not someone like him, so he is free to go, and Yeogil cries and thanks him for that, saying that he would repay his kindness, which Jung-min isn't too keen on receiving. And now that he has finished rebuilding the city, he notes that he still have one last thing left. He remembers his conversation with Deity, as he is in shock upon hearing that she is going to make the heroes disappear for breaching the contract, and gets angry for what is she doing to his creations. And asks her to cancel the contract, which makes her grin, and she replies that he should save them by becoming a deity himself then, since if she cedes her power to him, she will lose them for good. And her contract with the heroes will also be void. Which means the fate of the heroes are in his hands, as we see Jung-min arriving at the tower. As now, it is time for him to meet the heroes. We switch scenes to the heroes, who are back in the tower, as En and Zeri notes that nothing is happening, since they thought that they would vanish immediately after the battle. Dante gets happy saying that perhaps the deity lied to them, and if he had known that earlier, he would have ditched the tower way sooner. And right as Pina is about to say that it's impossible, the ground beneath her cracks, and she wonders what is happening in shock. Other heroes also wonders what is going on as everything starts to break apart. Eden also starts to fall and notes that the tower is collapsing and thinks that in the end, they are all going to vanish. Suddenly, we see other heroes waking up Eden, and as he opens his eyes, he wonders where is he, and notes that the tower has disappeared. Lyot says that while he don't know if the deity did it on a whim, but they all have been sent back to their world, which Eden agrees with. And they all have made it all alive, and Pina is relieved as she thought that they all are never going to see each other again. But Eden says that they are missing one guy, and Dante suddenly pops up from behind Eden and attacks him. But Eden counters and grabs his arm and slams him on the ground. Saying that it's been a while, loser, and Dante laughs hearing him, and says that he is as annoying as ever. And right as they all are happily talking, someone arrives and greets them. And it's Jung-min, who nervously greets all of them. Seeing him, Eden gets angry at him and immediately swings his sword at him, calling him a weak bitch. And Jung-min asks, what is he doing that for, and Eden replies, it's for him being pathetic, as how could he let himself get devoured by Satan back then. Lyot also agrees that Jung-min was quite reckless, and could have wrapped it up sooner with a different approach, but Pina thinks that he was amazing. And so, Jung-min sits on the ground and yields against Eden, saying that he doesn't even have a weapon. Eden clicks his tongue, saying that he may have won in the end, but he cannot believe that he was breaking a sweat against Satan, which is not like of a deity. And hearing this surprises Jung-min, as he replies, so he noticed while chuckling nervously. Eden replies, he was the one who wrote the novel, wasn't he, as he knew something was fishy, and asks Jung-min, why did he hide it from them? Hearing this question, he gets nervous and starts to speak up hesitantly, saying that it might sound like an excuse, but the point of that novel was never to cause everyone pain. And he wrote that story when he was at rock bottom and hated himself. And he wanted to become a hero just like them. And he couldn't bring himself to tell them that he is the one who made them suffer. And he also apologizes to them for the problems he caused, but Eden replies, what is he apologizing for? Jung Min is surprised by that response, and asks if it doesn't make them upset since he basically created them and controlled them like puppets. And Eden replies that it took him a second to even figure out what kind of pathetic drivel he was spouting, as it doesn't matter to him that he is a fictional character, since he would just be him. And even if he intentionally threw all the misfortunes his way, it doesn't matter, because he believes that his life was shaped by his own choices, and he is the one who rose above his weaknesses. En and Zeri also agrees with this, and so does Dante, saying that all of his merits are his alone, he doesn't owe it to him. Eden also Jung Min, if he honestly believes that he didn't had a choice in his life. And hearing their words, Jung Min agrees that his dreams, his efforts and every treasured moments with his friends, it was all defined by his will and decisions, he says with determination and full confidence. And so, they both look at each other and smiles. Eden then takes out his sword, asking Jung Min, since he is a deity now, wouldn't taking him down make him stronger than a god? And Jung Min replies that he was not even interested in claiming that title, and Eden replies that he is now, and everyone laughs seeing them, as he starts to chase Jung Min. Fast forward and it gets evening and we see Jung Min is laying on the ground, telling Eden that he would come over again next time, and he replies to keep his visits to a minimum since he can do without seeing his face. Hearing which, Jung Min tries to act cool by saying that he is too busy to drop by often anyways, and starts leaving, but suddenly, Eden calls him out and thanks him for creating them, which Jung Min accepts and says that he will bring Leah and Jack next time with him. Fast forward and we see Yuna and Taemin having a party, with her complaining about having so much paperwork, to the point that she has been pulling overtime every day. She cries over having too much work at the Raiders Association, and Director Choi has also suddenly retired, which doubled their work. She sighs for having so many responsibilities, and wishes to just raid dungeons, and Taemin replies that she can just ask him when he comes back after recovering, and she replies, how can she do that, especially when he has been injured? Suddenly, Bong Jun arrives, saying to not expect him to return even after he is better, and seeing him, everyone is surprised, and Taemin asks if he is all better, and Sarin greets him. He replies that it's been a while, and asks Yuna if things are running smoothly at the association, and she angrily replies that he tricked her, as there is way more work than he said it would be. Taemin asks Bong Jun if he ran into Rachel Nuna on the way here, since she told him she was nearby, and she arrives as well, along with Yogil, who bows to Bong Jun. From this, Bong Jun asks them, where is Jung Min and what is taking him so long, and Yuna replies that he said he cannot make it today, as something important came up and he had to go really far away. Hearing this angers him, as he says, how dare Jung Min ditch him, and he swears to give him a piece next time. Meanwhile, Jung Min seems to be standing outside some kind of huge gate as his ears starts to itch, making him think that his master is bad-mouthing him. And so he plans to see him after he takes care of his current task, or he might really beat him up. And as he goes inside, we see there are a bunch of gods there who takes notice of him. They call him quite, and has heard that he has quite the character, and wonders, what is he ruling over? Jung Min walks to the front and greets everyone, and introduces himself, saying his name and that he recently became a deity, and with a big smile on his face, says that he hopes they can all get along,